it's a never-ending gold mine, right? With Phil, which is the thing that's been most fascinating about this whole experience is the dude. It doesn't stop. It is a shower of content every single day, and I'm not going to say it's not fun. The detractors are passionate, and I honestly, truly believe in my interactions with those who are labeled detractors. They're mostly good people.
Disgusting. And then I'll try genetic code, and then I'll try. Yeah. Oh, here we go. See, well done. Disgusting. Good call.
I know they went to the house, so they filmed around the front, and then they drove around the back and filmed.
So what happened there is this one where we zoom in here, and it becomes more clear, and it's that bad spelling that is typical of the armchair detective. Internet Explorer. What kind of person searches Google for Internet Explorer? Armchair detective. Facebook. And Mother Licks, does that say cun? Cun? Obviously I'm not saying the worst words on the internet. Cun, because it's been spelt wrong. Off Dahoturd's face. So
in a long time, some other creators, they got lost. So I was formulating this film and putting it together. So I was doing some research, and I put in one of the Goria names to see what there is on the net. And it got spotted by a...
So he said he was doing research?
M-I-M-P.
Here is Alan. That's what we're going to be. Look at his face, man. Look at his face. Alan. And I'm also going to have my Twitter, because we're going to need to refer to what I tweeted about Alan. And what Alan tweeted about himself. What the tweeting of Alan. We're going to need to see that, aren't we? So I'm going to need my own Twitter here to see what I tweeted about Alan. Oh, did I tweet the address of the Western General Hospital? Thought that might be where he was. Seems a bit excessive, that, doesn't it? Tweeting the address. Someone said, which hospital do you think he was in? So I tweeted, I think he's in this one. Just I have a question and answer session. I said I thought it might be keyhole surgery. It might not be. I'm not an expert on knees. So this is me yesterday, what I tweeted about Alan, because he's going to say some shit. That's just... Okay, so should we start the episode like this? I'm sure you've just seen me edit some Alan memes to excite you at the start of this episode. What we're actually going to be doing tonight is we're going to be having a look at Alan's surgery, Alan's video about his surgery. I'm not going to be taking a deep dive into surgery. I don't know fucking anything about knee surgery. I could find out. But I'm going to be taking a deep dive into his actual video where he talked about it. So we're going to be reacting to Alan. And this is what I tweeted about it. Keyhole surgery, ? The man is an arse, in and out on the same day. Milking it for sympathy like a toddler. So I've tweeted his picture, his message. Hey guys, thanks for your messages. I can't say where I am or the front desk will get trolled and they have real world to do. It wasn't as bad as I thought. The rehab, the hard bit. Hope to come on yo night Otomaya to tell the story. So it's done, full knee replacement. For the haters, proof, watch them spin like it's not AD, lol, good luck. It's weird because I didn't think he's not gone to have an operation in hospital. I thought he probably did if he said he did. But the problem with Alan is he's an aggressive and vulnerable narcissist. So he will lie at any point. He might say, I'm going to have a boost, and he's eating a Mars bar. He might say he's eating fish and chips and he's got a Chinese. There's no line for Alan about what you will and won't lie about. So we're always on our toes, and some things he will not want to lie about, but rather leverage for sympathy. So they might be true, but then he might over-egg the pudding and say, oh, I've had this terrible knee, like this, oh, that's terrible, like, oh, it's like my leg was bitten off by a dog, and like, it's not really that bad. In and out on the same day, bit of keyhole surgery could turn into a full-blown knee reconstruction. So it depends who you are and how you view these things. I know there's a lot of people out there who have actual serious problems with their knees and other parts of their body, and await operations for a long time, and it becomes a debilitating thing. So I'm not dissing that as a concept. I'm saying I don't think Alan really suffered that badly, and I think he got his operation in the end. And I think like other people I know have had operations like this and not really said much about it and just got on with it, and it's not been a major thing. So for Alan though, it's going to turn into this huge, enormous, essentially a grifting session where he's going to use this to leverage for money for your sympathies. So that's the concept of what I imagine I'm going to be seeing here today. I'll be honest, I did look a little bit yesterday, but I couldn't be asked to do a stream. So we're going to be reacting to Alan's knee operation AD story. Start to finish, you must watch if you're thinking of me. That's the name of the video. Knee replacement operation AD story. Exclamation point. Start to finish, must watch if you're thinking of one. So I thought you said if you're thinking of one. So Alan's imploring you here to start to finish must watch. This is because if he notices a lot of his stuff, people might start watching it and then fuck it off because it's boring. So Alan's not getting the long-term view, like the longevity view on his channel. So if you're watching me now, I'd like it if you watch to the end. The value proposition is there's something good coming all the way through, so it's worth watching, not just please fucking stick around for my sympathy. But if you tail off on videos and stuff like that, then they're suggested less to other people, aren't they? And if people aren't watching your stuff, like if you're doing a big long video and people are only watching a few minutes and fucking it off, then it's not as good for YouTube. So he wants you to help his statistics by watching all the way to the end. That's what he wants. I mean, we might have to watch a lot of it because we're going to be critiquing it all, but it's a pathetic plea in the title of the video, Alan. A pathetic plea in the title of the video to start with. Yeah, I think I've covered everything I want to say before we get going, haven't I? I'm the Super Chuffer. I'm banned off YouTube for 87 more days of YouTube jail for a very simple Eurovision Song Contest watch-along where I didn't broadcast the Eurovision Song Contest, and instead just a very small part of a window had a bit of the Eurovision Song Contest broadcast without the sound and all yellow and my face over it, so that you could just about see where we were in the broadcast to keep up with it, which has got me in YouTube jail, and the big companies involved are not going to help little old Scotty Hottie. So it might be 87 more days of no streaming on YouTube. We just have to put up with it. So no live streams at the moment, but they're here on Twitch. I'm on Twitch. I'm live. They're here on Twitch. You can be here. And we're going to be editing and uploading to YouTube, which is possibly how you're watching now. I'm glad I've said that. Right, that's my presenter bollocks out of the way. You could not see where we were in the broadcast. You had to keep asking. Exactly. It's weird, isn't it? I wasn't even, it wasn't even a, I don't know how they managed to do me. I think because I put Eurovision Watch Along in the title, they just assumed we were broadcasting it and just said, fuck that one off as well. Put that one in the bin, put that one, automated, mate. Anything that's got Eurovision watching, get that in the bin. Everyone wants to see Mel Gidroy churning butter and they're going to be watching it from our channel only. Anyway, yeah, I did want to address something else actually before we get going. This armchair detective, the promise to the Queen about his knee. So, Alan, I need my videos up live. We had a look at Alan visiting the Queen, didn't we? On our videos, Angry Alan Visits the Queen. Disability scam, I said. Disability scam. And we watched the video, and Alan used a fake disability to get in to see the Queen. Now, he might have needed a knee operation, but I don't think he was disabled. I don't care if he's in the I was going to say supermarket, in the surgeon's office getting a knee operation. He wasn't disabled when he went to see the Queen. He didn't have a disabled badge. He's not like going around, like Alan wasn't disabled like people are, who are legit disabled when he went to see the Queen. And the evidence of that is in all the videos when he went to see the Queen and surrounding him going to see the Queen, of him walking around everywhere all the time, not having any problems. Every now and then complaining, oh, my knee might be a bit bad, but being able to stand up the whole day, like days in a row. I think he went to London to play poker because it's been shown to me that there was a poker tournament in London at the same time. I don't know enough, without the actual without the receipts, I'm not going to be, saying he definitely did or didn't. But what I definitely did and did see there was quite clear. And a lot of people saw what we saw, which was a rude old man twisting the system for his own benefit so he could jump the queue for the Queen. Okay, jump the queue for the Queen. So that we did as a video. We made a video about it. It was very clear and very obvious what was happening. We were able to do that because Alan had uploaded his own video of him doing that. So it's just me critiquing him. So then Alan himself, Angry Alan, puts up this video, doesn't he? The promise to the Queen. This video, the promise. Keeping my promise to the... He puts up this video and I thought, what is this? Why has he uploaded this? And I realised it was just one of his old videos that he'd re-uploaded. So it's really weird to have done that. Really weird. And it's obviously direct response to our critique on him. Our fair and reasonable critique on him that he jumped the queue at the Queen. And he also put in his community page, didn't he? These horrible pictures of the thing. This I didn't like, using the anxiety and the mental health thing. You know, that's not very nice, is it? That's not very nice to use anxiety and mental health as your crutch against trolls, is it, Alan? Because you don't have those problems really, Alan, do you? Not in the, like, you might be starting to get anxious now because we're uncovering all of your bullshit, but you don't really have mental health problems like the rest of the people who suffer from them. It's not very nice. Where is it that he said push in to see the Queen? Because here it is. So it's done, the full knee replacement. For the haters, proof. Watch them spin like it's not AD. Lol. Good luck with that. For those that believed I pretended, I had knee op coming when you pretended I pushed in the Queen's queue. So he's changed the wording of this since I've called him out on YouTube. Because I called him out on YouTube when he said, when I pushed in the Queen's queue. Now he's saying that I pretended he pushed in the Queen's queue. He wrote it as if he pushed in the Queen's queue because he was an idiot on YouTube. So I clipped it and called him out. But he has the chance to change these things, doesn't he? So Angry Alan is incensed that we said he pushed in the Queen's queue like Philip Schofield. And the facts of the matter are that he definitely pushed in the queue like Philip Schofield, aren't they? Like, the facts of the matter are that he definitely pushed in the queue like Philip Schofield.
Big armchair. Oh yeah. I've got a dog. I've got a pedigree dog. I've got all the bling. As much chicken as I can eat.
So now we're disabled queue. Yeah, disabled.
Yeah, just go.
Thank you.
Make sure that is put the tune up for your phone.
Okay, straight. See the way we got that was the power of the disabled. Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Power of the disabled. So I'm going to stick on that. I'm going to say, yeah, like, Alan, just because he had a knee operation in several years later doesn't mean that this action wasn't a scam and using somebody else, like a fake disability, to get in to see the Queen earlier. Like, I'm going to say he still used a fake disability, no matter how. See, the difference in our videos that's important here is the video that I made about Alan going to see the Queen. Yeah. The video that I made about Alan going to see the Queen. Angry Alan visits the Queen. That's his video, and I'm commenting on it and telling you how and why it's egregious. So I'm reacting to it, commentary. It's totally fine, fair use, no copyright infringement here. We're using it to create this other piece of work. It's absolutely fine, bob on. And it calls him out from his own video. Like, what I'm not doing is I'm not making some sort of impassioned weird plea. So Alan's response to that, this is important that you can see this for what it is. Like, especially, we're having a lot of people that come over to these, well, not my lives on YouTube so much now because I'm on Twitch, aren't I? Fucking hell. But we're having a lot of people who are being exposed to Alan's seedy side. They're understanding who he really is, and they're coming away from him because of the things we're doing and saying. So Alan's video, on the other hand, right, is not what he actually did. Why didn't you just, Alan, if you're all in the right here and you're completely in the right, why didn't you re-upload the video of you saying, oh, I got in the disabled queue and all that? Why didn't you re-upload that one? Why are you trying to cover the truth with this bullshit? Because what this is Alan's manipulation.
I would go and pay my respects to the Queen, lying and stating I would do it.
I would do it. I would do it. I did it. Emotional manipulation. It's emotional manipulation. It's easy to see that this is emotional manipulation because he's got a video of what he actually did, but he's not showing you that. Instead, he's showing you all this weird emotional manipulation, like these strange collage of photos and statues, and here he is doing a bit of talking. Emotional manipulation.
All over the world. That complete.
Like, trying to make it into a, like, you know, Alan's day out and look, I signed the book, and, you know, where's his dyslexia there? Did he write that himself? Surprisingly, no mistakes in his dyslexic handwriting there. Maybe he tried to pull his shit together for the Queen. Or maybe someone else wrote that for him and then he's just holding the pen. It's all strange though, isn't it?
But anyway,
the point I'm making here is that this is an emotional plea. This video he's re-uploaded, so he can get double views on a video that he's already uploaded in the past. Bit weird, isn't it, to re-upload a video that you already uploaded in the past? And people in the chat weren't like, why did you re-upload the same video you already uploaded? Like, this is weird. And what it is it's an emotional plea to try and twist people's idea about the truth. The truth was, what we showed you on the channel, he went walking and he pretended to be disabled to get a jump on the queue. So that was the truth. Wasn't it? I need to make this bigger because it's not banging in my eye line. It's not like popping out at me. I'm not following you in chat enough. I should be following you in chat. At Super Chuff me in chat if you need me to see something. But otherwise, you're good talking to each other, aren't you? So yeah, just wanted to make this clear. Alan, you know, since we dropped that video, he's been right on his egg. And it's included re-uploading an old video, which is like a foolish move. Really weird and foolish move. Two reasons. The main reason, it's stupid to re-upload one of your old videos just on the random about the Queen. It's stupid. And the second reason is that it highlights that you're doing emotional manipulation and I'm just telling it as it is. So like I used your video to tell it like it is, and now you're doing some emotional manipulation to try and counteract that because you're a narcissist and this is the manipulation of the narcissist. So it highlights what a stinky, twisted little narcissist he is. So that's good, isn't it, in a way? So let's see what he's been up to then. So I've made sure we've got that clear. What I tweeted on Twitter, sorry, was that I thought he was having a more minor surgery than he is, and he's making it out to be a bit more than it is. And he says that, like, can't tell you where we are because of all the haters, but I can probably just get a hospital's address just like that, and I'm not going to do anything about it. Like, I'm not going to, like, you know, I don't need to turn up at the hospital, but this is the most local hospital to Weston-super-Mare. Like, so what? Like, I'm trying to point out that everything he's saying is nonsense, and he's spinning it all into a drama and a crisis when it's not really that. That's what we're getting here. Mountains out of molehills. So that's what I've tweeted. I don't care if he's in hospital or not, but he said he is. I think he's in and out on the same day. So what? Let's see what he's got for us then. Angry Alan.
Alan, I am the armchair detective.
Sorry, what?
Alan, I am the armchair detective.
Alan, I am the armchair detective. Is he talking to himself at the start of the video?
Alan, I am the armchair detective.
Or did that supposed to say, hi, I am Alan, or is it just Alan, I am the armchair detective? Is he talking to himself?
Alan, I am the armchair detective.
I'm going to have to let this roll. Otherwise we'll never get through it. You can still tippy me, you fuckers, on coffee.com. That still works. Actually, I should have done that as part of my... I should have done that. I'll have to do this as part of my intro on the channel now, won't I? So what, it does harm the tippies because lots of people on the lives. Hello, Brack Girl, new chatter. Lots of people on lives on YouTube and lots of little tippies, and it comes in and it makes a difference. But twitching, fewer tippies. But even if I'm offline, this is what I want to say to the people on YouTube. Even if I'm offline, you can still send me the tippy if you like the content, you fucker. So let's do the content so that you can decide if you think the tippies are worth it. Right. Hello, new chatters. New intro here. Or is it an old intro? It says WisconsinWhispers.com on that. Deep dive into true crime. Hope you enjoy it. www.WisconsinWhispers.com. That says it on the screen there at the bottom. Alan might have missed that because he's a fucking idiot. So let's see what Wisconsin Whispers is, shall we? Let's Google that. Wisconsin Whispers. Chris Watts doesn't want me to go on there. Chris Watts book and documentary. Chris Watts, known as the man who annihilate Alan Vinicum, aka Armchair Detective, takes you on the journey of truth. What's this? Oh no, I haven't just clicked on a phishing site, have I? Hopefully it stopped me from going there, didn't it? Because it didn't want to take me there. Because Alan's got phishing sites. Well, YouTube thinks Alan might, or I think YouTube thinks Alan might have phishing sites. Like, this might not be a good site. It's malicious, trying to steal your details. Maybe he's got me there, but my thing didn't want to take me there. It cannot be shown because the authenticity of the received data could not be verified. So I'm assuming my YouTube, my browser wouldn't take me there. You know, I've got firewalls up and stuff like that. Not secure, it says. This is why Alan's getting in trouble as well on YouTube if he's promoting that. Because YouTube will say, well, are you trying to steal people's details? Why is your site not secure? Wisconsin Whispers. Weird stuff. Straight off the bat. Alan and his weird stuff. Stay away from Alan. He's a dodgy geezer. This looks like Alan shot this in his lounge. Probably. That's Alan's pipe and camera, obviously. This is Alan's photograph of all his props. There's Alan in his hat, black and white now. There's a baggy head cap, and like Alan's obviously out. Alan's been busy out while he's had his knee operation. He's been out taking lots of photographs of himself out and about, hasn't he? Or is he just stealing things off the internet? He's got his own Wisconsin Whispers website, and it's dodgy and you can't go on it from my browser. So I don't know what's going on with there. I wouldn't suggest you go on it. Copyright disclaimer here. A copyright disclaimer, which Alan started using to try and... He's saying that the ideas in the videos are anyone's. So I could say that I think Emma White murdered her and this is why I'm hammered. And anyone can say that now because I've said it, which in a way is true, isn't it? Ideas are just ideas. But the difference with Alan is we will do a video on our channel with... Like we did a live broadcast. Like my favourite one is this one with the friends because he used the same thumbnail. He'd never seen those videos about her friends before, never seen them. And then below it, Nicola Bully Psyops with Emma and the Tooth, and we talked about the Tooth. He'd never seen those things before. We do the video on it. He uses the same thumbnail and the same things I've said. So you don't need Alan, you can just watch me. So that's crap content. It might not be copyright, but it's crap content. On the other hand, the trouble I've got recently, because I broadcast a tiny square of Eurovision, and because Alan's had this same trouble taking other people's videos, the things they filmed, and uploading, taking things they've edited and uploading to your channel. Neither of those things are acceptable. Copyright, my creative work, someone else's creative work, you've uploaded it. So Alan is constantly doing this. He did it with his Obios video, didn't he? He just took someone else's video off and then uploaded. That's copyright problems, and that's the copyright issue. The other thing is more of an etiquette problem, being an arsehole, stealing people's content, plagiarism, and that doesn't fall under this copyright system. There's no fair use plagiarism, so it just makes you into a cock. So I don't know why he's bringing up this copyright. Every time Alan uses something that's somebody else's copyright, he gets done for it. The Obios video got taken down. We can all see that stuff in that video against me. My favourite video of his where he did the one against me. Let's quickly... I can edit all this shit out now, can't I, these days? Come on, armchair. Oh, come on. Armchair Detective YouTube. Come on, hurry up. When he did the video about me on the... Here. Where am I? As he took it down. Maybe it had to go. Maybe it got... maybe it got binned off for copyright. Oh, don't say it's taken down. Or was it on the red channel? It was on here, wasn't it? I think he's taken it down. The one with the wig. The wig video. That had all this stuff from charities in it, and he just cut and pasted that. So Alan does copyright infringement all the time. Like, it's a feature of his content, copyright infringement. And when he's not doing direct rip and cut and rip, he's doing the other thing where he just says what someone else said. So Alan doesn't have anything of his own to offer, and everything that he does. So I don't know why he's got this copyright disclaimer on at the top. Like, he's not planning to use anyone else's content in today's episode, is he? He's not planning to show a video, or was that the copyright stuff that you just watched? And that's why he's put the copyright disclaimer up. Because you can't just rip it off someone's website, use the picture in your video. That's not allowed. Anyway, that's Alan on copyright. A weird and stupid place to put a copyright notice, because all it does is give you an exact definition of the things you do that infringe other people's copyright. Here he is.
Hello, guys. Looking
like a potato in a Chelsea shirt. Let's try and get the quality up. He's laughing about it immediately. Immediately it's funny. Is it because he's high, or is it because he's about to get some money, or is it because he's about to perform his grift? What you'll see from Alan today, I imagine... Let's be fair, I've already had a quick overview of this, right? Hello, to sleep, chance to dream. How are you all doing? How are you doing in chat? Everyone's saying hello to each other. We've got the mimps in chat, hardcore mimps. What Alan's going to do is he's going to be performing his grift. This is an opportunity. He doesn't feel that bad. He's, got his crutches and this and that, but he's going to play it up and perform his grift. So he's going to get what we call Duper's Delight tonight, where Alan will tell you a lie or twist something or whatever, and then he'll laugh. He'll laugh because he can't keep it in. Duper's Delight. And we're immediately presented with the big smile, the big Duper's Delight smile, the big con man smile. And the hand of ham. Look at how big. I mean, I'm not taking the piss because of a physicality thing with Alan. Like, that's not why I'm ripping him. But it does shock me the way this forearm is so big. It's like it's getting bigger. Like, what's going on with it? Not in a sort of I've been to the gym way, but in a sort of like, monstrosity sort of way. Here he is.
Oh, what a 48 hours that was. Armchair detective.
What a 48 hours that was. Armchair detective. So am I to assume you've been in hospital for 48 hours? That's the way you're going to spin it out. It's not going to be you were in and out on the same day. Considered even if it was overnight, you're considered what do you call it, an outpatient. Do you know what I mean? Just like in and out the same day. It's going to be some big super stressful thing,
Even at home. I could have done this from the hospital, but I didn't want the hospital being like.
Don't be stupid. There's no way in the world you're doing a live stream from inside the hospital. Don't be stupid. You couldn't do this from the hospital because they said to you, put your phone away, you probably had a go at doing some stuff, and they said you're not going to be filming everything in here. You've probably already been told, so you're probably saying that to poke fun at the nurses who told you off and said you couldn't. You're not doing a live stream in the hospital. They're not putting up with that. And the other thing, Alan, is you haven't got time because they're whipping you in and out.
I could have done this from the hospital, but I didn't want the hospital being like trolled because the hospital's real world.
So I put what I thought was the address of the hospital. It might be in the wrong hospital, but I put the address of the hospital. No trolling. No one. I doxed the hospital. Listen, I put it up there to prove. We couldn't even be asked to call you up and say get well soon. I couldn't be asked to even, because I could have made a YouTube video out of it, me calling Alan in hospital. Couldn't be asked, man. You're not that important. No one's doxing you. No one's trolling you. No one cares that you went to hospital and had your knee operation. I only found out about it because you posted on it for sympathy.
And when the trolls phone them up, say, get that con man out of your hospital.
What do you mean get that con man out of your hospital? Are you in a hospital or not? Now you're telling us it's a con. You are a con man. That is guaranteed. We know it because we've seen the restaurant inspector. You're a con man. We've seen you doing your poker scam where you get their money and you're off to play poker. You're a con man. We've seen it with your BS about this and your BS about that. You lie about things. You twist it. That's what you are. That's who you are. Pretending to be a detective. Now you're bringing it up.
When the trolls phone them up, say.
So now, hang on. Are we going into a section on trolling? Is that what we're going to do? Are we going to have the troll section at the start? Brilliant.
Get that con man out of your hospital. It's not nice to them, is it? They've got work to do, Didn't want that. Anyway, I've had my knee operation. And the knee operation, believe it or not, is normal one night. They got me in.
He's doing this on his phone, isn't he? I imagine. I was going to say, why isn't he not mic'd up properly? But he's doing this on his phone. Angry Alan has a ramble on his phone.
6 o'clock in the morning.
Got you in at 6 in the morning. I have to turn. Wait.
The next day.
I imagine I'm going to have to turn the Genshin Impact music down a little bit because he's going to be quiet because of Alan's inability to create media properly. I'm going to have to adjust my sound quality to reduce the volume to match him. I'm going to literally have to be dragged down to his level. There we go. I've dragged the audio from my end down a little bit to his level. That's the plan there. We've got an enhanced chatter there. He should try being in labour for 3 days and then giving birth to an £11 baby. Yeah, Alan's got no idea. If he thinks some operation on his knee is something to cry about on the internet for sympathy vote for disability incapacity, he's got no idea. And it should just offend people. That's all. It should put people off, if anything. That's all.
Harsh. Because it's one of the most painful operations you can have.
Don't be stupid. Hang on, wait. What's he had? Knee, some pain is normal after knee surgery. It will reduce after time. Most people will take oral pain medication for several weeks. I'm sure there are a lot of people who had a lot of pain after knee surgeries, but it didn't come up as the most invasive and painful surgery you can have. It didn't come up as that. It definitely didn't come up as that. Knee replacement surgery. I mean, I feel like I should do some investigation into knee replacement surgery, but I'm not a medical expert, and that's not the angle I'm going to come at today. Not really. If he did have a knee replacement, I don't care. So what? He's had a knee replacement, and if he didn't, that's something we can really go at him, I suppose. So if he's faking a knee replacement, that's mental. But I didn't assume he was until he brought the concept up, and made a big thing, because now I have to. The problem with Alan is he's gaslighting all the time, even when he's telling the truth. So I don't know I do know which parts to. He tries to make it so that you're confused. Which parts should you focus on? I know which parts to focus on, but I'm showing how the technique works here. So now we're questioning knee replacements. That's a waste of time because he might have actually had one. So the surgeon makes a cut down the front of your knee and moves your kneecap. They cut away the damaged ends. New parts are fitted over the ends. The kneecap is put back. They close the cut, and you stay in the recovery room until you're awake, and then you give him medicine. A partial one, similar operation, but the cut on your knee will be smaller, and you have a quicker recovery. So we'll never know really which knee replacement he had, will we? Unless we're out to measuring cuts. And he's going to say his recovery time is whatever it is, so we'll never really know. But they're not making a big thing of it here. The operation takes 1 or 2 hours. You can have a general or a local anaesthetic in your spine if you're awake and you have no feeling. So, you could have the epidural in your spine, or you could have a general. And it takes about a couple of hours, and then they send you out. It's a bit of a big cut on your knee. They cut your knee. So that's a big cut. But it's not one of the most aggressive. They're not saying all this terrible stuff that he's saying. So I've just checked that. That's all.
Believe me, when people tell you it's painful,
I thought he might have had a keyhole. You can just have a keyhole cartilage surgery or something like that. I thought he might have just had that because the way he goes on and eggs things up like a little toddler.
It is frigging painful. Epidural at the back.
So it's not painful then because you've had the epidural, which means you can't feel any of it. So the bit where they put in the bit where they put in the I know an epidural, the concept of them doing the injection might be a painful injection, but from there on out, that is it.
Bend over. Let's find a spot in your spine. Bang. God knows what they put in my arm. Loads of
just a saline drip, probably.
stuff. I didn't dare ask.
Like a saline drip.
Some sort
because you're not unconscious.
of opiates.
Some sort of opiates. I don't think they would be filling you full of opiates if you're having your epidural knee up. The epidural knocks you out from the waist down, and then you have your knee operated on. You just sit there. They're not going to be giving you heroin.
What the hell?
That's why, you see, I told you he'd laugh when he told a lie today.
Some sort of opiates.
And then he's laughing there. Laughing. That's the manipulation. That's the lie. Spotted him. Easy tell. Duper's delight.
What the hell? But I was going to tell you the story. They shut me out. They chuck everybody out. One day they want, because it's the worst operation.
See how he just laughing long there said they chuck everybody out one day.
They chuck everybody out. One day they want.
One day. So you're in for one day. Like it just said on the NHS website. Yeah, it's not a big.
Because it's the worst operation you can have, because rehabilitation starts.
In chat there, it's saying he's a snowflake. The thing is, he's not a snowflake. This is no big deal to Alan. He just wants you to feel it's a big deal. It's a manipulation. He himself, Alan, is not suffering here. And he wants you to feel he's suffering so he can leverage that. Now, it might seem like he's being a big ninny, but he's worse than a big ninny. He's a nasty old man pretending to be a big ninny.
As soon as you come to. Because with a knee operation, it's imperative. If you're going to have a knee operation, let me tell you, you have to do the rehab. If you don't do the rehab, all that pain's for nothing.
Nothing.
And it's the only one where they tell you to, as soon as you wake up, bend your knee 90 degrees. What?
What? I don't know anything about the rehabilitation of the knee operation, but I imagine you have to bend your knee sometimes, or don't, or whatever. But is this what we're going to be talking about? Someone did a little cut, they stitched it up. You've had stitches on your knee, right? And you've got to move your knee around. You've had your knee, you had the bit replaced, they cut this, they cut that, they put it back together, and now you've got to sometimes move it steadily. Is that really what we're going to be leveraging today, Alan?
Just cut my knee wide open and put a load of new knee in it, and you want me to... Any other thing, you said, oh, you might rip the stitches, right? Oh, not in the knee operation. Oh, no. No, I can warn you, I'll be honest with you, it is a painful operation.
No, it's not. You were completely unaware of any of the pain of the operation.
But here's the trick they do. they pulled me full of oxycodone.
Here's the trick they do, right? So I am analysing, psychoanalyzing and body language and textual analysing a man who is on drugs. So that is going to be funny because it's going to be almost like a truth serum in a way for some aspects of Alan's personality here. There is no trick in the medical profession. They're not tricking you. But Alan is trying to trick you, so he's used the language of the con man. They fill you full up of oxycodone. I imagine they give you some painkillers afterwards, is what he's trying to tell us.
That Shanann had, right?
That Shanann had? No, it's a Chris Watts thing.
I was full of it. I felt great. No. I'll tell you about the operation in a minute, but I've got it all written down for you.
Dover and Dolly's mum, yeah, I'll be hopefully getting through all of it tonight. So
notes. So I'm sat here in my Chelsea pajamas that I had on, so just in case any of them doctors support Chelsea.
You mean you haven't changed since you've been to the hospital?
Because it's got to have trousers. You can't have trousers, so it's shorts, you see. Because otherwise, it take your pants off. I didn't want to take your pants off. So I'll show you.
I wouldn't mind just wearing one of those gowns. Just wouldn't care. Alan doesn't want to take his pants off.
I have Chelsea pajamas. I've got these free.
Got these free. Yeah, got them free. Yeah. Jeez. You can't find them at a car boot. But I trust you, Alan. I do believe. You're such a trustworthy guy. For once, when Alan for once has done something that's actually real, he's got all these props of the truth. So therefore, he's like, oh, I've got all this stuff. Look, this one's actually real. I've got this and I've got that, so I can show. Like, why does it have to be a performance? If you've had a nip operation, you got crutches. You can just say you got crutches. You don't have to like wave them around and prove it, unless half of the time you're lying. And you don't know when you have to perform and when you have to prove, and you want us to be because I'm supposed to be feeling gaslit at this moment. Are they real crutches? Can't you just get them from the car boot? Can't you buy them online? Like, did he really have an operation? I'm all right just to think, you might have actually had an operation. I don't know why everything has to be a fucking gaslight.
I'll see if I can stand up.
Well, you've got a fucking knee operation, you idiot.
To be honest.
No.
Jeez.
Although you would if you weren't. Look at him wallowing like a. I don't mean to take the piss, right? But it is up to you how you live your lives. And if Alan wants to get himself in this physical condition, before he's had the knee operation, he's had years and years to try and, I'm going to have to go around on with one knee here.
Again. I couldn't be happier. Swish!
Slinky Socks sent tippies.
The tippies have started.
If he laughs when he lies, then there ain't an ounce of truth in this video XXX.
Oh yeah, every time he laughs
Super
when he
Chuffer
laughs. He's going to be laughing a lot. You're right. This makes me laugh though, because he's had the opportunity to prepare for this, and in no way is he prepared in any way. He hasn't got anything in his home to help him leverage his, his quite portly body weight, which is all like, he's like an egg rolling around, isn't he now? So he's got this problem on his one knee. He could have gone for a bit more exercise beforehand and toned up a bit. Now he's got problems and he's going to be waddling and rolling around under his own body weight. So, look, and he's going to make it, look at this, playing the role.
So I've got my crutches and I've got my Chelsea pajamas that finish there, right?
Well, you're not having any pain right now lifting and bending your knee, are you?
And yeah, so
like clearly no pain at all, because he lifted it to show you and forgot, because he thought I'll show you the Chelsea pajamas, and then he forgot, oh shit, that's my knee, the bad one. I'm supposed to be in pain while I move that. So now here comes ham hand. Actually, you need a bit more of this in shot. You need the full ham hand in shot here. I'm not gonna. This is a good one. I'm gonna close up on this one. Can I have a close up on this one, maybe? Where's FF2 then? That's chat, is it? What? What's going on with my Firefox windows today, man? Firefox. There we go. We have got a real corker of a ham hand in this shot. A real corker. So it's worth the extra time for me just to do this. Look at this. Look at this in shot. Look at this. Look at that for a ham hand. Look at this, the way the finger turns into a carrot. Look at that, big hammy. Big hammy paw. Look at that. Look at that, man. Big ham hands, man. Right, here he goes. And like, no offence to everyone, if anyone's a bit portly, that's all right, but it's Alan specifically and his ham-fisted nature to the world that is born out in this like giant ham hand that he appears to have. It's almost like Edgar Allan Poe's Telltale Heart, It's like a telltale ham hand. The more he lies and the more chuff he does, the more ham-fisted his approach to all this bullshit, the worse his ham hands get. So, Zoom in on that crotch. I'm not zooming in on the crotch.
They had me stood up the next morning
He
like
doesn't want to take his pants off.
that. And it's absolute agonies to
Well, it's not agony, is it? Because you just got up and moved it around and it was fine.
stand up, okay? It really is.
No, it's not that bad, is it? I know people who are in agony. I've seen them. Like, I just don't think that's fair, Alan.
It's not
I mean, I can understand it's painful, but the agony, like the agony.
But don't be scared, because
If you're out there and you're suffering with pain, you know, I feel you. Like, I'm sorry for you, because I know that people out there suffer with actual proper pain where they have to get like proper medication and go through actual agonies. And like, I just think that's why people should be angry at Alan for, like, if you like, didn't even let out any like or anything. I was just up on the. There's my Chelsea pajamas. Hey, I mean, ow! Like, what?
it's better than being in pain the rest of your life, isn't it? So I did that. And also, I just wanted to say, I had a full renal replacement, yeah. Someone did it at 39, no pain anymore.
He's reading their.
Yeah, I hope to be able to be on the beach running in the summer. I can't wait. But I haven't got past the worst, right? The operation's not the worst. The rehab's the worst. They have
He's
me
laughing now. She's laughing. Why is he laughing then?
But I haven't got past the worst, right? The operation's not the worst. The rehab's the worst.
Why is he laughing at that? Why is that funny? The rehab's the worst. Is it because he's underestimating that the rehab will be painful? Or is he underestimating, or is he overplaying the rehab at the moment so that you feel sorry for him? Or is it because it's one of these things that it doesn't matter how, like, he can say now for the next 6 months he's in the rehab. Alan's in rehab for his knee. He's supposed to be moving it. He's not doing, like, he obviously knows he's not going to do what they tell him to do, is he? He's already just, like, Alan in his life, remember, Alan will not do what you tell him to do. Doesn't matter what you tell him to do, Alan will not do it. Alan is a narcissist who has this approach to it. Some stupid nurse said that my rehab was going to be bad. I don't need to bend my knee. Like, whatever. Alan will not do what you tell him to do in general. So he might play along with the doctor, who might have been a man. But, like, Alan is not necessarily going to do what you're going to tell him to do. He's going to go up against it. Can you put the Tippies link in chat? The one on screen goes to gift a sub. Yeah. I mean, it's all right to use the Twitch system as well, because I still get money from Twitch if you tippy through Twitch. That's also fine. But yeah, that's our coffee.com, and it's coffee.com/Ganji. I get more of a cut, and it's the tippy system, isn't it? Yeah. So, you know, Alan's bad knee, and his laughter about the. If you're approaching a difficult 6 months of rehab, I don't know why it'd be funny. I don't know why it makes him laugh. So it occurs to me that it might be because he's misrepresenting his feelings to you, so that like, he wants you to feel that he's going through a 6 month difficult rehab, and he's going to leverage that for money off his little wenches and wrenches off his wrenches. So maybe he finds that funny. Like, maybe he's happy about it. He's certainly smiling and laughing.
They have me doing exercises today. But I just wanted to let you know that it's
Now we're getting that serious again. You know, we're pulling it in. I want to let you know it's very serious. Oh, he might not pull through the night. You know.
Mental Health Awareness Week here in the UK.
And it's Mental Health Awareness Week we're going to move on to now. He's got like a list of topics he's written down. Now, this is disgusting and egregious because he's jumping on a bandwagon of Mental Health Awareness Week. We've done our mental health awareness for a full year, haven't we? Over on, you know, I've got Mental Health Monday. I'll shout it out. You go on our channels. Like, we've got a channel called Mental Health Monday, and for a full year I've done mental health awareness. And I've got my own history with mental health, but it's not about my history with mental health. Through that, we actually helped some people. And it's not the most popular thing on the internet, but it's all there now. If you've got any problems, it's there if you want to watch it. And people come to us sometimes and talk. And so recently we did one on Battery Exhausted as well. Not because it's Mental Health Awareness Week, which is a good week. You know, let's do Mental Health Awareness Week, obviously. But we did a live stream, Mental Health Worries, specific mental health. Like, you know, I know about this sort of stuff. Also, I've got the ASMR channel. And that channel helped a lot of people with mental health problems, and a lot of the videos there, people with mental health problems found solace in them. So I started to look into it and offer more support for people with mental health problems, links, advice, that sort of stuff. So I've got an extensive background and history with that sort of stuff. So we're in my wheelhouse now, talking about mental health awareness. And for Alan to just jump on this, Alan does not have mental health problems in the way that he's going to pretend so that he can leverage to you for pity and sympathy. He has got mental health problems.
Raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish, and then
ACW sent tippies. That worked. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much, ACW. Thank you very much. I probably want to keep popping that into chat, won't I, every now and then, if it's not going to do it for me on Twitch. The thing Alan has got as a mental problem is he's got narcissism. It's like a personality dysfunction. So he's got that, and he will feel bad because he's going to end up more and more increasingly distant and alone from people because he pushes them apart and like is mean to them, and he's selfish, and he uses people as a resource. He doesn't treat them like human beings, he uses them as a resource. So Alan does have mental problems, and what that's going to lead to is he's going to feel sad because he's going to be on his own, and because people don't like him and they won't give him as much free money. So Alan's going to start to feel bad for himself, and he's going to use that to create a sympathy loop that's going to create people to try and give him money. But when Alan does that, when Alan's like, oh, I feel so sad, you know, can I have a tenner? And you give him a tenner, he's like, ha, fucking stupid you, I've got your tenner. Like, he doesn't really feel these things. You feel them. You feel the compassion. You feel it when you look at children who suffer and you give money to charity. You feel it when you, like, that old lady can't quite get with her shopping. I'll go and give her a hand. You know, you feel that compassion. You instinctively act. And it's that he's leveraging. So we have to be even more careful with Alan whenever he feels, or we feel, that, oh, you know, maybe we should lay off him, or maybe he needs our pity or support. We need to be extra careful at that moment, because that's the moment where he's doing his thing. And he inside doesn't feel that. Oh, I'm so grateful to these people. I need this. It's all just an act. And he's laughing at you and sneering at you behind the glasses, you know.
As you know, I suffer from anxiety, depression.
Now he suffers from anxiety, depression. Because it's Mental Health Week, Alan suffers from mental health. It's not let's help other people with mental health because it's anxiety, depression. No, Alan suffers with it. Now it's another week that we can focus on Alan and his problems.
My voice is gone because of the number of drugs I've been taking.
Oh, I thought your voice had gone because you were going to have an emotional response to the talking of anxiety and depression. But it's not that, is it, Alan? It's because you're on drugs. Alan doesn't really have feelings like the rest of us. Remember that.
Mental Health Awareness Week here in the UK. As you know, I suffer from anxiety, depression. My voice is gone.
Wait, I want to say this as well, right? Alan doesn't have feelings like the rest of us is a true statement. Narcissists don't. Okay? Like, narcissists don't. It's not like I'm trying to be, like, mean to him. It's just a fact. It's just, like, he doesn't think and feel the way you do. And, like, you would assume he does, but he doesn't. And it's borne out by his behaviours all the time. So I'm not trying to, like, write him off or anything. But in the same way as, like, you know, Fred West didn't care much when he hit people with a hammer. Like, you know, Alan's got a different kind of thought process to you and I. So, you know, you need to remember that. You thought his voice was cracking because it was talking about Mental Health Awareness Week. And do you know what? This is actually really affecting me because, you know, I've had this recent trauma. No, because I'm on drugs. No, fucking hell.
Here in the UK. As you know, I suffer from anxiety, depression. My voice is gone because of the number of drugs I've been taking. I've been told not to go live tonight by now.
Now they get the laughing again. So this anxiety and depression didn't trigger any feelings of anxiety or depression. He's laughing again. And why is he laughing? Because he said he's been told not to go live by what?
Drugs I've been taking. I've been told not to.
Come back. I'm back, yeah. I'm back, yeah. I'm back, yeah? Yeah, okay. That was my screen froze, yeah. One of my programs froze, and I had to close it and open it. No big deal. Probably OBS, yeah. OBS did one of its, you know, updates recently where everything is now updated, which is better, but I see no difference in anything except sometimes it freezes. So, we're all good. We're all good. I'm back. You can say I'm back. I'm back. So I was just saying this about Alan. Why is he laughing at this moment when he says that his doctor... We assume it's his doctor.
Live tonight by now.
What?
Drugs I've been taking.
I was told not to go live.
From anxiety, depression. My voice is gone because of the number of drugs I've been taking. I've been told not to go live tonight by now. Everybody. So what do? I go live.
So this is a really interesting statement from Alan that I'm going to analyse. Is I've been told not to go live by my by everybody. So what do? I go live, right? So what's happened here is Alan wanted you to think he's been told by his doctor because he said by my. Maybe it's by my doctor. That's what you'd assume because he's been at the hospital, isn't it? But it's not that. It's by my son or his wife or somebody in the house or somebody. Is Alan having someone look after him? Is he in his own house or is he staying with somebody else? And is somebody else in the house and has said, can you not go live tonight? It's not a really good idea. You're tired. You're on drugs. You've just come back to the hospital. Can't you just leave that and eat the curry and just go to bed? Because I don't want to have to get up in the middle of the night listening to you rabbiting on your phone. Can we just leave it for tonight? The kids are asleep or something like that. You know?
Awareness Week here in the UK. As you know, I suffer from anxiety,
But he
depression.
didn't want to say I've been bossed around by my daughter, by my son's wife, or like, you know, didn't want to say that. So he laughed it off. Didn't tell you exactly who said who it was. Left you to assume it was his doctor.
My voice is gone because of the number of drugs I've been taking. I've been told not to go live tonight by everybody. So what do? I go live.
So he laughed about it as well, in a condescending way, but also duper's delight because he's going to tell you a lie. You know, he was telling you who didn't. He was going to tell you the doctor, and he laughed, and you know, there's that. But there's also the condescension and the like in your face, fuck you. Of so what do? I go live. They told me I shouldn't, so I did. I told you we'd do that, didn't I? At the start of today's episode, I told you that was in Alan's personality. They told me not to do this, but I did. Did it anyway. Because fuck you. Because that's a narcissist, isn't it? You can't tell him what to do and what's better for him, what's good for him. No, he's got his own ideas and fuck you. So Alan did go live and here we are, fucking up his own life with these strange ramblings on his live stream. Let's carry on.
2 reasons. A lot of people wrote to me and said, are you all right? And I wanted to say, yeah, I'm all right, you know. Thanks for all your well wishes, yeah.
So 2 reasons. People wanted to know if he's all right, so he should tell them he's all right. You don't need to come on live to do that. You could just either reply to the people specifically who asked, or you could just do a post, couldn't you? So you don't have to do a live for that. There's no reason to do a live. I think the reason he wants to do a live is to grift for money. That's what he wants. Super chats. That's what he wants. I'd like your tippies if you think I'm doing a good job, because like Jesus Christ, who do you think I am? Like, do you think I'm made out of money? Who do you think I am? Philip Schofield or something? I want your tippies too. Oh no, wait, have I copied and pasted it wrong? Yeah, I've copied and pasted it wrong. Come on. Who do you think I am? Do you think I'm made of money? Who do you think I am? I'm trying to think of someone that's really rich now. Simon Cowell or something. He spent all his money on his face anyway. Anyway, back to Alan.
Also, I'm just getting told that day 3 is bad by Susie.
What?
Thanks for all your well wishes, yeah. And also, I'm just getting told that day 3 is bad by Susie.
What? I couldn't understand that. I'm also getting told today 3's bad by Susie.
And also, I'm just getting told that day 3 is bad by Susie.
What does that mean?
Also, I'm just getting told that day 3 is bad by Susie.
3's bad by seating? I don't know what that means, so I can't analyse it. Maybe it's because he's on drugs. And maybe he's not on the same drugs as they probably, I'll tell you what they said. They probably said, don't drink with your medication. And he's probably had a drink anyway, fuck him. Like, that might be what this is.
Well wishes, yeah. And also, I'm just getting told that day 3 is bad by Susie.
3's bad by Susie. Day 3 rehab is bad, Susie says. Okay.
Also, I've been told that the trolls are saying that I made it up.
So this is weird. So he's decided the first reason he wanted to come on was to show you he's okay, and the second reason he wants to come on, so the real reason, because the first reason is just the bullshit he says to try and, you know, with Alan he's telling lies all the time. So the first reason is the bullshit. Now we get into the core of it. Some people said that the trolls said he's making it up. Now listen, nobody said he's making it up. Nobody said that. No one has said to him that the trolls have said that they are. He's saying that to his audience. I would guarantee up to this point, his audience have not been talking about the trolls. You're seeing it on the chat now. I'm rewinding it. They didn't mention it. No one's on here saying the trolls are telling you that you're making it up. You think they'd be telling him in the chat? They're not. Alan is making this up. This is a fabricated narrative to make people. It's a manipulation, isn't it? It's a fake story. This is Alan all over. The trolls never said he hasn't gone into hospital. I showed you my tweet, what I said. Keyhole surgery, question mark. The man is an arse, in and out on the same day. Milking it for sympathy like a toddler. Still stand by that. If it's not keyhole surgery, it's not. I put a question mark, I don't know. The man's an arse, in and out the same day. Milking it for sympathy like a toddler. So I've actually said he's in and out the same day. I didn't say he's making it up. Who's saying he's making it up? Nobody. Alan. Alan's saying that we're saying he's making... Alan, man. Stop telling lies.
I got a knee problem and I made it up that I was in hospital. I made it all up.
So this is what's called straw manning, isn't it? Where you create an argument that doesn't exist and then you beat it to death. Oh, I'm the winner in this argument that nobody was arguing against me on because I made it up. It's part of manipulation, and it is part of gaslighting as well to make you... Later on, he'll say, remember when the trolls made this thing up? And you'll say, well, did they make it up? And you say, oh, let me check the video. And it'll be him here saying that they did. And he'll say, yes, there's the evidence. I said it in the past, remember? Like, he does that. He will literally look on his old video and say, well, I said it there in the past, so that's evidence now. It's a video, so it's evidence. He's an idiot.
For sympathy.
Covering his face with a drink of possibly water on screen today. But
I got a knee problem and I made it up that I was in hospital.
So now he's laughing. Do you notice? Remember I said about the laughing? Anyone who follows Alan that ever watches this, please understand. He's conning you. I can prove it. This is Duper's delight. Duper's delight. Why is it funny that people are making things up about him?
I got a knee problem and I made it up that I was in hospital.
Why is it funny? He can't hold the face. This is the mask slipping. He's a bit loose because he's had a few painkillers. And this is the mask slipping. He's trying to do the serious grift on you. And when he lies, he laughs because he's lying and he's getting away with it like a naughty child. Naughty Alan. Tell those women what they want to hear and you'll get away with it. Naughty Alan. Hello? Is no one else wise to this?
I made it all up for sympathy.
Yeah.
There's a story to that. I went to pay respects to my queen when she died.
There's a story to that. So now it's about the Queen stuff. Now it's all wrapped in. Weird that is, isn't it? Because when I made my video about Alan visiting the Queen, all I did was go through his content, find something that was fucking awful, and then just highlight it on a video. Like, we could do that about 6 or 10 times before we run out of any before I even start to think about running out of anything. Like, there's several more awful things that Alan's done. Don't worry. But I didn't... It's got nothing to do with your knee operation. It's got nothing, like, the story doesn't start with here. You did do a disability scam several years ago. You didn't have a disability when you went to visit the Queen. Let's not try and fold that in.
And I got trolled. Because I went into the priority queue and I said, look, I'm on the waiting list for a knee replacement.
Did he get trolled back in the day? Was it back in the day that he got trolled? Or is that, I just recently trolled him? So he's supposed to be coming on to pretend like, oh, the trolls have been saying I've had a fake knee operation. No, we've not. We've been doing this. And this is what we're talking about now, Alan. So somebody is having their puppet strings pulled. Oh, you shouldn't talk about the trolls. Oh, no, I won't. But somebody's having their puppet strings pulled. And you will, Alan. You will talk about me in the future. You will. Because you're a narcissist. You can't avoid it. You have to. This is like, you know, I might be pulling the strings, but you're still going to dance. So, you know, let's keep it rolling, Alan. Let's have another one. Let's have another response. Because it's really a response to me now, isn't it? Because I'm the one that released that video recently, didn't I? Isn't it? So why don't you just fucking call this response to Super Chuffer while you dance, you fucking knob. Like, man up and face it. Don't pretend to hide behind a knee operation. Man up and face it.
I can't wait the 6 hours in the queue. Can I join the priority queue? And
Didn't you wait 6 hours to get that wristband in? Isn't that what you said?
And they looked at my leg and said, yeah. And
they looked at your leg in London. This is a new piece of information. Obviously, Alan's all about watching the videos and recording information. They looked at your leg and said, yeah, that leg looks bad. You're in the disabled queue, mate. Disabled pass for you.
6 hours in the queue. Can I join the priority queue? And they looked at my leg and said, yeah. And I only had to wait 2 hours. But for the trolls?
Ridiculous. That's ridiculous, Alan. Don't manipulate the past. You did a video on it. Don't manipulate the past. People know if you had to get a proper disability permit, if you found your fucking wristband on the floor, or if you knocked Iris over and dragged it. Are you finished in the queue, are you? Have you been to see the Queen, have you? Do you think I could have your wristband because I've got a really bad knee and I haven't brought my details? Or maybe you just blagged someone in the fucking thing to get a free wristband. You know, I've got a really bad knee, but I don't know my details. You blagged your way in, Alan. There's no way you were supposed to be in that disability queue. And I'll tell you how I can prove that. Because if you were, and you had, you would have been straight in there in the disability queue. Why would you have gone to London and then tried to queue and then thought, oh, I don't like queuing. I don't know. Oh, actually, it's a disability queue. Maybe I should be in that one. Like, you wouldn't have done that. You'd have been offered your position in the disability queue because as you go to queue, you said, oh, I'm disabled. Straight in the disability queue then. So you didn't do that initially. It came as your backup plan when you couldn't be asked to wait in the main queue. So you just pushed in front of the war veterans.
Liar. Nothing wrong with your knee. You made it all up.
Yeah. I didn't say, well, no. I didn't say there's nothing wrong with your knee. I said you're not disabled and you could have queued like all the rest. There were old people in that queue. There were infirm people in that queue. People who may have qualified for a disability pass but wanted others to allow their spot in that and decided not to queue. Holly Willoughby, and you're in there with Holly Willoughby, and you're in there with Philip Schofield, mate, aren't you, with the jumping? Not the legit, I've got a disability, but queue jumping. I didn't say you didn't have a bad knee. Let's not twist this.
That was when I went to see my queen, pay my respect.
Your queen. Our queen. She could do without people like you, Alan. Oh, I don't know if people know this. The Chelsea thing on his shirt. He's got a channel for his patrons. He's got a channel for his patrons, and he's called the Chelsea Pensioner. That's his @handle, Chelsea Pensioner. Which obviously Chelsea pensioners are people who served in the war, not people who support Chelsea and are pensioners.
They can't even not troll that. They have to troll that.
We have to. It's not that we have to troll that, Alan. I wouldn't have trolled that. It's not trolling it. It's drawing everyone's attention to something horrible you did. Like, it's not just like you called it trolling, but you went to visit the Queen and pretended to be disabled so you could push in front of the queue, didn't you? So it's not, oh, they even have to troll that. It's like that's one of the worst things you've done, and you've put it on the internet and you're proud of it. So like, it's easy pickings, that one, low hanging fruit, Alan. Not they even have to troll that. Like, I can't believe you put it on the internet.
So I re-released my Queen.
Re-released, admitting his own ineptitudes here. They must have drained some of the ham from the hock here, mustn't they, with that? That's probably what they did with the thing, isn't it? His wristband's already tight. His arm's already swollen since he's been in the hospital. Oh my God, as much chicken as I can eat.
So I re-released my Queen, my Queen video.
Re-released his manipulation video, you mean, Alan? Your manipulation video, your Queen video. The promise to the Queen. Respects to the Queen, promise. Manipulation. Not re-release the video of you standing in the queue so everyone could see what you really did. Not re-release that. Full video of me queuing for 2 hours to get disability brand. Full video of my details of disability. This is my... I got a blue badge and I parked and like, no, can I join the disability queue? Right, let's get in. I'm going to be able to run past you. You're in a wheelchair. Yeah.
Going to London. As a mark of respect to Charles taking over and me, what I went through to do it.
As a mark of respect, right? Wait. This is brilliant. This is classic Alan.
My Queen video of me going to London. As a mark of respect to Charles taking over and me, what I went through to do it. It was agonies. It was agonies in that queue.
So Alan's uploaded his video about the Queen. Let me get this straight. This video promises and respects. This video he's uploaded about the Queen as a mark of respect. Right, who's that respect for? Who's that respect for? I want you to understand, who's that respect for? Because Alan's told you.
What I went through to Charles taking over. And
to Charles taking over. Respect to me then.
Video of me going to London. As a mark of respect to Charles taking over.
A mark of respect to Charles taking over. That's me then. I'm the troll taking over your life, Alan. I'm the troll. I'm the detractor. Holy shit. Your detractors. They were right. I'm your detractor and I'm taking you down to Chuffertown. I'm taking you down to Chuffertown, Alan. I'm not having it. I'm taking you down to Chuffertown. It's not, we're not messing about, Alan. Taking you down to Chuffertown. Right? So, I'm the one. Using all my film memes. I'm the one that, Alan, I'm in your head rent-free, aren't I? You love me. Alan can't get enough. Can't get enough of my love. He's not got another wig on. Can't get enough of my love. What's that wig? Go on, Alan, make a comment about the wig. Make a comment about the wig. What do you think of the wig, Alan? Can't get enough of your love. Can't get enough of your love. Alan fucking loves it. Alan can't get enough of it. He put that video up out of respect to the troll taking over. Boom. The trolls, I'll shout out as well, of course. Alan's got his long-time gang stalkers. Of course, I'll shout out the gang stalkers. The detractors, they were right. Martin Dean, we've got Genetic Code, we've got Truth Justice, Lizzie Taylor with the long form. And I you know, let's get those, you know, let's give that respect where it's due. But Alan, out of respect for the trolls, he re-uploaded that video of the Queen thing. Well, what trolls, Alan? Because I did a video called Angry Alan Visits the Queen Disability Scam. Is that out of respect for me that you uploaded that, Alan? I think you shouldn't have done this video while you were on drugs, mate. I think you're revealing your allegiances to God and to the Queen, well, to Scotty Hottie and then the Queen maybe after.
Video of me going to London as a mark of respect to trolls taking over and me, what I went through to do it.
Wait, I thought you... Trolls and the Queen, Alan. Trolls and the Queen. Who's this respect for now?
To trolls taking over and me...
Trolls taking over and you. The wig's coming off so you can see chat. It's too big for chat. The wig's too big for chat. Trolls and you, Alan. That's who we should respect. Trolls and you.
What I went through to do it.
What you went through to do it.
It was...
So in that video... I can't believe he's bringing this up again. Why would you do this? Like, I critiqued him. I dropped the video. It's out there. People have seen it. Don't bring it up and like go over it again, because there are moments in this that make you look like it's not just the things like people have seen the gist of it. They know the gist. But if they watch the video, there are moments in this that make you look even more of a shit. Like when you're pushing in front of this war veteran. When you push in front of the war veteran. I think he's from paratroopers with the green jacket, someone told me. When he's got to wait so you can quickly scoot in front. That bit, pushing in front of the war veteran, that was pretty fucking awful, wasn't it, Alan? Respect for you, Alan, who had to go and quickly jump to the front of the queue. You put that video up of your Queen and your thoughts and all this. You put that up. Look at these people all in this. You see all these people in this queue? This guy with his hat, some sort of military, you know, isn't it? All these people, they're all waiting behind Alan, and this woman's looking at him with anger because he's been in already with his disability badge, and now he's out pouncing around taking pictures in the queue. Like, oh, Alan. Oh, it's probably not even his picture. If anything, he's probably ripped that off the newspaper. But Alan, this is diabolical. Diabolical. Out of respect to you, you've uploaded that. It's not that. You've done it to manipulate the audience. Let's be real. There's a difference in our two approaches. Alan will talk a load of shit, and I'll tell you what it means.
Agonies. It was agonies in that queue. And one of these idiot YouTubers who thinks he's brilliant.
I'm brilliant. I'm a Twitch streamer now as well, aren't I, for fuck's sake? I'm brilliant.
Decided to say I didn't go and all this.
What? I didn't say you didn't go. I said, because you lie so much, we need to see the actual evidence of you being in there. And Genetic Code and Truth Justice showed me the pictures of him in there. And I was like, oh, okay, I suppose he did go in then. Because I thought he might have even got to the front of the queue. They test the wristband and they go, hang on, this belongs to Doris. How did you get that? And he goes, me bad knee. And then they fuck him off. Like, that could have happened. And then what he would do is he'd just take a video outside and say, oh, it was amazing in there. Honestly. Like, he wouldn't, you know, pretend. But he did go. We had a picture of him in there. We know that's what's egregious. That's what's bad. That's why we don't like you for pushing in front of the queue of all those people. He did a Schofield. You're right. He did a Schofield, didn't he? Full on Schofield. Alan Twitch notification. Philip Schofield. We'll say Philip Schofield. We'll clarify. Telling you you know, Philip Schofield. And did you see the guns? I saw the guns. Yeah. And they took their pens away. I'm sorry. What? Angry Alan does the Philip Schofield, doesn't he? Free. Stop with the words. Let's just see Mel.
Thank you.
Make sure that is put to tune up for your phone.
Okay, straight. See the way we got that was the power of the disabled, yes.
Power of the disabled, Angry Alan doing this, the Philip Schofield.
And it's honestly getting on my nerves now.
And Angry Alan with his search history. Talking of nonce, Angry Alan with his search history. So, you know.
Because the nick of the
now,
body...
oh, wait. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Time out, everyone. Time out. This is big. This might not make it into the full cut because I'm going to talk nonsense. So, but this is big, right? Do you remember there will be people in here that are proper chuffer jets, proper super chuffer mimps, right? You remember I said, Alan said that he didn't have a woman locked in. I'll have to find where he said it now. He said he didn't have someone tied up, like some girl kept captive. And the reason that we were dangerous people, check this out. He said, I remember him saying it. It's in the record, it's on my videos. It will be there. People might have to help me find out where I said it or where he said it, but it's in there. He said that we were dangerous gang stalkers, and the reason that it's dangerous is because it could have him killed. There could be people out there that want to get him killed, and the reason they might want to get him killed is because they might make up this thing one day, and then we might make up something else the next, and they might say he's got a girl trapped in there, and then people might want to have him killed. And I said, this is fucking weird. Like, nobody wants to have him killed. Why is he taking it to this weird level? And why is he saying that he's got a girl locked up in his house? Because no one else has said that apart from him. Like, where are these ideas coming from? It's almost as if he's done something in the past, what he's worried about us finding out about, and that this is the worst thing. And that if anyone found out he had this girl locked up in his house, or if she came out and spoke out, people would want to kill him. It's almost as if he was admitting to something that was on his mind and deep down. And now I'm getting it again. I'm getting that feeling again. Someone said in chat about Philip Schofield, because Philip Schofield, and like the word nonce in the UK, it might be a bad word on the old internet, but in the UK, it's a word that people use to refer to sort of sex criminals, paedophiles and stuff like that. And I believe it means not on normal. I mean, I don't know where the word comes from. Let me see. It's a Middle English word. So it's like very deep down, like, in maybe around the world it might seem like a sexual slur or something, but Middle Ages, we've had it. So I know this is what I've heard though, is that it originated in Wakefield prison. This is what I heard. It means not on normal. See, it's in the. Notice how, like in Britain, I'm doing this just in case I get binned off the internet for saying nonce, but it says it's in the it's advertised in the newspaper in the Yorkshire Live or whatever. It's an actual word that we use, that people have used. It's not like some horrible worst word in the world. British slang word for paedophile, originated in Wakefield prison, an acronym by staff there. It meant would not open their doors when other prisoners are out. It stands for not on normal courtyard exercise. Not on normal courtyard exercise, because they're a victim, because people attack them because they're a nonce, yeah? So it's a prison word. So I'm not like doing a sexual slur word here. It's fine. I'm not like, it's not like horrible, And earlier I said poncing around to say like, messing about. Like, words are different in different colloquialisms. So just chill about that. Just chill. But the word nonce, right? We've got the word. We know what the word means now. Right, Alan's afraid of being called a nonce, isn't he? I've just realised when someone said it in chat about Philip Schofield, and he said,
all this, and it's honestly getting on my nerves now. And one of these idiot YouTubers who thinks he's brilliant decided to say I didn't go and all this, and it's honestly getting on my nerves now.
What was it about that triggered it? I don't remember. It was the fact that I look back over it. It's the fact that he tells a lie. I didn't say he didn't go. Like, he makes up this other lie. And what's he really afraid of? Why is he so afraid? And going back to that thing, looking at what was said in chat there, like, is it possible? And like, Alan, the only reason I'm saying this is because of everything Alan has said on his videos. What I've seen, when he said, I'm scared that they might say that I've had a girl locked up in my house. When he said that, I thought, that's weird. Like, you remember? So, is it that Alan has done something in the past that is not just typed on in Google or went to Malta or something else? I mean, back in the day, they didn't have CCTVs and phones and everything, did they? And Alan's been around for a while. So what's he done? What's he done? What's he done that he's so worried about us finding out? Because normal people aren't digging around in people's lives, so they're not going to find anything out. But when you go on the internet and you start doing what Alan's doing, suddenly people give a shit, don't they? So he's brought this on himself because of his grifting and his bad behaviour and his rude and and all that, but he's worried about something, and because he's got people looking and it's making him more worried, and that's why he was talking about anxiety earlier. So I wonder what Alan is worried about. I wonder what he's worried about. I don't know. I can't call him. I can't say he's a nonce like people do about Philip Schofield at the moment, but he's worried about that, isn't he?
Because the Nicola Bully case is so...
Not worried so that you can feel sorry for him, of course. Worried because he might have done something bad, so, it hasn't come to account for it yet.
And it's honestly getting on my nerves now. Because the Nicola Bully case,
And it's honestly getting on his nerves now, is it?
YouTube.
I mean, hopefully it does, because he watches all of what we do, and we're holding him to account. I'm picking apart everything he's saying why it's stupid, and telling you what he's really saying and what it really means.
Because he thinks he's brilliant, decided to say, I didn't go and all this. And it's honestly getting on my nerves now.
And again, that's not what I've said, so he won't come forward and have the discussion about what he really did and said, and that we can really talk about. You want to make up a lie that he said this and it's a lie. Well, of course what you said I said is a lie, because now you said I said a lie, you fucking idiot. Grow up.
Because the Nicola Bully case, there's so few channels that believe it wasn't what the police said, that instead of sticking together, they're trying to destroy each other.
What?
And get each other's subscribers. Because
I don't want his subscribers. He's only got about like 50 to 100 active people on his channel, really, hasn't he? I don't want them. You can keep them. Nancy, give your money to charity. I'm not interested. Like, we've got a good core group here, and they're not like the people that came over from his place. Like, there's a few of them that have come over and joined us, and they're very welcome. Don't ever get that wrong. But there's a few as well that have come over, and they've been like psychotic nutters who want to like weird up the chat. Like, I don't need your subscribers, Alan. I don't need to steal your thunder. I'm shutting you down in your silly little box. This is not what it's about. It's not a war on subscribers. Like,
they're trying to destroy each other.
Trying to destroy each other. We're not, like, there's not a YouTube gang, and we've all got, like, you know, I do true crime and so do you, and we're in the gang, and we're all part of the YouTube gang, and now you're not in the YouTube crime gang. Alan, you don't have any place on YouTube because of the shit you say. I don't care what you said it about. If you were doing this about, like, remote control cars, if you were the worst chuffer in the remote control car community, then I'm sure they'd turf you out of that as well. Like, it's you, Alan. It's not about us on YouTube. It's about you.
And get each other's subscribers, because they don't really hate you.
It's not about subscribers and that, Alan. For you and me here, do I really hate you? Like, hate's a funny word. I don't lie awake thinking about Alan, but I don't like him. Like, if he was around, I'd say, you know, come over here and keep your kids away from that man. Like, I'd be like, oh, I don't like this, Alan. Like, I'd be like, you know, don't get around. Like, if he was around my nan's house trying to sell her something, I'd be like, right, grab him straight out. Get him straight out. Who the fuck are you? What are you doing in my nan's house trying to sell her something, you chuffer? Like, I don't like Alan. No, I don't. I've seen loads of reasons why. If I'd have been there at the Queen, waiting in the queue, and this fucker, if I'd heard him saying about his knee and that, you know, we might have had words in the street, mightn't we, me and Alan, about you and your fucking knee. This bloke's been in the, you know, if I was stood behind them, imagine I was there, stood there, and I heard Alan doing on his phone, disabled queue and this and that. And I said, you know, are you all right, mate? Because, like, if you want to jump in front of me with a disability, that's no problem to me. What's happened to you? And he said, oh, I'm waiting for a knee operation in a couple of years. I'd be like, fucking what? This guy's been in the war. This guy's had his leg blown off and he's still queued. Rob Burrow was pushed around that fucking, like, marathon. Like, you're not, Alan, and like the security would have had to get involved. I wouldn't have gone to see the Queen. I'd have just had a fat row with Alan instead. Like, Alan, no. Don't twist this into something it's not. Don't try and put words in my mouth to your subscribers. That's not how this works. Let's all talk for ourselves. I'm letting you talk for yourself. I'm broadcasting your exact words on my channel, and then I'm critiquing them. Alan won't do broadcasting me on his channel and critiquing me, will he?
They use me to degrade me, so you go and watch them instead.
I don't think that, Alan. I think people just watch me as well. I don't think there's like an instead. With the Nicola Bully stuff, you can watch loads of Nicola Bully stuff. It doesn't matter if they watch you or Jizzy or whatever, they can watch me as well. Or, do you know what? Whether it's an instead happens because you're both saying the same stuff. And that's when you're saying my stuff. So you don't need to watch Alan because I say my stuff and he steals it. You don't need to watch Alan at all because most of his content is other people's stuff. Just watch the other people. Alan is useless.
So they will say he's copying me, when in fact I don't copy anybody.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I'm not even going to dig that over. Like, everybody knows that half of his stuff is other people's, and the bits that I've shown have been mine. He's even used the fucking thumbnails. Get off.
That's the way YouTube works, right? There's two things. There's public information.
What? That's got nothing to do with YouTube, public information. That's got nothing to do with, like, this is how YouTube works. Alan's telling us how YouTube works from his sofa. Alan doesn't know, hasn't got any concept. It doesn't got any concept. He doesn't know who Destiny is. He doesn't know who ContraPoints is. Alan doesn't know anything about YouTube. Like, he doesn't know. Like, Alan doesn't know who Susan is and her ham sandwich. Alan doesn't know anything. He's just telling you what he believes the parameters should be. He's manipulating. It's ridiculous. There's no rules to this, Alan. Stay in your lane. Like, fucking hell.
In the media, and what the police give you.
And what the police give you. The police aren't giving you any information.
The TV channels give you that.
And what the TV channels give you. What you see on TV.
It's public domain.
Public domain.
That we can all talk about. And
that we can talk about, yeah.
To be honest with you, I think most YouTubers have talked about the 10th of January health check where the police went in.
Now we get into a specific thing. The thing is, Alan, on YouTube, it's terrible etiquette to watch somebody else's video and say they're good ideas. I like the way they've said that. I'll just do that. That's mine now. And then just do it as your video. That's terrible etiquette. Oh, it's public domain. The information is out there. Like, fucking hell. Like, why are we twisting this like some weird, twisty, like, politician's bullshit? Can't everyone understand what he's talking about? Is it not really obvious?
And they didn't switch their body cams on. I think most YouTubers would talk about that, but that's not copying anyone.
Okay, yeah, no. Taking a piece of information and doing your spin on it, you know, talking about the information, is not copying anyone, Alan. But that's not really what we're accusing you of, is it, Alan? We're accusing you of watching like a 3-hour video of mine where we do the in-depth body language analysis on Emma. We spot her missing tooth, and then Alan comes the next day. There's this video on Emma that you haven't seen, and it's this interview, and I think she got a missing tooth. Oh, isn't that interesting? We spotted it here first. Yeah, Alan's the best one. Like, and what? If you didn't have my content, you would not have made that video. You would have nothing to say. So don't get it twisted. We all know what he's doing. He's plagiarising other people's shit. It's not just me. It's these other people as well. I'm beyond that now. We're in a different ballpark here, Alan. And now he's trying to drag it back to this as well. So that people... The reason he's doing that is another manipulation. So his audience think Super Chuff is angry because he thinks Alan stole his work. We're beyond that now, Alan. We're beyond that. My work can go in the bin. It doesn't matter. You've got a whole other load of shit you've done. So let's not focus on whether you stole someone's video on YouTube. That's not the worst thing you've done. We just recently pulled out you jumping in front of the Queen. We've got Mother Lick's thing off the daughter's face on your search history. You probably go worse than that, don't you, Alan? So we could probably look further and get digging further, couldn't we? That's what you're afraid of, and that's why you want to push it towards this conversation about copyright, which is just childish nonsense, and we all know the truth.
That's talking about an event. Now that is not copying.
What about when you downloaded my video and uploaded it to your channel, the one that I edited? What about the editing work? Did you do the editing work? What about when you downloaded that Obios video and uploaded it to your channel? Did you do the editing work on that? Or is that somebody else's video entire? What about, Alan, when you did that video talking about me and the stuff that we'd said, and you edited in those videos from a charity that's against bullying for kids? Was that your shots of the bullying for kids? Is that fair use? He's talking about public information. He's not talking about fair use. He doesn't understand these terms properly.
Someone would say, I mentioned it first. I bet you someone mentioned it before you. And I bet someone...
There's a difference, Alan, in somebody watching some... Like, we have organic ideas. You know, we're watching Paul Ansel and I say, I think this. And then someone can watch my video and just say, I think I said this. But other people might watch Paul Ansel and come up with the same idea. You can come up with the same idea, but you're not doing that. So don't get that twisted.
I mentioned it before that person. So please don't pretend your ego is so great that because you read something out from a newspaper, it belongs to you.
I don't do that. I don't read things out from newspapers. I react to the body language and I draw my own conclusions. Sometimes you have to read reports. But in the main, Alan, that's you that reads things out on newspapers on your channel. And it's Jizzy True Crime that reads things out as if she's like, you know, true crime reporter. Here is what it said in the news today. I open up the, you know, the Guardian newspaper and I just read you the true crime, the crime section of the Guardian. Job done. Right, so you can't be bothered to read the news. No, I can't. Like an aggregator of the news. Fair enough. But Alan, he gets all his information for like top search of Google first thing. Right, let's go with that. Fuck it, can't be asked to do any research. And I've never done any episodes where the news is the basis. Me reading the news is the basis of my content. Sometimes we've had to refer to it as part of the Nicola Buddy conversation, but I actually come up with my own creative ideas through inference, like we're doing today. This is the core of my content. Is someone will do a video on YouTube and I will analyze it and tell you all this stuff. So there's a difference there. I'm bringing a lot of new ideas to everything I say is an organic idea that's like happening organically in the moment. Apart from a couple where obviously I've seen a little bit in beforehand and thought, oh, I could say that. But like, Alan doesn't do this. Alan hasn't got this. And he's angry about that. And he's bringing his own content creation approach in as a criticism of me.
If you read something out from a newspaper, it doesn't belong to you. Like the Graves thing.
The Graves thing, because we did a video on that, didn't we? So Angry Alan again, directly poking now at the battery exhausted Super Chuffer. We did an episode, an advert. We did a Angry Alan wrong again, Nicola Bully headstone mistakes. Somebody drew to attention, a lady with a YouTube channel. She drew it to attention that there was a Nicola Bully memorial site. Alan took it, span it into a video, was wrong about it. There wasn't a headstone. They hadn't ordered this on their headstone. He said they had. He said that this. He read out the names of the daughters. I'm a bit cheeky, I am, because I'll say things in these videos, but I'm not calling my... That video could have been Angry Alan names Nicola's daughters. Couldn't it? Maybe I should re-upload it, like Alan does, with a different spin. Angry Alan names Nicola's daughters. Maybe I should say that. That would be worse for him, wouldn't it? So I'm not really giving him the worst kicking I can yet. That can go turned up to 11 if you need it to. At the moment it just says mistakes because he made mistakes, but that can get turned up to 11 if you need it to. It's all there. He said it. It's just there. He did it. So Angry Alan's mistakes came back to bite him. So what's he doing today? He's saying specifically about that video now.
If you read something out from a newspaper, it doesn't belong to you. Like the Graves thing.
The Graves thing. Now, why are we bringing up the church, why are we bringing up the visit to the Queen and the Graves thing? Why don't you just say it's me, Alan? Why don't you just say it? Why don't you come on the show and talk about it?
So on my red channel about the Graves. I don't know who saw it first. I do know 1 million people saw it on graves.com.
No, you know who saw it first because that's who you saw it off. You watched her video. You were watching. It doesn't matter who saw it first. If I watch a video and in the video it says, this card is a really nice card, and I say, you know what, I'm going to make a video about this card because I've got that card, and I do my video and I say, I've recently just watched a video by so-and-so who says this card is a really good card, and now here's my take on it, and I think this. Like, why can't you do that, Alan? You saw the video, this card is a really nice card. You thought, right, I'm going to do that video. This card is a really nice card. You didn't reference the one you just saw. Oh, I don't know which video everyone saw. I don't know who saw what video. Yeah, but you know which video you saw. So it's not like you can fake your way out of this one. There was only one video.
They're not all texting me saying, you used that Graves thing, we had it before you. That's rubbish, man. It doesn't matter who had it first. It's like public information.
Matter. It's not just public information. In the world of true crime, people are building their reputations. It's true, this is, right? And I'm not, let's get this right here, yeah? I'm not some detective in the world of true crime. So I'm just wiping the chocolate oat milk off. Just wiping Alan's cum off my... wiping... why would I be... No, wait. I'm not in some super detective club, right? But I'm gaining a reputation myself because of the things I'm noticing in these interviews and drawing to people's attention that other people have not noticed. So that's my content. Yeah, and if somebody else did a video of body language and they watched my video and then they made 10 notes and then made the same 10 points in their video, I'd feel pretty fucked off, wouldn't I? I'd be like, hang on, they're just copying my stuff. That's essentially what Alan does, but in a slightly different way. He doesn't pretend it's body language. He takes other notes off my video and does that. So...
Graves thing. I did a show on my red channel about the Graves. I don't know who saw it first. I do know 1 million people saw it on graves.com. They're not all texting me saying, you used that Graves thing, we had it before you. That's rubbish, man.
That's rubbish.
It doesn't matter who had it first. It's like public information.
It doesn't matter who had it first, right? So it does matter who created the content, who shared the idea in terms of credibility and reputation in the true crime space. Because if you're just stealing other people's ideas and nicking bits here and there, you lose credibility. You look like a content thief. Alan is a big chuffing content thief. Let's get that straight. Like, we can call him that because we've seen it over and over again. Loads and loads of evidence of him being a content thief. Alan's a big content thief. And here he is defending the concept of thieving people's ideas. It doesn't matter who said it first. It doesn't matter which channel I got it from. Does it? It's fair use. It's he doesn't say fair use, sorry. He's saying it's public domain. What he means is someone's already said it. So like you're not coming up with your own ideas then, Alan, and that's fine then. So it really does matter in this field because it's reputation, it's credibility. I'm not saying it matters in terms of a court of law. You can't like do me, like you can't, no one's going to knock on my door and say, oh, you've done a video that somebody else did and you copied the video. So now the content police are here to lock you up. Like that doesn't matter. But it does matter in terms of credibility on YouTube because this is the platform, isn't it, that we're on. I'm on Twitch right now, but we're on YouTube. And that does matter to people because they don't want to have like the fake bullshit artist. They want the real person. So it does matter, and you're being called out and proved to be a liar and a cheat on YouTube.
What I do agree with is theories, right?
What?
Most people's theory is that this Nicola fell in the river, right? Not us.
Not us. Most people. What most people? Straw manning again. Who are these people we're arguing against that say she's in the river? No one's ever gone on and on about her being in the river as far as I'm concerned. Maybe other people's channels do, but I just don't watch them, so I don't know. But, like, this is fucking weird, you know?
Theory is that
Dover and Dolly's mom says everyone's a perv. I don't know. I said about Alan's cum earlier. I might have started it.
Nicola jumped in the river because that's what the media told everybody.
Alan's so bitter he comes lemon juice. Lemon curd. Alan's so bitter he comes lemon curd. I bet he can't even, you know, he gets a little pip out. Alan gets a little pip of lemon curd.
Now, those of us that are awake and know that that's not what happened should stick together.
The big ham hand came in there for the appeal.
Is that Nicola jumped in the river because that's what the media told everybody. Now, those of us that are awake.
Those of us that are awake. I can read lots from this, but I'm not going to tell you everything I'm reading. But I will say he's not pointing directly at the camera at me, but he is pointing to his own head that are awake. So I can see through his grift then, yeah? I'm awake. I can see through his grift. I'm awake. I'm not asleep like the people in his chat that are buying into his bullshit. I'm awake. I can see through his grift. Yeah? Those of us that are awake that can see through it, and he points to his own head here. It's a bit of a weird one, but... okay, those of us that are awake. He's talking to me.
Wake and know that that's not what happened should stick together.
I should stick together. This is an appeal to me, isn't it? Like, who's he been talking about this whole time? Me. The videos, he's explained it. He's explained the premise. Okay, fair enough. I should stick together with Alan. Why? Why do I need to stick together with Alan? Let's say I'm right about what I think about Emma and Paul or whatever. Alan's not... we don't need you in the club, Alan. We don't need you and you're rubbish. Like, we just... like, let's say we're a football team trying to, you know, go somewhere on a cup run. No thanks, Alan. We don't need you to stick together with us. You can fuck off. We'll be scoring loads of goals. We'll be going places. You can fuck off. Like, we just don't need you. It's not that all the voices are important for Nicola Bulley's justice. Not you. Not on that. Like, especially not you for that, because you're a proven liar. So we don't want you. Not on a justice team thing. Not on a who's telling the truth on the internet problem thing. No, you're a proven liar. We don't want you for that. People are suing you for defamation and all this shit. Like, we don't want you for that, Alan. Like, no. Not with all your track records and all of your cheating. No. We don't want him. Like, we don't need to stick together. This is an appeal to me to sort of put down my arms, and it's an appeal to, it's also an appeal to his audience, as if to say this is the correct way to behave. Alan's decided for all of us, right, in the true crime space, Alan's decided that if you decide that you don't like him, then you're a bad person because you're not sticking together. That's Alan's decided the rules of the true crime space now. They're not the rules, Alan. Fuck you. We don't need to stick together on anything. In fact, it's actually really important that we disagree on things, because then the truth will out. Because if everyone says the same thing, we're all just saying the same thing. And we'll stick together. Alan said this, I'll say it as well then. Let's help him with his videos and he'll help me with mine. No, we should discuss and argue back and forth about things that I don't think she did this, I think she did this, and then we'll get there somewhere. And it's okay to do that and all be on the same team and all still go places. But sticking together, Alan, it's just this is the most facile... he's running out of tools to try and deal with me, and this is one of his techniques, and it simply is one of the most, like, I find it like almost side curveball. Like, I don't know where this one's coming from, because it doesn't work in any way. Like, it's like, what? You think I should stick together with you, or you think by telling them that we should stick together, you look like the good guy? What?
All I hear him doing is falling out. I never talk about other creators.
You're doing it right now.
I'm not interested.
You're doing it right now.
Not interested.
You're doing it now.
But people
And all this not interested stuff, this aggressive body language whilst doing it.
send me stuff and say, look, he's fallen out with him and he hates
Doing
him.
the Chinese kung fu chop, chop, chop. Is that what you're doing, Alan? Not being
That's not what happened. Should stick together.
offensive to Chinese people, I hope. But you understand that that's a trope, isn't it? But forget it.
Jumped in the room because that's what the media.
I'm thinking of that song, I want to be ninja. If you don't know about that and the racist behaviour of that woman, then check out Super Chuffer for You, which is... I'm such a chuffer, man. Such a chuffer. Where is it? Battery exhausted. Super Chuffer for You. If you want to find out about Chinese chop racism, then have a look at... she went viral being racist on Super Chuffer for You. Have a look at that.
Everybody. Now, those of us that are awake and know that that's not what happened should stick together. All I hear them doing is falling out. I do never talk about other creators. I'm not interested. Not interested. But people send me stuff and say, look, he's fallen out with him and he hates him. And people write
All men, then.
nasty things about you. Of course, they're going to write nasty things about me under their shows. If they say terrible things about me, people are going to say nasty things about me.
Okay, so this is now an appeal to his audience. You stupid women in his chat. Of course they're saying nasty things. Stop going over there and having a look at them. Stop going over there and reading them. Stop listening to them, you stupid women. What are you doing reporting back to me that they're saying it? You shouldn't even be watching it, you stupid women. That's his approach here now. He's slipped into... Again, this is all manipulation for Alan's not here to talk about his operation and to, have a little stream or whatever. He's here to manipulate people. Isn't it? He's here to manipulate.
It's obvious, isn't it? Because that's a way of degrading me and stealing my subscribers to listen to them.
No, Alan. What we're going to do is expose you for the things you've done. And that's up to you what you do and what you've done. I
don't see under my videos, oh, that's so-and-so's of this, that's so-and-so's of that, do I?
No, because people don't give a shit, do they?
Because I don't hate them.
You do.
If I was hating on it, if I could pick any of those channels.
You're doing it now, aren't you, though? You picked me specifically by describing the content we've released recently and also making it a feature of your own content.
And say, that person's lying, that person stole my content.
No one steals your content. No one steals your content.
That person is a twat.
I don't think I'm lying. In fact, I'm pretty sure I'm not lying. Being a twat.
That person is a
subjective.
Swear word. Lying, that person stole my content. That person is a twat.
He loves it, doesn't he? He can't even call me a twat for real on the internet. He can't even be brave enough to just call me a twat for real. He's got to do it under some subverted banner of like an example of things I might have said that I didn't say. Like, fucking hell, I'll call him a twat. Alan, you're a twat. Alan, you're a twat. He's harassing me. He's called me a twat on the internet. Now he's done. He's harassing me. Alan, you are a twat. He's done now. He's done that. I'll get him for harassment. Alan, you are a twat.
Because you'd be in jail.
Pick any of those channels and say, that person's lying, that person stole my content, that person is a twat, that person is a swear word, that person is this, that person is that. And I can guarantee the comments underneath would be, yeah, you're right about that person.
No. Open, frank discussion. Only on your videos, Alan, where you don't allow people to have different opinions, will there be just one view. We don't get many people now from your end giving the weird opinions, but we do sometimes get a few. Okay? And the reason that they're not all going to, the reason there's a lot more agreement under our videos about you, Alan, is because you are these stuff. And I'm showing it very clearly. Like now.
Don't watch him. I know what it's about. I've been on YouTube 5 years. I know why they do it. I won't do it.
You don't know why we're doing it, Alan. You're trying to misrepresent what we're doing to your audience right now. Maybe you have some idea about what we're doing, but you don't really know why we're doing it because you're a narcissist and you don't understand our opinions and our feelings and our observations on you. You still perceive yourself as being this super good one. So you don't really understand why would anyone attack the narcissist? Probably because they love him so much because he's so great. That's probably what it is. He doesn't really understand, does he? So he doesn't know. But what he's trying to do is misrepresent it to his audience today to try and gain some support.
That's why I get the most views.
You don't get the most views.
I don't know what we had, 60 million views?
What, in total ever? Do you want to do a comparison over who's had most views in total ever? I mean, I'm not opening up my ASMR channel and adding to my, I'm not opening up all my different channels. And what about when I had a documentary on Netflix that was broadcast around the world? Do you think that one got more views than you, Alan? Like, I don't know about the viewing figures of everything I've ever done, but if you want to add up that time that my mom watched the video I made when I was in primary school, that counts as a view as well. Like, what are you on about?
It's
Like 60 million views.
Kit and Lisa sent tippies. Alan's are there, we said it. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much. The coffee system is still in swing on Twitch. It is still in swing on Twitch. Thank you, Alan. I do appreciate it. I'm really appreciative that so many people have found us here on Twitch and here for the live stream as well. Because I'll edit this for YouTube, of course, but it's better here live. So, Alan,
and that's why I get the most views.
Alan doesn't get the most views, does he? Like this weird self-inflated 60 million. I bet if you found out his total number of everything he could blag it 60 million. But like, number one, it's irrelevant because you're not getting that now. And number two, right? Why would you self-inflate this stupid number out of the air to 60 million or whatever it is? And actually, the reality is that we can see it's very different. You're not successful. You're not doing really well. Isla is not calling you up to be on the Channel 5 news. Like, you're not perceived amongst your peers as a reputable, honest, hard-working, good-natured, accurate, interesting. Like, none of these things. Like, you're failing at all this stuff. Like, you're not being successful on YouTube. Just because Nancy gives you $500, it's irrelevant. Like, you can afford your poker and you're grifting old ladies for their money, but you're not being successful on YouTube. Do not get that twisted. So I'm surprised he throws that up there as like a juggling ball. Let's see who's got the most views to win the competition. Well, then we'll win in the long term. Maybe in the next few weeks it's going to be difficult for me while I'm going to be in YouTube jail. But in the long term, Alan, like, you're going to sink like a stone. Like, Nicola Bully will not provide you with this content indefinitely. So what are you going to do then? Panic mode, I suppose.
I don't know what we had. 60 million views?
Really?
I don't know how many views. Millions and millions of views.
Yes, he got 60 million. I just will float my own boat a little bit here. Just going to go to YouTube Studio for my own channel. True Binaural. I mean, this is an old channel, isn't it? It is an old channel. But just, let's have a look at Lifetime. Lifetime, 2.7 million views. So I've got 2.7 million on the one channel there. 2.8 million views there. So that's quite a lot of views. I mean, I didn't make a lot of money off it, look. £500 in the Lifetime, because I only turned on monetization really late on the channel. But 2.7 million views. And also, I don't make a lot of content, and the content I do make, I don't put loads of adverts on it. So, but 2.7 million views is going some for YouTube. I'm glad I've done that. I'm glad I was there, did that, been there, done that. But I don't make it like my big, on my content now, I'm not like Super Chuffer, 3 million views in the bank. Like that's irrelevant, because if 3 million people aren't going to watch this video, then I don't have 3 million views. Like, if 3 million people aren't turning up to subscribe to the channel, I don't have 3 million supporters. Like, it's about engagement, isn't it, more than how much you can get on your list. So Alan, over time, has managed to get his channel subscriber number up, but on his videos, he can't get 10% of it. So that's not a good look for your channel. In fact, it looks like a dead channel. And the only thing that's revived it recently is the Nicola Bully stuff, and even that is on its way out. So, like, Alan's not doing that well. I don't know why he would want to misrepresent that either. Like, it seems like a weird thing to bring up and throw into the mix.
Because I don't do the drama.
Here's what I'd say he should do. He's doing it now. He's pretending he's not. So the first 10 minutes of this has been all the drama. He's doing it now. He's pretending he's not. What I think he should do is he should lean into it. And this, do you know what? I'm not even monitoring how long we're on the internet for. 2 hours. I've done 10 minutes. I tend to, when it's a good react, I tend to 2 hours and I've done 10 minutes of his video, because there's so much to unpack and talk about. So, I'm going to try and get through as much of this as possible. I might have to speed him up. We'll focus on the trolling stuff first, and I'll speed up the hospital bit at the end. But this is all manipulation, and it's all drama. The thing is, he just won't admit to it. He won't put a name on it. He won't say Scotty Hottie. Me versus Scotty Hottie. We can't do a debate because he's too much of a coward. Do you know what I mean? He said he's not going to talk about, come on, Alan. Come on, we're on YouTube. aren't we? Like the other day, two 400-pound men had a boxing match. If they can get off their asses to do that, we can at least do some content. Like we are allowed. This is YouTube. Like, you know, let's both go on Jerry Springer. R.I.P. Jerry Springer. But you know what I mean? Like, Alan, ridiculous, refuses to do the drama. What he means is he will open himself up to have his pants pulled down in public, so he can't do the drama. The conversation about the truth, Alan. The conversation about the truth, about who you are and what you've done and what you've said and why we keep putting you up on it.
So anyway, for you trolls, here...
Because there are other... Bear this in mind, right? There are other detectives out there on the internet, aren't there? Like there's Jizzy True Crime. I don't have to go on and on about Jizzy True Crime. She did that thing about the CCTV and I said what I thought, but I don't have to go on and on about her. Like other channels that people have asked me and I don't really think much of. Like, I don't watch them, like Penny Bunny and Michelle After Dark or whatever. I don't watch them. I don't have to have it. Like, and also, what about Eddie? Like, I watch Eddie's videos. I don't agree with everything he says because I haven't seen all the receipts, but I think they're good videos. And if he's got the right angle on it, I will, you know, showing the evidence, bow to that and say absolutely, you're spot on. I think it's at the moment, that's one of the open boxes that I'm saying Eddie could be completely right about this. I'm still completely reasonably happy to say Eddie can be completely reasonably 100% right in everything he says. Eddie's a good channel. I don't have to fucking fight him on the internet. So it's not, this doesn't go out to everybody. It's just everybody who encounters Alan ends up doing it with Alan because Alan is the common denominator in this. He's the dickhead.
Here's my... It's fresh out of hospital. I can't leave my number on it because you're phoning it up. But that's
Alan, couldn't I not just have your phone number? Why can't I phone you up?
Alan Vinicum, data.
Like, honestly now, this is ridiculous, right? Alan, I'll send you an email and I'm going to ask for your phone number and I'm going to give you... I don't know if we should give you mine, actually. Maybe that's a bad move. But, like, can't we have each other's phone number and call each other up, Alan? Like, isn't that what normal people... Like, do you know what I mean? Like, would you feel angry in chat if I called you up on the phone as, like, you know, and we had a chat? Oh my God, someone called me up and we had a chat on my phone. I feel violated. That's what the fucking thing's for. Like, it's not awful. I watched a stream yesterday where the streamer literally had his own personal phone and people on the stream were just calling it and they were just talking. You know, like randomers. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, is it?
It's raining again. I couldn't be
Beaclet
happier.
Jog sent tippies.
And then whoosh.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks very much for the 3 hugs. Thank you, Beaclet Jog. It is not the worst thing in the world, although I can understand you shouldn't put your phone number on the internet like that when you're pretending you're being trolled to the extent that you are. Pretending you're being. But Alan, like, makes things out to be some drama.
Birth, right? That's where I had my bloody great thing stuck in and I don't know what it was.
Saline.
Big thing. It hurt. So that's that.
He laughed about it and then he was like, it hurt. So why was it funny again?
Big thing.
Was that just only for the duration of the operation and then it was taken out? Like, was it some... Why was he laughing about it? Did it even happen? Like, what? Why was it funny?
It hurt.
And then it hurt. Serious again. So you can see this, the way he was able to, like, his real emotions...
Big thing.
Real emotions, laughing, and then the act. Like, shut that down, put on the act. Like, you saw his mask slip with the laughter, and he didn't follow... It was like, almost like a schizophrenic change of character there, wasn't it, in between the two? Between one frame, he's laughing heartily about this thing that was in there, and then all of a sudden, it hurt. Like, you know, you've got a big smile, and then an angry smile. Big, I'm angry. Like, this is because he knows he's manipulating you. He's doing the thing. He's showing you the hurty, and you're going to give me money for this one, stupid women. And then, it hurts. Don't show them the laughter. Like, if people are watching you and they can't see, he's just bullying Alan. He's just giving Alan a load of shit. This is because Alan is using psychological manipulation to try and grift people for money and not showing who he really is and being fake online. And, like, this is one of it. And if you have been feeling sorry for him for having his operation, then this is the manipulation and this is why we do it.
It hurt. So that's that and that's that, right? That's that. Obviously, I didn't buy these. Did I?
So now he's angry, is he? Did it hurt? Is he feeling bad for himself? Why is he so angry? Maybe you did buy those. I don't know.
You didn't even go to the hospital. All right, then I didn't go to the hospital. What's this then?
No one said you didn't go to hospital. Why are we having a row about whether you went to hospital or not?
What's this? What's this? Oh, hang on.
Did you fuck that up?
I've got the wrong camera on. Let me change the camera. You change the camera.
Is he on a computer here? Oh,
Right.
oh, no thanks.
There's.
Does he have no concept about, like, you know, the audience and... Like, he's made a video for people to watch. This is on his YouTube channel for people to watch. Like, he doesn't understand how he's perceived, does he?
That's not real, I suppose, is it?
What, your leg?
Eh?
Or could I... Like, I could actually replicate that. I need some iodine and a plaster. Let's go. Little Sharpie. Let's go. Like, you could replicate that. Like, why are we questioning whether you've actually been in hospital now? Nobody's questioning that. You're making us question it. Gaslighting.
Not real.
Make you question everything. Gaslighting, everything that's truthful will be put to you as like, this could be real and it could not, because you didn't think it wasn't real until I said to you that there's a conspiracy around it. And now there's a conspiracy around it that they're saying is a conspiracy, and it's not a conspiracy, it's real. And you're like, what? Do you want cucumber on your fucking sandwich or not? Ah, well, the conspiracy is that cucumbers have traditionally been on my sandwiches, but as you well know, that's a conspiracy, and the truth is that no cucumbers ever go on my sandwiches. I don't understand what you mean. I'm confused about cucumbers and sandwiches now. That's the point. Get you confused.
Look at the size of my leg.
It looks big because you've got the camera really close to it.
Look at,
and also because it's a big choffer of a leg.
Look at that dye they put on it. Did I put that dye on my leg?
Iodine.
Did I put that? Oh.
Did you? I don't know. You could have. It's only some iodine.
Did I invent this knee to be like this? Did I
invent this knee to be like this? I mean, it's such a weird... This is a weird thing to do, isn't it? I don't like having his foot on the screen. It's repulsive. It's a weird angle to take here to, like, prove your knee operation. You could reveal the scar. You obviously can't because it's taped up. So you probably just show some of your documentation from the surgery if you really needed to. The other alternative is no one ever questioned whether you really did have a knee operation, so you don't need to do this at all.
On my leg, just so you try.
In fact, most of us on Twitter, and I'm not showing everyone else's opinions, but most of us on Twitter were assuming you did and wanted to know which hospital so we could send you some flowers. I'm joking. We assumed you were at a particular hospital and no one even so much as bothered to call you and say get well soon, did they? You silly grifter. Like, he makes up a load of nonsense. No one cares. He's making it into a big drama. No one cares.
Those could have fun, or is that real? Does anybody think that's made up?
No. Or should we?
When that comes off in 2 weeks' time, I'll show you the frigging scar, and you'll say I painted the scar on, right?
The idea is, I suppose, do lots of stuff that's real and make a big thing about it pretending to be fake, and then the next thing that we think is real but is actually fake they don't spot. So look out for a big scam coming up, I suppose.
You bunch of cretins.
Cretins.
Don't
again,
listen.
Who's watching this live stream? Angry Alan. This is my thumbnail. I should grab that one. Or maybe it should be his leg. Who's watching the live stream? Angry Alan. I don't need a thumbnail because I'm on Twitch. Who's watching the live stream? Your friends and supporters, yeah? Like, because I wasn't. So why are you angry at them? And why are you shouting about them being cretins? Like, the people that are watching, like you are here right now, yeah?
What are we gonna do? We got a big problem.
You're here right now. You and me. We're here together. I'm not calling you a cretin. You're not a cretin. I'm really grateful that you're here. This is fun. We're having fun together. I could press these buttons.
I can't believe it. I just don't believe it.
And then you like the buttons, do you?
Brian Batonte.
I don't know. But you're really here, and we're really here watching the thing together, yeah? So I'm not going to, like, call you a cretin, but Alan, the people that are really watching Alan...
The scar on, right? You bunch of cretins.
You bunch of cretins. It's there. The venom comes out. And the venom's for me. Yeah, he's making up lies about the things he's saying that I said now, and the venom's for me. But he's not going to be bold enough to come forward and say it to me, so he said it to the ladies that are watching his audience.
Don't listen to him, all right? And when you do see all this crap about me...
This is the thing. Don't listen to them. Panic mode. Look at him. Panic mode. When you do see this crap about me, because he knows that at the end of the episode... Do you know how I did it? Do you remember I said how I did it? The old super chuffer strikes again. I'm battery exhausted. So we've got the recent one, self-portrait in red. At the end of the episode, we revealed a little secret at the end, didn't we?
Sell affordable art. They got a website from GoDaddy and built
Shut
an
up.
online shop to launch.
Oh my god. I fucking love this. Saying the worst words on the internet. Cun. Because it's been spelt wrong. Off Dahoter's face. So I'll just let myself speak for a minute. Got some green hearts going on in chat. That's all nice. I like the green hearts. Green hearts.
By
this is the excuse that he's got.
Taking a long time. Some other creators, they got lost. So I was formulating this film and putting it together. So I was doing some research and I put in one of the gorier names to see what there is on the net. And it got spotted by a...
So he said he was doing research? So he didn't deny it, that he was searching for Mother Licks daughter off Cum's face. He didn't deny it. I know I got the words wrong. He didn't deny it. He said that he was doing research. Do you remember that guy? This is a weird one, but do you remember that guy from The Thick of It? Thick of It, pedo actor. See if I just write that, it will come up. Not Chris Morris. Not Robbie. What's going on? Why did it not come up? Thick of It. Convicted BBC. It's not Chris Morris. Not Savile. What's his name from The Thick of It? Maybe if I put The Thick of It. Conviction, imprisonment last year. It must be this one. Chris Langham, that's it. On Tuesday, the British actor, writer and registered sex offender Chris Langham continued his rather dubious campaign of public rehabilitation with an appearance on a British TV show. He said that he did it for... I remember he said that Chris Langham, let me just see if I get this up on the screen. Chris Langham doing research. Didn't he say he was doing research? Here it is. Actor Chris Langham reveals why he looked at child pornography to conduct research. So, convicted sex offender who got child porn on their... I shouldn't say those words because it gets on the internet, doesn't it? He got CP on his computer and was convicted. That man said he was doing it for research. And then we've got Armchair Detective with the dodgy search history. I don't know what he was looking at. I don't know what came up on his computer or what's on his hard drive. But we've got Armchair Detective with the dodgy search history.
Taking a long time. Some other creators, they got lost. So I was formulating this film and putting it together. So I was doing some research and I put in one of the gorier names.
So now he's doing it for research. For research.
Because you'd be in jail.
So there we go. Just connecting those dots there. It's just fucking weird, isn't it? The convicted pedo guy, he said he was doing research. And then Armchair Detective, he said he was doing research. So, you know, I'm not saying that Armchair Detective is like Chris Langham, except that he said the same stuff as Chris Langham said when he was questioned about his dodgy search history. So that's the link there. Is not. I'm not saying he's a pedo. I don't know about whether he's a nonce or not. You know, I have no angle on it. But Armchair Detective's done these things publicly, and I think when he's saying don't listen, yeah, I think what it is, because I did this whole video about his artwork, and at the end we dropped the bomb about, like, you know, it's not me dropping the bomb. This is some Martin Dean's video that has been known about Armchair Detective for a while amongst the people who know it, but I'm sort of bringing it out to a wider audience. I could do a video called Angry Alan Licks Cun Off Dahoter's Face, couldn't I? And explain it more clearly and succinctly in a very short and straightforward video. I think that's one he'd be worried about people listening to, isn't it, Alan? But thankfully, it's not my search history, and I didn't say that I was doing it for research. Like you, I don't have that search history, and therefore I don't have to sort of qualify why my weird search history. So I think I'm okay.
When that comes off 2 weeks' time, I'll show you.
I think that's why he's so...
Don't listen to them, all right? And when you do see all this crap about me, tell them they're talking crap. I won't tell you what hospital I went, because they'd love that. They'd phone them up.
Well, the hospitals, you're not in the hospital anymore, so we won't need to phone them up. So this is weird, isn't it? He won't tell us the hospital that he went to. After the event, it would be quite safe to tell them the hospital he'd been to, because even if they did phone them up, what are they going to do? Maybe he's worried that if they phone them up, they might find out that he's told some lies about his stay there. Like, why would he need to cover his tracks in that aspect? Nobody's going to phone them up anyway. As I publicly proved, we had the phone number of a hospital that is quite likely to be the one, and nobody could be asked to do anything about it. Hospital phone numbers are public knowledge. Talking about public domain, like you said, like they're all out there, the public phone numbers for the hospitals. It's not like you have to stalk someone to find them. Like, where do you live? And what's the nearest hospital? And what's the phone number? Thanks very much. Like, it's just that easy, isn't it?
They wouldn't have phoned them up. That's
Nobody did. Nobody phoned them up. I published the phone number on the internet and no one phoned them.
So now you believe me. Does anybody not believe me? I've had my knee replaced. Let's get that out of the
Don't
way.
really care.
Is any of you going to
I think
believe?
you might have had a half operation rather than a full one, possibly, or you could have had. I thought you might have just been in for like keyhole surgery and made a big deal of it. But if you've had your knee replaced, you've had your knee replaced. Why don't you just say it once and move on?
Leave a troll that says I haven't had my knee replacement.
That's not the focus of today's. Like, we're not angry at you for having a knee replacement, Alan. We're angry at you if you've been searching for really weird shit on the internet. And earlier, you, like, in a different video, you said that you were scared that they might say that we had some girl trapped in your house against her will. So if that's happened, we'd be really angry. But really, it's about the stealing of the content, other people's content as well. The saying about the women that they're stupid women, the lies, the deception, the manipulation, the aggressive narcissist posing as a helpful detective, the wringing out of the tragedies of these dead people. Like, you know, God damn it, can Chris Watts' family never rest? Like, can they never have any peace? God damn it, is like Nicola Bulley's children going to live in a world where Alan will not stop making videos about their mother's tragic demise? Like, just take these horrible tragedies and wring every penny you can, because they're the things that are most popular on the internet amongst that small crowd who give you some money. Like, not that those people are bad for watching that content, but you're the piper here playing the tune to try and drum up some support, and this is the tune you want to play, and it's just fucking diabolical.
I've been telling you for 2 years I'm on the waiting list.
Brilliant.
Okay, you believe me. Tell them to believe me, pricks. There's my ball.
Pricks. Drop that one in there. Here's my ball, though. Just like, do you see how he does it? He wanted to call me a prick, but he's scared, so he said, pricks, there's the ball. Distract you with the ball.
This is what I've had to exercise with today.
I mean, it's a ball.
They gave me that.
They gave me that. That proves everything. Like, why is he doing this weird dance of giving you evidences that are circumstantial, or things that, like, I could easily buy a ball, I could easily buy some crutches. Does that prove? No. So why are you using these things as evidences? I discard them all and just I think of it in a different way. I think of it as Alan really doesn't have much to say in today's episode, and he really wants to come on and have a pop at me, so he's got to dress up all this other stuff. So I'm drinking oat milk today. Drinking oat milk. Let's talk about the thing I'm drinking, because that'll, distract you for 5 minutes while I just called him a prick. Do you know what I mean? It's like waving things in front of children to try and distract them from the truths while you manipulate them. Like, get him in the car. Oh, do you want a lolly? You're going to get in the car? Get him in the car. Do you want a lolly? Like, doing the manipulation in front of them. But the real thing is get him in the car. Like, do you know what I mean? It's a weird. Obviously, I'm not trying to. I'm doing an Alan there, like what Alan might be doing. The lolly, do you want to be the lolly? Get him in the car.
I'll tell you about those in a minute. I've been exercising this ball.
Yeah.
Day 1 after my operation.
Wow.
It's raining again. I
Obviously.
couldn't be happier.
Lisa and Kurt sent tippies.
Thank you very much.
See you next Tuesday, Alan XX.
Alan is a chuffer.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Tippies, thank you very much. I appreciate it, because things will slow down for me on the financial side now that I'm not on YouTube streams. It will be difficult for me, but I'm not going to cry and complain about it. I'm just going to deal with it and just get over it. It's just an opportunity to do more on Twitch and to increase my editing workload, which I'm really making it hard for myself. I'm making this episode absolutely massive and long, so I don't know what to do about that. Maybe I'll upload this whole thing on Battery Exhausted as a whole stream, and then edit the bits out. But it won't be a live stream, people won't want to stick around and watch the whole thing in one go like you do here. But let's see how we go.
Day 1. Yeah, they're busted. Trolls, you're busted again.
Trolls busted for what? Nobody said that you didn't have an operation. What we did say, and what we're hammering at you, is that you're a manipulative narcissist who's grifting off these women. I've said all the stuff now in today's episode. I've said it all, so I'm not going to flog that thing. The problem is with Alan is he's going to repeat drum things home. So I'm going to have to counter. But now, you know, I should be able to just quickly press the...
Because you'd be in jail.
And then you know that I'm, you know, we've already covered that, you know.
Oh, we're going to get him off YouTube. Oh, we're going to destroy him. You don't destroy me. I get more subscribers every day. And the more...
Not really, Alan. Not really. You can buy subscribers, but you're not improving your lot on YouTube daily. That's not really what's happening. You might get more subscribers every day, but... And also, we're not trying to destroy you, take you off YouTube. We're trying to show the people that give him money and support who he really is. And the thing with me that I'm really... Let's be fair about this, right? I didn't know who he was. I was making my Nicola Bully videos oblivious to Alan even stealing my material until he really went that far where it came up as like a copyright notification on one of my things. And I was like, fucking hell. Like, you know, what? I just... Alan... Now... He's down in Chuffertown. Like, now he's down in Chuffertown. Alan is a lolcow. Do you realise? Does everyone realise this? Alan is a lolcow. You can milk him for laughs. He will respond. Alan is an idiot who does stupid things that we can laugh at, but he's also a nasty person who deserves our ridicule. He's an aggressive narcissist and he needs taking down a peg or two. And the thing he deserves the most out of all this YouTube game is that by exposing himself online, he would, in the long run, it would have been better for Alan to never have done YouTube, because the end result is going to be, like he said, the total destruction, because we're going to find shit out and it's going to get worse and it's going to be dark. Like, I just feel it in my bones. I can't say that as a fact, but, you know, I feel that in my bones. Whatever we're finding out at the moment keeps getting worse, doesn't it, Alan? So... Like, he would have been better off not doing this horrible grift in the first place. It would all have come back to bite him, won't it? You know, he's a lolcow, though. For now, for me, Alan does a video like this. I've got, look at my stream tonight. I could have done anything else. I've got 50 viewers. I'm on Twitch. I've got 2 hours, 25 minutes in. We're going really well. And it's because we're reacting to this arsehole. So, he's a lolcow. He provides me. It's like having a content catalyst. Alan does something stupid, and it doesn't really pay off for him. But the other side of it, like this other like knock-on effect that he doesn't realise is happening, is the rest of YouTube look at him and say, haha, look at you idiot. Wow. And like he becomes this ongoing joke shop. So yeah, the wig fringe, the wiggy man fringe, the wig that started it all, the wig that started it all.
The more you talk about me, the more subscribers I get.
No, you don't. No, you don't. I just want to check that. The more I talk about you, the more subscribers you get. Let's do Social Blade. I'm missing that being said tonight for you chuffers, so bear that in mind, because that's my regular. I'm regularly watching that being said, but I'm missing it tonight for you chuffers. I'll catch up later. Got YouTube Social Blade and Armchair Detective Blue, because that's the channel that we're talking about, isn't it? Really, we're not talking about. We could look at both channels, but it's I can't be arsed. So total subscribers weekly here. Like this is the one here. Is that a 0, 100, 0, 0 1 week, 0 100? Like, because he's a bigger channel, it counts them in the hundreds. So he's not getting loads and loads weekly. You can see it on the graph. He got a load there where the Nicola Bully thing was happening, but he's not getting loads weekly. And like if you look at this, he's not got his, like every week he gets 100, then he gets 100 and it goes up by 100, yeah? So for a big channel of 80,000 subscribers, you'd hope that would be like, you know, more than that. But what Alan's got all from Friday till Friday is not 100. So no marking on this graph. All not 100. No, daily average plus 14 a day. So he's not getting like loads and loads more since I've been talking about him. That's not happened. I can see it in the statistics here. It's a lie. It's an out and out lie. Monthly gain subscribers. Look, he was going up. And then when I started talking about him, it's been going down. Down. You see that? It's been going down. So he's told a lie. Thanks, Alan.
Isn't it? We hate AD. He's a con man, a crook. He's a perv. He's this, he's that.
So you brought up perv then? So you brought up perv?
We hate AD. He's a con man, a crook. He's a perv. He's
a perv. That's a new one that he's talking about on his channel now, isn't it? Perv. Nonce. Isn't it? Oh, turd's face. What does it say? Does that say? This is Alan's own search history, not on his own channel.
Back and filmed
That's him there with it on the screen.
So they filmed her on the front, and then they drove
And
her
he
on
pressed
the
the
back.
thing, and there's his search history. It's a bit blurry now because of the way I'm restreaming an old video that's been uploaded by Martin Dean, but it's there on his channel. And then they zoomed in, and here it is, and it says, obviously he's done the gambling, but it says, and also this one really annoys me because we always talk about mother licks come off daughter's face, right? That's the main thing that we're angry at. Like, this man has been searching for that. Like, people get eggy about that, right? But the one that really makes me angry is Internet Explorer. What person's searching Google for Internet Explorer? Like that, I've said it before. Like, how can you? It's not acceptable. The level of the man. You know. So angry Alan, yeah. Carry on, Alan.
He's that. He's
Perv.
awful, man. He's
Perv. Yeah. Did that come out? Did it recently, Alan? Again? Did it get bubbling up again? Did it? The fact that you'd been searching for Mother Lick's daughter, cum face. Oh dear. Oh dear. So don't believe us that he's a perv. So I didn't call him a perv. I didn't say that. He just did. So now I'm saying it. Just notice how these things happen. The word nonce came up earlier because we were talking about Philip Schofield and people were calling him a nonce. But I didn't put this on my search history and do it on the internet. And like, Alan's done that. So I'm using it now to talk about Alan. And Alan said perv. So I'm going to say perv because Alan said it.
old. Do you think that works? It's getting old, isn't it?
You're getting
Doesn't
old.
work.
Your dick doesn't work.
Find something better to do with your time, trolls.
This is fun. This is
Right,
not just
I'll tell you
trolling.
the
This is
sto-
not just trolling, is it? Like I said, it's not trolling. It's not like I'm just like, oh, let's go and find someone to pick on and let's all have a go at them. Like, this is Alan's done a video, and if you just watch it and it's just his video and it goes out, then it's like, that's one thing. But then what I do here is create this whole extra layer of like content about it. Like, we're reacting to Alan's. This is content. He doesn't understand YouTube
Sorry.
or Twitch for that
Here's
matter.
here's my medicines, right? After the event.
Right? Yeah. Are we done trolls now?
Blood thinner.
Aspirin.
Aspirins.
Right. Yeah.
I've got to have loads of those a day. Blimey.
Aspirin.
Okay, 10. No, 2 of those a day. Or
Are you reading this properly because of your dyslexia? Because he says he's dyslexic. I'd be careful, Alan, that you don't accidentally take 10 aspirin when you were supposed to take 2. Like, that I'd be really careful about. So I'd get someone to help you with this. I'm not even joking. He says he's dyslexic. So I'd be careful about the things he says here because he might not be reading this correctly, yeah?
10 Roboxaban tablets every 2 hours. That's important. Do you know why it's important? Stop blood clots.
You're not taking
They're
10 of them
very
every 2
worried
hours.
about blood clots. I'm talking to you people now that can have knee replacements in the future. This rest of the show's for you.
Who?
No, I'm not.
People that are going to have their knees replaced in the future. The rest of the show is for you. So the first part of the show, the first 15 minutes, which we've turned into hours and hours of content, that was about me and for me. And that wasn't for his... And some of it was for his spanners and wenches. Some of it was manipulation for them. But a lot of it was for me. And now the rest of it is for people who are going to have knee operations in the future, of which there's probably quite a small niche within anyone's content. It might not be all of us.
Biting at the trolls. I want them to know they're liars. And
All right, here we go. Hang on, wait.
I'm not biting at the trolls.
The rest of the show wasn't for those people. Some more of it is for me.
This rest of the show's for you. No, I'm not biting at the trolls.
He's not biting.
I want them to know they're liars, and I can't prove. I have to prove they're liars. Trolls don't.
He was going to say, and I can't prove they're liars. Well, you can't prove I'm a liar because I've never told a lie on the internet, so you can't prove I'm a liar. I might make a mistake here and there, and if I get called out on that, I'll just completely admit it and we'll be like, look, I've made a mistake. But, like, liars, no. So the reason that's so good with Alan is because we use his content, don't we? Like, it's his stuff that we're using. It's not, I'm not making it up. Like, it's not come from nowhere. Like, is it? It's not me that's going on about the chicken and the dog, is it? It's not me that's got his egg on about all this stuff. I mean, I do have my egg on about this stuff, don't I? But, like, you know what I mean, though? Like, this is like, Alan is the catalyst.
I've got a pedigree dog. I got all the bling. As much chicken as I can eat.
Like, it's not my fault. You're doing it, Alan. I wonder if he liked that on Eddie's video when Eddie called him out as well. I don't know if you noticed that in chat. You know, did you notice that in Eddie's video when he called him out? Eddie said that Alan, if he stopped talking bollocks, people would stop taking the piss out of him. But Alan's problem is he's talked so much bollocks that there's a massive catalogue of his bollocks on the internet. So if he stopped talking bollocks tomorrow, I would still be able to take the piss out of him for at least 6 months to a year. before I ran out of anything to say. Like before people said, "Oh, this is a repeat." At least 6 months to a year. I haven't even opened up. Bear in mind, I haven't opened up the Frankie Rusick, fucking, Chris Watts box. That's his biggest box, isn't it? I haven't even opened that box.
I just told you, they get me views. Every time they mention me.
So Alan's confused again, because what happens with his channel and his lives here, if you look at his lives, Jason Rothwell says he's the man who found Nicola Bulley. Was Nicola Bulley case handled by the police well? Nicola Bulley local CCTV. Now, out of these three, I think I restreamed one of them, didn't I? And I think it's the one that got half the number of views than the others. I don't know if I remembered live restreaming all the CCTV in the village. I don't remember restreaming that one. Maybe I did. You can say I'm wrong. I think I might have done, actually. Or I might have reacted to it in some way. But we live streamed this one. We said we were doing it. We did it. Angry Alan stream react. We did two, actually, didn't we? So maybe I did react to the CCTV. But this one got half the number of views as the other two around it. And that's one we restreamed. So maybe when I restream it, there's a lot of people that don't really give a shit about Alan's stuff and would rather just come over to my channel and watch it as part of our fun, rather than actually go to his channel to watch him make an arse of himself. They'd rather see me rip him for making an arse of himself. So again, it's not true, is it? He doesn't get more views when it's actually the opposite.
I just told you, they get me views. Every time they mention me, they get me views. They don't understand that.
No,
I won't mention them. So
what he's doing there, that's a manipulation for me, so that it makes me think, oh no, every time I mention him, he gets views. I suppose I'd stop mentioning him, and then he's going to get less views. So to follow, why would then he say about me all over his? Why would he be going on about me? Like, he hasn't mentioned me by name. Is that the key? Don't mention him by name, and then you don't get the many views, because he's talked about me for 15 minutes. So is that giving me views? And does that really matter? What matters is the truth, and whether people come around to the way you think because they can see the truth. And with Alan, it's all manipulation, so it's never going to happen. But with me, happening all the time. We had a comment the other day, I see what you're saying now. Thanks for opening up my eyes to his manipulation. So, yeah. Weird point to make again, Alan. Really weird point, because it goes against you.
they're liars, and I can't prove. I have to prove they're liars.
You can't, because I'm not lying, whereas I can prove you're a liar all the time. That's what we're doing now.
The trolls don't bother me. I just told you. They get me views.
They obviously bother you. You're really wound up. That's why you had to take up painting.
Every time they mention me, they get me views. They don't understand that. I won't mention them, so I don't want them to get views.
You are mentioning me.
Simple as that. Now, that's a blood thinner because they don't want me to get blood clots. So you have to keep up the aspirins so you don't get blood clots. It really is.
You're right, you're reading chat.
I know there's channels that talk about me for 8 hours at a time. It's pathetic. I know it's pathetic.
It's me, 8 hours a time. Who's he talking about? Who's the 8 hour marathon man? Come on.
I know there's channels that talk about me for 8 hours at a time. It's pathetic. I know.
He's laughing about
It's
it.
pathetic.
Because he likes it.
I agree.
It's pathetic. It's not Alan. You're pathetic, and you provide us with 8 hours worth of reaction content in one episode. Alan, man. Alan.
I know there's channels that talk about me for 8 hours at a time. It's pathetic. I know it's pathetic. I agree. But they get views.
Yeah.
Oh, they put a canulana into my arm to give me drugs. Canula. That's what they put in my arm. A bloody great hole. And then they took all blood from me, look.
We're going into the medical
Blood.
world now, all
That
of a
hurt
sudden.
as well.
We're off the trolls now.
Then something in my back,
The epidural.
in my spine.
Yeah, an epidural. I just looked it up on the
And
internet.
I'm not a brave person.
You don't have to be a brave person.
Scared me
You just
to
sit there and
death.
they just
That's why
fucking
it took
go.
6 years of me to do it.
Yeah, and let's be fair. That's the first true thing he said all night. I'm not a brave person. And he's laughing because this is manipulation, isn't it? They put a thing in my back and it was terrible. And I had to have an injection, mommy. And it's weird. It's actually, someone said this in one of my comments the other day, and I actually want to bring this out. I can't remember who said it, so I'm sorry, but someone said it in comments, which was like, we were doing the art review, and they're like, it's about his mom. There's like a weird connection with his mom. Look down my comments on my videos, you'll find it. There's a weird connection with his mom, and they were like, yeah, but he uses these older ladies to grift off, and they're like mother figures to him. They're like older ladies, maternal, figures to him, and he's like got this weird behaviour with his mom, like, and they represent, like, they fulfil that now, like his mom's in chat. Do you know what I mean? He's got his moms as spanners. Like, it's weird in a way, and this whole thing here, like, I'm being so poorly. Can someone kiss my boo boo? Like, Have I seen the Chelsea Elite art stuff blowing up recently? Says Sneaky Man Tim. No. Chelsea Lee art. Oh right, this was was it you that recommended her? Someone recommended this to me the other day. Talking about Chelsea Lee. I will have to look into it, yeah. It seems there's not enough hours in the day, and it seems like some people have got their own private lolcows. Not that like Alan is my private lolcow, but it seems like we've got different. Like I'm doing my work at the moment of bringing Alan's idiocy to light, and the more he does, the more there is to bring to light. So it feels like I don't have enough time maybe for this other lady, but when I've got some time, we'll definitely look into her a bit, yeah. Because Alan seems to be enough for one detractor to manage. I might need some help, you know. I might need some help. There could be other channels making their content about Alan and calling him out. There already are. I already walked into a room full of people making content about Alan. I shout them out all the time. Martin Dean, Truth Justice, Genetic Code, Lizzie Taylor. You know, they're the ones that I'm aware of the most. And actually there are a few more that I should clock in and shout out as well. But I can't remember everyone's names all the time. But there's two different ladies. One's in America. She's from the South, in not Southern America, but you know, like south of America, like Louisiana or somewhere like that. And she's like, she's very pretty, and she does her videos though with a sort of cartoon face on. And there's another lady who's like fit, true crime fit or something, and she makes videos about Alan, and she does a lot of running and talking about Alan. So I like these people too. So shouts out to all these people.
I'm not a brave person. Scared me to death.
I'm not a brave person, says Alan, laughing. He's laughing because it's manipulation. Remember, every time he does the laughing, it's like, you know, he's lying and he's laughing and he's getting through it because he's can't keep the face up all the time. He can't keep the mask up, especially in this moment for some reason. He's laughing through his con job this time. But I'm not a brave man is probably the truest thing he said.
And I'm not
he won't
a brave
face
person.
Me on the internet.
I'm not a brave person.
He says person. He doesn't say man. Wait. He says person.
And I'm not a brave person. I'm not a brave person.
Alan throws up some really fucking weird shit sometimes. Like, you know, we look at his paintings and like he's painted all this like really weird shit, yeah? And you know, there's like the ones, like I said, where it's a self-portrait, but it's done it himself as a woman. Like I'm wearing the famous Marilyn today because this was originally a painting of Marilyn that he painted his own face on, and people said, well, that's you and your face, so he deleted that, and then he obliterated the face with red. So like Alan has a very strange relationship with this aspect of sexuality, and it occurs to me that when I talk about myself, if I were to say, and this is not being as I'm patriarchal necessarily, but I am a man and I think of myself as a man. So when I say I'm not a brave man, I say I'm not a brave man. Or I think of myself as being a reasonably brave man, to be fair. Like I did kick someone's door in and ran in their house when their house was on fire once and rescued them. So that goes on my tick box of things done bucket list. Rescue someone from fire. Like I did actually do that once. That took some bravery. But I'm laughing as well because like the only verification I have of this is somebody else says that it happened, and people can say that it happened. So I don't know, maybe that made me sound like a bit of a big head, but like that's my bravery story. You know, when I have to think about time I was brave, I think about the time I had to decide whether I run in the burning house, and I was like, yeah, go on then. So Alan's bravery, yeah, I considered myself, I think it was a masculine statement about myself. I consider myself to be a brave man, but Alan said brave person. That's either because he's actually really forward thinking on the internet and doesn't want to offend anyone, and you know, refers to people as people rather than as a masculine automatically, because you know, he's modern and not held down by the patriarchy that everyone has to be a man. The doctor's a man, the race car driver's a man, everyone's a man. You're right, guys. Like maybe he's not held down by the patriarchy, or maybe he thinks of himself in a very strangely degendered way. Not strangely, actually, in this day and age, we find out more and more people think of themselves in like, you know, different ways, and it's totally acceptable to do so. So I'm not ripping him for that. I picked up on it and I said it.
And I'm not a brave person. I'm not a brave person. Scared me to death.
You know, if he came out and said I'm trans or I like dressing up as a lady or something like that, I wouldn't rip him for that. I'd be like, congratulations, like well done, you look great. Put on the makeup, you know. But it's the fact that he's like hiding it and making a weird like poke about it here and there, and then like, you know, to him it's a perversion, therefore something to be hidden that he hides and calls a perversion. So it's all on him. It's all stuff that he's bringing to the table.
That's why it took 6 years of me to do it. Some of them like me.
He said that he's not a brave man, that's why it took him 6 years to get the knee operation. But earlier he said he was on a waiting list.
Dross. They know if they mention me, they get views, let's face it.
Let's face it, Alan, this is true. It's not if I mention you, it's if I do a detailed psychoanalysis on you as a live reaction to your videos. So I have to bring something to the table as well. I can't just sit here and just say Alan and hope that people turn up.
So, and then I've got a stomach protection. Omozapal, 20 milliliters.
That's for anti-indigestion, isn't it? That's indigestion stuff for your drinking.
Once a day. They reckon I've got a protection
1.25 speed now, because we've got to speed up.
I don't even like taking drugs. I want to say
omeprazole is not protection for your stomach. That's because you've got indigestion.
Art is my drug. Art is my stress-free. It's my stress-free idea, and they can say what they want about my art.
Ooh, we have been. It's nice to know that it's your stress-free idea, and that I've now infected your stress-free idea with vitriol and anger. Interesting that when you approach these pieces, you're angry when you pick up the brush. I'm learning that now. Thanks, Alan. I love it when you reveal things to me.
People buy it. People buy my art.
What you mean they buy the concept? People are not paying lots of money for your art. Don't be ridiculous. Let's not even go there. Like, you make up lies all the time, and this is probably one of them. Maybe someone once, out of pity, bought one of your paintings. Or maybe, you know, they needed something to scare the neighbour's cat. I don't know. You know, there's a place for everything. Your art, the bin.
Money than they've ever got in the whole history of their channel. I've had more money for my art than they will ever get in their channel's history.
Okay, he's had more money from his art than I'll get from my channel's history. So I showed you that other one, £500 on the B-side. That was on my my ASMR has only ever earned me £500. I'd say that's about equal. The rest of my stuff, I'll be happy to say I'm doing a little bit better than that. Hopefully, you know, as years go on, it can keep improving. So I think either Alan has earned more money than I ever have on my internet career, and therefore is doing quite well for himself, because one sale of a painting can be like lots of money, and we don't have to give him any money anymore, and he's doing quite well, because wow, well done, Alan. Or that's bollocks. What do you think it is? Which option is it?
So today, lucky for me, it's Mental Health Awareness Week.
Lucky for you, it's Mental Health Awareness Week. That's lucky for you. Not so lucky for the people suffering with mental health problems, but for you, lucky.
Anxiety this year, which I thought was very apt, as I was in there being anxious, right?
Right, yeah, absolutely. You were in hospital feeling anxious about not just the operation, but your position in life, the internet, the fact that you're down in Chuffertown now. This Chuffer man. I mean, Alan must be breathing a big sigh of relief that I got YouTube jail, but it's not forever. You know, that might be fewer days than that if I start to talk to them. So Alan, down in Chuffertown now, worried, anxious. People are calling him out. My videos are getting more and more views. Some of my stuff gets more views. Like, my stream about him got more views than him doing his actual stream. Let's be fair. So, like, Alan's worried about this stuff now. Anxious. He's got a real reason to be anxious. It's not because he suffers from a generalised anxiety disorder, like many people have suffered from. I've talked to loads of them. I have been one of them. Alan is not going to seek cognitive behavioural therapy for his anxiety. Alan's going to laugh about it on the internet right now while he's talking about it. He's doing it now.
Awareness Week for anxiety this year, which I thought was very apt, as I was in there being anxious, right?
See, you're laughing about it. When I felt my most anxious, didn't feel that I could laugh about that. Wasn't funny.
I was in there being anxious. When they said, well, I'll tell you in a minute about that.
Yeah, it's a BC. Never talk to the YouTube feds. Yeah, exactly. Like, I might be wrong in saying this, but they're the people that fucked me over on YouTube when I tried to do my appeal. YouTube. Like, they came back and said, no appeal. So, like, I feel like, should I try and talk to them? I mean, they're going to hear this. They're going to be like, oh, he's a bad chuffer, a difficult chuffer. But, yeah, I don't grass people up. I don't talk to the feds. I might as well just take my punishment and suffer. You know, I might just accept it and move forward. Like, I'm not going to be, like, bitching and crying about it. I've got the thing on the screen so everyone knows what's happening. But I'm going to turn it into a positive. We're going to leverage it for more support. aren't we? I'm going to make edits work harder. I'm going to do the streams and edit them for YouTube, work harder. And put an invite out for the Discord. Yeah, big ups. The Discord. Big ups the Discord. I don't monitor it. So people just do whatever in there. Like, that's bad. No, it's good because you're all in there chatting to each other. So maybe I should monitor it. I'll get the thing out for you. You like the Discord? I've got my own server. Don't tell Bill Gates. Invite people. Copy. Don't tell Bill Gates because it's my own private server. And I thought he owned all the servers. The bastard. So now you can go on the Discord. Yeah, you got that as well. We're going to move forward and we're going to make it a celebration, a big thing. When we get back on YouTube, I'm going to celebrate it. And okay, it's going to stutter step, you know, the growth in some ways on that part of my media profile. But the rest of it, like, we're growing on Twitch here, doing really well on Twitch now. So, like, different silver linings to the clouds. If the cloud doesn't come with a silver lining, I will have to line it in silver. I might as well upgrade to gold. What the hell? Like, we're going to do well out of this, not bad. It's not going to be awful for me. I'm going to see it as a positive.
I'll tell you about how I was anxious in a bit, but
But he's going to tell us about his anxieties, and it's going to make me cross, so I'm going to keep him on a higher speed because I want to whip through it a bit now. We've done the main crux of it where he was talking about me. And now we're going to whip through it a bit more. But let's never underestimate anxiety and what it can do. And Alan is doing just that, and it makes me cross. So,
my doctor, I'm in a battle. Toxic YouTube is the last place I should be. I know that. It's honestly not the place to be if you suffer from depression. Not as a creator, because you put yourself out there. So if you put yourself out there, you have to expect to get criticised. I don't mind being criticised.
You do mind being criticised?
I don't like being hated. I don't mind being...
I don't like being hated. No one's hating you in that way. It's like a weird... Like, what is hating?
Criticised. If someone says to me, I don't like your idea on Nicola Bully, great, that's fine.
Oh, okay. Your ideas on Nicola Bully we're allowed to criticise, which we have done.
But if they say to me, you're a con man, a crook, a narcissist...
Yeah. Oh, new word there.
Great, that's fine. But if they say to me, you're a con man, a crook, a narcissist...
Narcissist. And we're doing some neuro-linguistic programming as well. We've got constructed visual, which is a bit weird to me. Oh, God, man, he's such a weird chuffer. Okay, so we've got... Okay. I see that. I see you, Alan. I see you.
Nicola Bully.
So I'm doing it in double speed as well, so that's bad. Playback speed, normal. Let me see this. I see you, Alan.
Hated. I don't mind being criticised. If someone says to me, I don't like your idea on Nicola Bully, great, that's fine. But if they say to me, you're a con man, a crook, a narcissist, whatever else they say, then that is just pathetic.
Narcissist is a word that we've used because it definitely like, you can go and look it up. You can go and find out about it on our channel, on Super Chuffer channel, through the work we've done with forensic psychologist Steve of the Dead. Like, narcissism is a real thing. It's a personality disorder that Alan has. That's not in question, but Alan's never mentioned it on his channel before until today when he's talking about what we've been saying and what we've been doing.
Narcissist, whatever.
A narcissist got that laugh.
But if they say to me, you're a con man, a crook, a narcissist...
Uh-oh. This is a different laugh. This isn't the Duper's Delight laugh this time. This is, I've made a mistake. And I've just realised I've made a mistake. And the Duper's Delight does come out because the mask is broken. But he knows there that narcissist was a slip of the tongue, doesn't he? Because I'm the one that says he's a narcissist. We're the ones that... Don't forget perv. You're right in chat there. He's been saying perv as well. He's been self-describing as a perv. Self-reporting as a perv. Because I didn't report him as a perv. I didn't say perv. That's never come out of my mouth. We were talking about whether Philip Schofield was a nonce. And then Alan said that we said he was a perv. But...
to expect to get criticised. I don't mind being criticised. I don't like being hated. I don't mind being criticised. If someone says to me, I don't like your idea on Nicola Bully, great, that's fine. But if they say to me, you're a con man, a crook, a narcissist, whatever else they say...
whatever else they say. Just introduce your audience to the concept of narcissism, which before you were hiding from them. And the more you talk about narcissism on your channel, the beautiful thing about it, Alan, I challenge Alan to do a series on narcissism, because they'll be like, oh, that's like you. Oh, that sounds like you, Alan. Oh, you did that, Alan. Maybe I shouldn't. So this is going to take ages if I do things like this, but, you know, this is the internet. You have to eat it. Grandiosity, number 1. Exaggerated sense of self-importance. I'm a detective. I cracked the case. Feeling superior to others and that one deserves special treatment. I've had my knee operated on and I'm on the internet asking you for sympathy and money. The leader of the pack, Big Alan. I'm a mimp. I get my clothes from IKEA. Grandiosity. Grandiosity. Feelings of superiority. Feelings are often accompanied by fantasies of unlimited success, brilliance, power, beauty or love. Poker player. Detective. Excessive need for admiration. Must be the centre of attention. Often monopolise conversations. I went to see the Queen because, out of respect for me, patients feel slighted, mistreated, depleted and enraged when ignored. If you ignore them, they get angry about it. Superficial and exploitative relationships. Relationships are based on surface attributes and not the unique qualities of others. People are only valued to the extent they're viewed as beneficial, as in, he sees people as resources. Those people in his chat are not his friends. They do things for him and pay him money. Lack of empathy. Severely limited or lacking the ability to care about the emotional needs or experiences of others, even loved ones. Borne out in the fact that he pushes people away in his close personal life, but online when he talks about these cases, when he laughs about the murders of children, or when he doesn't understand why people are angry or upset about the way he's talked about or the context and amount he's talked about certain things. Lack of empathy. When he's talking about these cases and these perspectives and the things people are saying online, and he doesn't understand how we perceive him because he doesn't understand we have empathy. Lack of empathy. Identity disturbance. Sense of self is highly superficial. Extremely rigid and often fragile. Does that sound like Alan? Very superficial. You have to see him as a image on the screen. He's the detective. Has he got his, did he used to have his tan and his teeth and like extremely rigid, stay in your lane and often fragile. Oh, they're hurting me. What? Shattered my self-image. Now what? Self-stability depends on maintaining the view that one is exceptional. Big special Alan. I've cracked the case. I've written a book. Grandiose sense of self is easily threatened. Certainly seems threatened by me. Patients retreat from or deny realities that change grandiosity. It's not true. They're lying. It's not true. Difficulty with attachment and dependency relies on feedback from the environment. It's a study group. I need your feedback. Relationships only exist to shore up a positive self-image. If you're not going to tell me I'm good in chat, you're out. Interactions are superficial because when the computer is switched off, he doesn't really give much of a fuck about any of those spanners. Intimacy is avoided. Now that's a strange one. That's a Dark Side Phil one that I never really, I'm going to have to just quickly screen grab that and because I would use that later for Dark Side Phil stuff. Intimacy is avoided. Is Alan scared of sex? Or getting close to people? They certainly don't want to get close to him. Number 7, chronic feelings of emptiness and boredom. When attention and praise are not available, patients feel empty, bored, depressed or restless. So when everyone's gone to bed and cannot be fucked with his bollocks. Oh, don't you want to stay up? Hello, Sea Blue. Hello, Sea Blue. Big ups. New chatter. Don't you want to stay up and talk about my knee all night? No, I want to go to bed. And if you need anything, wake me up. But otherwise, I've got things to do and I can't be beck and call of fucking you all the time. Alan with his bad knee, people have to look after me. Like, I'm bored, I'm on my own at home. Like, Alan's bored, he's on his own at home, he needs the internet. Like, if I wasn't talking to you tonight and having this massive rant, I could have hung out with my sister. Like, maybe I should have done that. I did. Maybe I should have done that. Like, But, like, Alan needs people, doesn't he? He needs this YouTube phenomenon thing to give him this feedback, to be there. Because otherwise, what has Alan got? And on the poker tour, me and 30 friends go poker. What he means is, I go to poker and there are 30 people there who hate me. Like, no one's his big friend from poker. There's no one calling him up from the poker scene. Alan, we haven't seen you on the poker scene for a while, since last month when you went to Coventry. Or whatever it is, Like, and Alan's like, yeah, I don't know what to say to you because I don't really have empathy and understanding of how other people behave and feel. So, I can't really conduct this proper phone conversation. What do you want? Like, Alan doesn't have these things. He just does not have them. So, yeah, Alan, feels empty, bored, depressed and restless, but he's got the internet and that provides him this resource. Vulnerability to life transitions, difficulty maintaining reality-based personal and professional goals over time. Like, you don't understand this. Alan's out of touch with reality and goals over time professionally. Look at his channel. Look at his restaurant career. Look at his poker career. Alan has difficulty maintaining reality-based personal and professional goals over time. Look at what he's doing. He's not a successful detective on the internet who's being invited onto television shows for their expertise, is he? You know, oh, tell us about your new book, Alan, on Graham Norton tonight. That's not happening. In fact, it's all just falling apart. He had a bit of a shot when people, oh, what are you saying about the Chris Watts case? Let's all have a look. And then they've been like, what the fuck are you saying about the Chris Watts case? Let's all have a look. And then like it's all gone down the pan. Compromises required by schools, jobs and relationships may feel unbearable. So Alan can't fit in anywhere. Young adults may have a failure to launch. I never saw him as a young adult, but it predicts a failure to launch. Alan tells us he was DJing in the clubs at 14, which sounds a little bit far-fetched. Sounds more like some bloke who owned a club took a shine to him and said, you can come and DJ at my club on a Monday night, little Alan. Dress up in your... Oh, do your dance, little Alan. Do your dance. Right, now get in the office. I'm going to give you a right paying. You're going to get such a payment you won't be able to sit down. Narcissistic personality disorder is a significant risk factor for suicide and suicidal attempts. So that's a worry. That is a worry. If Alan killed himself and it was my fault for bullying him on the internet, then that would be the ultimate win. No, that's not a joke that we should joke around with, obviously. But if he did, it would be really bad of him. Not bad of me, bad of him to have done that, because it would be very, very cowardly to have done that to me. But, I can't really see Alan doing that. I just think he's too into himself to do that. But things could get much, much worse for him. And people are not going to get much, much happier with him. So, talks about narcissism a lot. That's narcissism. I can't go on and on about it, but we just read the checklist, yeah? And Alan, like, with that checklist, I gave you even good examples just from the most recent couple of weeks. With that checklist, if you've got, what is it, like 7 of 9, 6 of 9, then you pass the bar. Alan hit everyone to a T.
It's just pathetic. So I'm in this toxic battle with these YouTubers, and the last place you should be, but I have to.
I'm not in a toxic battle with Alan. I have a lot of fun. The DJ thing, I was watching it on a video. Maybe I needed to bring up the receipts for that. Maybe I need to bring up the receipts for it. What was I listening to that on? Oh, it was in his songs. Was it in his songs? All right, did I dream that? I'm pretty sure, like, we'll come to it anyway. We'll do the DJ episode. I'll do it as an edit when I find it and we talk about it. But honestly, I do, do a little bit of, I know a few things. What are these points about? This is just me ripping Alan. Reacting to this.
But as they say, then that is just pathetic.
Oh yeah, toxic points, right? I'm not in a toxic battle, but Alan has defined this now as a toxic battle. A battle he is unwilling to fight, but yet for 17 minutes on his episode about his knee, he's been attempting to, floundering. If we are in a toxic battle, then Alan is going to be badly burned by the toxic chemicals and then flounder around on the floor as he melts into a puddle, it seems. But he's setting it as a toxic battle. I mean, Alan himself is toxic. Everyone around him is touched by his toxicity. I keep pointing it out. Alan singing, we're going to come on to later, Star Rays. We're going to have a look at Alan singing tonight. I have got some singing to bring to your attention.
So I'm in this toxic battle with these YouTubers, and the last place you should be, but I have to work. I've got to pay my rent. I haven't got a mortgage.
So now is it about money? The reason you have to continue on YouTube, despite it, because the reason he's saying this is someone had a comment. Are you sure you should be on YouTube? It's a toxic place. You need your mental health. You're obviously feeling bad. Why don't you just give up YouTube? And he's saying, no, I have to be on YouTube because I need to earn money. Can't you go and work in McDonald's? Like, it's not about that. It's not really about money, because he's going to say he doesn't have a mortgage. Well, I think he might have signed his house over to his son and therefore doesn't have to pay for or some shit like that. I don't know. Or maybe, I don't know what it is. But Alan's telling us, and I can't believe everything he says, and I can't believe anything he says. But he's telling us he doesn't have to pay rent, but he has to pay rent. Like, I don't have a mortgage, I have to pay rent. So I rent my home, okay? But a lot of us have to pay rent. We don't make it into like a thing like where I don't have a mortgage, I have to pay rent. Like, you just say, I have to pay my bills. Like, you don't. Like, it's a bit weird the way he dresses all this up. So I don't know what he's going on about money here, but he's trying to pretend that YouTube for him is necessary because it's his job. And if he can't do his job, he can't make money. But he's unwilling to do any other form of job, and he's got a pension. So
I don't own a house. I have to pay my rent. I have responsibilities.
responsibilities. What responsibilities?
My family.
Your family. Your family. You don't have to pay your family's rent or anything like that.
House. I have to pay my rent. I have responsibilities. I help out my family.
I help out my family. So now we have to chip in. You should watch Alan's content and think, I should give him money because Alan needs it for his family. Not because he's making content and it's good on YouTube. Like, you know, Alan's approach to YouTube is, I have to do this because I need money for my family. I need bills and you need to pay them. Like, I've got bills and you need to pay them. Like, it's a really weird way to state an approach to content creation, isn't it? He looks like a ghoul. He doesn't just look like a ghoul. He looks like a ghoul. Hang on. Fortnite ghoul. Not Fortnite, what am I on about? Fallout. Like, it actually looks like a ghoul. Like, they're a character type in Fallout. They got mutated. They got mutated. The ghouls. It actually looks like one there for some reason. I don't know why, but look, there's the ghoul, and there's Alan. Like, if you play Fallout, you'll know what it feels like to you know, if you play Fallout, you'll know what it's like to meet a ghoul, and Alan just looks like one.
House. I have to pay my rent. I have responsibilities. I help out my family. I have to pay my rent. So when you people join my channel freely, obviously this is my job.
Obviously, this is my job. What?
It's not
When you people join my channel freely, obviously this is my job. Where are we going with this?
conning anyone.
Oh, it's not a con. Right. Sorry. You're trying to convince me and manipulate me into believing that you're not conning people by saying that the reason that they sign up to your channel is because they're not being conned. But you didn't explain the value proposition of, I create content. Like, for me, it's I create content that people consider to have value. They support it. They, you know, show that support. We get tippies. We haven't got memberships. We've got subscriber on Twitch. You can subscribe free with your if you've got Prime. If you've got Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free. We don't have memberships on my. You notice that he's always on about this money thing. He's got memberships. I don't. Yeah, we might open them up in the future, but at this point, we don't. But for Alan, it's that this, like, he is grifting and he is performing a con job to the extent where he's now having to say that he's not. And the reason he's saying he's not is because he needs your money to, like, I just get this right. He said it. I need your money for my family. So when I do this, this is not a con. That's not an explanation of why it's not a con. That's an explanation of why you think you deserve money. But it's still a con because you're using it as leverage to get money. The truth is you want it for poker and for gin and for paint. You don't give it to your family and support them. You haven't got anyone living with you. Like, this is ridiculous. So it's all a lie and a manipulation, a con. But for the truthful out there, like people like me, we will tell you, like I said, the value proposition is, I'm here, I'm working, I'm actually, like, I consider this work. What do you think I'm doing? Get off, you put that ham sandwich down and pay attention, Susan.
Because you'd be in jail.
I'm actually theoretically at work. But I'm providing value, I'm creating content. If you like it, you might feel compelled to tip or support or whatever. You know, let me do the tippies thing again because this feels like my turn to beg. But that's the value proposition. If I can grow that and I can get the numbers together, then I can approach a sponsor and say, look, people enjoy this, why don't you sponsor it? And then also on top of that, I've got the tippies coming in to be able to enable us to take another steps forward in media production. So that would encourage more. But ultimately, I want to take the pressure off people tipping and put them onto a sponsor, and also increase the idea of the memberships being like producers, and they help us to create the content. So it's all good. Like, it's all good. But with Alan, it's like, I deserve money. I'm not a con man, but obviously I deserve your money.
This is my job.
It's his job.
It's not
your job. Like, as any content creator, it can be our profession, and I'm a self-employed person, of which content creation is my number one, you know, thing that I'm doing. But media producer, I call myself. So it's like a job, you know. It is. It's my choice, though, as well. Let's get that fair. It's my choice, and if it's not working, I don't have to complain on the internet that you should give me some more money. What I have to do is go and work in McDonald's or wherever else. Like, it's my choice, or I could work anywhere else. Like, I've got lots of other choices, but you can't say it's my job. Therefore, like, there's no boss making you do this. Like, you could just not do it. You could get any other job.
freely. Obviously, this is my job. It's not conning anyone. None of you
Your job is conning people.
are paid to watch this tonight, have you? Not one of you are paid to watch.
He's complaining because no one's tippied
I
him.
couldn't be happier.
Swish and then whoosh.
ABC sent tippies. I've just spoke to Barrymore. I've managed to get him to help Alan with his recovery. He starts in Barrymore's swimming next Monday. Let's all wish his well. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Big ups ABC from the TFL cult. We were there yesterday, weren't we? Tyne was having a bit of a meltdown. Hex Toys dropped the 500 and Tyne had a bit of a meltdown. Don't know why he didn't just tell Hex Toys to turn off his volume when he was calling him up. Anyway, I got that off my chest. But thank you for the tippies, thank you. I appreciate it. Alan, I think, because I watched a bit of this and it didn't appear that he's getting the big tippies. He's not thanking anyone for the tippies, he's not putting them on the screen. So I didn't appear to see him getting any. Maybe he's angry he's not getting tippies.
Watch me talk. I don't want you to. If you want to become a member, great. If you want to buy me a coffee, great. If you want to be a patron, great. If you don't, you...
If you want to be a patron, great. If you want the book, great. If you want to support my legal campaign, great. Like, it's not just the normal things with Alan.
If you want to become a member, great. If you want to buy me a coffee, great.
Buy me a coffee's my thing.
If you want to be a patron, great. If you don't, you don't. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even bother me.
Oh, getting tetchy now. Getting angry and tetchy about the money. I don't batter. You might notice we've been talking for, on this stream now, 3 hours about Alan, reacting to him, and at no point has the money come up. Like, I call him a con man and a grifter, but it's not like I'm going on and on about the money. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's his end game, con man, grifter. But it's not like, for us, it's all this other stuff that we've been able to bring out of this.
It's raining again. I couldn't
Sebastian
be happier.
Bluewater sent tippies. Goodness. I so love all your content, Scott. More. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it, Sebastian. I really do. Thank you. So much so that I'm going to paste the tippies link in the chat again so that everyone can see that. Thank you. Alan, yeah, it's not been about the money. We've not mentioned it at all. It's been 3 hours in. We've got all this other stuff out of him. But for Alan, his 20-minute rant about us and what we're doing to him comes down to the money, doesn't it? Comes down to the money. And he's... Remember who he's talking to. Remember who he's talking to. Was that you, Sea Blue? Was that big ups? Or Seb Blue? Seb Blue. So I call it Sea Blue because I'm like just reading all Seb Blue. Yeah, big ups. Alan is bringing it down to because for Alan it becomes a lot about this, doesn't it? Like, it is about that for Alan. This is his poker money.
So right, so
and that's the worst thing. Like, if you gave me a load of money and I went and, like, I don't know, sponsored a dolphin, you might be like, oh, you wasted that money on a dolphin. But at least the dolphin sponsoring is a good thing. But if you give me a load of money and I went to a poker competition and then lost it all on poker and then bet some more on the horses and then bet some more on an app on my phone and then woke up the next day drunk off the gin and thought, oh, I bet quite a lot of money yesterday, like, you know, that's not so good, is it?
Anxiety is the theme week this week. Now, anxiety is a normal emotion that we all have, right? You all agree that, don't you?
He's reading the leaflet he's been given about anxiety that he picked up in the... He did not given, picked up in the hospital, right? Reading the leaflet he picked up in the hospital. And we've done, like, episodes and hours, so I'm not going to dig into that. But if you want to talk about anxiety, like, obviously check on my channels, because episodes and hours.
Most of you have suffered some sort of anxiety or depression.
Most of you, yeah.
And I know that, weirdly enough, that YouTube is full of people that have got terrible depression.
Why is that funny? Why is that funny? Like, I'm one of the people on YouTube who's got terrible depression. Like, I know there's lots of people in my chat who've suffered with depression. I just don't find it funny at all. But to Alan, it's a sense of joy because, of course, some of those people are vulnerable and he can manipulate them. Or is it that he's popping at us for saying, like, is he trying to pop at me for, you know, does he see it as a vulnerability in me and he thinks he's laughing because it's something to be targeted? Like, it's a very strange thing to laugh at.
I know that, weirdly enough...
We're going at 1.25 speed because we're going to have to speed up now.
YouTube is full of people that have got terrible depression. I have. I ask you now, a lot of you are suffering depression, right? Don't tell me to ignore the haters. I do ignore the haters. I do ignore them. But I like to tell them the truth.
Lies, manipulation.
When they turn around and say I wasn't...
You can't ignore them because it's so close to the bone, it's getting you right in trouble and people are seeing it, and there's people every day that are seeing my videos and they're saying, oh, This is real Alan. Oh, I see the real Alan now. I've come over to your side. So you can't ignore it, Alan. You've got to address it. It's like a hole in your ship. You're already sinking ship.
In hospital over an operation today, I want to embarrass them. Because they then have to turn it around and say, yes, you were. And they have to spin this. This show will be spinned around till I didn't go into hospital. You watch. Anxiety.
See what I mean? It'll be spun to say he didn't go into hospital. Now, that's a weird one, because that makes me think maybe he didn't go into hospital. Like, you know, maybe he didn't. Like, it's gaslighting me about his knee. I don't give two fucks about his knee, really. I care more about this other stuff. But, like, yeah, apparently this show is going to be spun into he didn't go into hospital.
It's normal motion, but sometimes it can get out of control. And then you get mental health issues, like these trolls that hate me. They've all got mental health issues.
Oh, my God. We're using Mental Health Awareness Day to have a pop at the trolls for being mentals. I mean, I've actually outspokenly talked about mental health issues on the internet for years now, having suffered with depression. We're talking about how I'm coming off the tablets. I take mirtazapine and, you know, I'm coming off the tablets. Like, things are being positive in my mental health journey. But this isn't about me. This is about everyone else and the other haters then maybe. But this is about me as well, because he's talking about the trolls, you know. I'm surprised that I thought he would talk to his audience and offer them some mental health support at this juncture. If you felt anxiety, then this is, you know, look at mind.org. You know, I can't even, now we're doing it, now I'm doing it. You know, if you felt anxiety, check out mind.org, mental health awareness, really can do it's just a simple website, it's got all the information, it's a great place to start. Because our today's episode is not about that, and because I've done such extensive work on it in all my other channels, I think we're going to just move past it. But is it intended to be offensive to call me a mental for suffering? And isn't it strange to pick Mental Health Awareness Week to use it as a weapon against the trolls?
Get out of control.
No, it's a weird thing to do. I don't even feel like it like weaponized against me. I don't feel it hurts me. I feel, in fact, it makes you look really bad, Alan, and it, like, I don't feel like having depression isn't something that, because I've struggled with, I have like this weakness or this hidden history, or like it's just something that happened and that I lived with, and it's fine. And like, I don't even feel attacked. Do you know what I mean? Like saying you trolls are mental because you've got mental health problems. I don't feel attacked. Like, I know it's actually a legitimate thing that you could say, you know, legitimate. Like, but I don't feel attacked. I feel like you've let yourself really down badly there.
And then you get mental health issues, like these trolls that hate me. They've all got mental health issues. How can you spend your life hating someone if you haven't got mental health issues?
Right.
No one gives up their life to troll an old man in England, do they? Unless they have issues.
So why did you give up your life to bang on about Chris Watts and the Chris Watts case all every day? Why can you not shut up about Nicola Bulley and that? Like, aren't you describing your own approach to things? And don't you feel that you're implicating yourself as having mental health issues? Don't you feel that you do have mental health issues because your acts and behaviour seem to be slightly unhinged? We know about the narcissism, but this is going somewhere else, isn't it, Alan? Bit weird, you know, bit weird to be dragging yourself through the mud yourself like this.
Things can lead to feeling of anxiety. Exam pressure, relationships, starting a new job or losing one. Other big life events. We can also get anxious when it comes to things to do with money, not being able to meet our basic needs like heating and home and rent and food. Anxiety can be made easier to manage. Focusing on anxiety.
When he read the bit on the card that said anxiety can be made easier to manage, like the tips, he read it in that weird voice. Anxiety can be made easier to manage. Like he did the like nursey voice, like, you know, like he does in his songs. Like, what a weird thing to do. Like, he went into a slight performance. But what's happening as well is that, and I'm doing body language read. I'm picking every little thing out. It's taking too long. But what's happening here is that Alan is realising while he's reading this that he suffers with anxiety properly. Like, that he probably has been suffering with it. He probably doesn't realise it until now because he probably hadn't even read this. He thought, I'll read that out on the internet. That's part of my content now. And he hasn't read it beforehand to see what he's about to read. And maybe some of it is actually like hitting home to him, but he doesn't quite know how to deal with that because he's on the internet reading the thing.
This year is the mental health awareness, where we're trying to increase
having no problem reading any of it with his dyslexia.
People's awareness and understanding of anxiety to provide information and things that can help prevent it from becoming a problem. Well, the best way you can help mental awareness is not to call people out as this, that, and the other.
What? Now listen, I didn't write that leaflet, and the people who wrote that leaflet are not calling people out as this, that, and the other. But just a minute ago, you called me a mental. You massive noncy perv. Yeah? Huh? Oh, he said he just saw in the episode that narcissists might be subject to feeling more suicidal, and he called him a massive noncy perv on the internet. That super chuffer is such a bad chuffer. Hello, Alan. You massive noncy perv. Hello, Alan. Hello, Alan. This one where we zoom in here, and it becomes more clear. And it's that bad spelling that is typical of the armchair detective. I don't know what winning warlock is. Maybe the horse was called Warlock, and he was looking for the horse Warlock to see if the horse was winning. Netflix UK, Internet Explorer. What kind of person searches Google for Internet Explorer? Armchair detective. Facebook. And Mother Licks. Does that say cun? Cun? Obviously, I'm not saying the worst words on the internet. Cun. Because it's been spelt wrong, off Dahotur's face. So, well done, Alan. I really need to get that clip of him saying they think I kidnapped some woman and held her in my home. I need to get that to put with that now. You know, we build up these clips together, and then we'll, you know, that'll help in some way, something.
That's called bullying, and no one likes bullying anymore. It's out. It's old. Bullying is out the window.
Out the window, like where you should go. In the bin, I suggest, Alan. Bullying. Yeah, we're not bullying you though, are we, Alan? Because you're like a grown man on the internet grifting people for change. Like, we're not bullying you. We're holding you to account. It's detracting what we're doing, and it's holding you to account. Like I said, if I wanted to bully people, like I could just pick... I'd like to be some bigoted racist going around bullying people, wouldn't I? Pick all the easy targets, pick all the vulnerable people, like have a pop at them, the mentals, like you just did a minute ago. It's not. But you want now, and you want to use this defence. You want to use the social... What Alan is trying to do is to use the social premise that bullying is bad, like negative bullying, and use it as a shield for his own bad behaviour. So if Alan does something bad, you can't say about it because now you're bullying him. That's not what's happening. So don't get confused, Alan. Don't get confused. Shitloads of people think you're a dickhead because you're being a dickhead all the time. That's what's happening. It's not like, oh, let's get the gang, like we're all smoking and we're all naughty kids behind the bar. Let's see who can put in the toilets today. Let's put Alan in the toilets because like that's not what this is happening. Yeah, bullying is out. Yeah, it's not cool. It's not hip anymore, kids.
We don't like it. No more than we like racism. Bullying.
Alan, you are a racist. We saw your paintings. You explained them, and when you explained them, you said blacks and coloureds. Alan, you are a racist.
Do you honestly think people like to hear somebody talk people down and dehumanize
Seems to be going all right in my chat.
them? Do you honestly think that people like to watch that?
Yeah, it's like kind of content. Like, you watch the bad person being a chuffer, and then you see me, like, pulling them apart. There's some psychology involved. I don't like I don't bring up, like, Maslow's hierarchy of needs or anything. You know, we don't go deep. But, like, you know, there's some psychology involved. I rip you a new one. We make some memes. We have a laugh. This one's been a lot of talking up to now. Today, 3.5 hours. It could be an 8-hourer. You never know. We're only 20 minutes into the 50-hour bastard thing. 50-minute bastard thing. But we will get to the laughs, I promise you. We've had some times today. We've had some darkness. We've been focusing a little bit on Mother Lick's daughter come off daughter's face. But if we want, we could have focused on the other ones, the mimps, the songs. We'd have a bit of mimp again. Should we have a quick bit of mimp?
I'm just a mother M-I-M-P.
So it's sometimes a barrel of laughs, but, you know, this one was... I didn't know what was going to happen, really. You know, like I said, I didn't watch all of his fucking talking yesterday. I knew that he had a little pop at me, probably, and I didn't know it was such a long pop at me. I didn't know it was going to be a 20-minute pop at me. He's not even started talking about the hospital bit yet, has he?
They don't. They like to come home at night and be entertained by someone. They want to come home, and if they're into the Nicola Bully case, they want to hear about the Nicola Bully case. They don't want to hear about AD being this, that, and the other. They want to hear about the Nicola Bully case.
So now I'm not to talk about other stuff. I'm to focus on the Nicola Bully case. Is that right? A weird revelation from Alan there. I'm not going to... Again, we're getting on now, so I'm not going to dig too deep unless it's really worth digging it out. But this one, a weird revelation that people want to hear about the Nicola Bully case. Nicola Bully case. Nicola Bully case, in Alan's words. So I'm to be told by Alan what content to create. And also, top tip from Alan, make loads of videos about Nicola Bully. Alan knows how to work YouTube. Like, fucking idiot. Hot Wet Tea, that's a good one. We'll listen
And
to
you
that.
should stick together. You few channels that are fighting the law on this.
Fighting the law? I'm not fighting the law. What's happening? You few channels that are fighting the law, and he's doing this. Demeaning. Diminutive. It's very strange, controlling, but demeaning body language. Does Alan have his own small pee-pee? I don't know. But I certainly don't feel like, you know, you're not going to fit me between those fingers, Alan. You're going to need to widen your grip a bit here. Like, if you want to, like, that little claw pee-pee gripper is not going to work on my trouser sausage. Certainly not going to be claw gripped by Alan's little pee-pee gripper. I don't like that, but carry on.
Why are you falling out with each other?
Why are you falling out with each other? We're not. It's you. I'm not falling out with anyone else. If people ask me what I think about a channel, it doesn't matter whether they make true crime or fucking tyre reviews. I'll watch it and then I'll tell them what I think. And then it's not falling out. Like, if I want to go around Penny Bunning's house and she doesn't invite me in because of something I said about her YouTube videos, then that's on her. But I don't know her as a person. Like, I can still buy her a drink and say, it's nice to meet you. Are you okay? Yeah. Oh, you do also YouTube as well. I'd be very polite about it face to face. I'd be like, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I did say that. We say things, don't we, about what we think, but it doesn't mean that, there's anything about you that's anything wrong. So, like, we can still be polite and etiquette and stuff. Like, just because I watch people's content and say what I think about their content doesn't mean I'm being personal. Whereas with Alan, everything is personal.
Because you're ruining it. People are switching off.
Oh, ruining it. People are switching off.
Falling out with each other. Because you're ruining it. People are switching off.
And also, people falling out with each other nearly got a smile, but he kind of held it back.
Why are you falling out with each other?
See that? That's a half smile, Jupiter's delight. Hidden. He managed to keep the mask on this time.
Because you're ruining it. People are switching off.
People are switching off. They're switching off from you, and your views are diminishing, and you're worried about that because the Nicola Bulley case can't maintain people's attention forever. Of course, the inquest. Oh, we're all going to get busy during the inquest, aren't we, Alan? But other than that, really, Alan, really.
In their droves, because you can't concentrate on the case because you want to say that person did this or that person did that or that. No, stick together.
Stick together. We've got no obligation to stick together, and we certainly don't want to stick to someone as slimy and sticky and horrible as you, Alan. Things stick to you, yeah. Things sort of sticky to you because you're covered in shit. Shit, stinking, sticky Alan. There's no way I'm sticking with you. I wash people like you off me. Scrape you off, Alan. I have to scrape you off. Stick together.
Let's show the police.
Other people have had to scrape you off, including Eddie's Vinyl Break, who you mentioned as if they was your big friend, and then he had to scrape you off. I'm sure Mind Juice is trying to think about how to best remove you from his fucking fur at the moment.
Not telling us the right stuff on this case. That's my plea to you. Stick together and stop talking about AD. AD doesn't want to talk about you.
Right? You've done so for 20 minutes. You should do so because it's the best thing you've got on your channel. Nicola Bulley case is not going to pay the rent, Alan. But if you talk about me, that's the best. If you talk about me, Alan, the more you talk about me, the best you're going to get in the future. It's not going to get any better in the true crime space for you. But as I grow as a channel, like, this is actually helping me being in YouTube jail, because now I can make more videos. It reaches a different group of people who prefer little videos than big long lives, and the big long lives are still here on Twitch, so we can build up our Twitch. Some people have decided to sub with their YouTube Primes, their Amazon Primes, so that's even a bonus. Like, things are going well. Even the things that, stoop and warm. If you can see the things you've built your life to broken and stoop and build them up with worn out, even like when something goes wrong, we can build it into something good. Whereas with you, Alan, things are tapering off and diminishing. So you're better off grabbing hold of my coattails now while you've still got a chance, because in a few years we won't be talking about you anymore, and you won't be part of anyone's conversation at all. You'll be dwindling around in the shallows with a few. Maybe you'll still have Nancy, but it'll all have gone really wrong. So you're better off grabbing hold now. And what I mean by that, Alan, is talk about me, make videos about me. Like, don't be afraid to get involved. We could have a conversation. We could get involved in an actual grown-up conversation. It doesn't have to be videos back and forth. We could have a debate. We could play a game of poker. Like, people are interested. Like, honestly, people would be interested to see Scott versus Alan, wouldn't they? So, 87 days because of copyright. Yeah, because I fucking fought it and it came back with 87 days. I can show it you on the internet. I can show it you. It's not just not hiding anything, unlike Alan. I can show you the situation. The super chuffer don't mess about YouTube studio. There's my YouTube studio. Have you got active copyright strikes? I certainly fucking have. One copyright strike expires in 86 days. And it's from Eurovision. Can you see that underneath there? How do I make it so you can see it better under there? Fuck, it's the frame getting in the way. Ah! Just look, it's from Eurovision. Why would I have a copyright strike from anywhere else but a great big company from France that wanted to fucking, you know, France tele... You can see there, French televisions. There, you can see it now underneath, Eurovision. It's from Eurovision. So I've got one copyright strike, but because I fought it, select action, counter notification rejected. I did the counter notification and they fucking had me. They were like, right, instead of 11 days, what about 90 days? And I'm like, what? You didn't say that would happen if I did a counter notification. I haven't told them. I haven't spoken to them since. Because why would I speak to them any further? With 12 days on my YouTube jail, I said, no, hang on, this isn't right. I think it was fair use. And they said, right, get further in YouTube jail, you fucker. So that's what happened there. Carry on, Alan.
So what all we can do is keep up the pressure and demand change, which I'm doing now. I'm demanding that trolls get a life.
That's weird to change the... Because remember, like this kind of gets glossed over now, but Alan is using a leaflet about mental health to demand the trolls get a life. Keep up the pressure and demand change is supposed to mean keep up the pressure on the government and demand change for our social services and support care options. But Alan has twisted it to say keep up pressure on the trolls. So that's a bit weird, isn't it? To take a sort of charity campaign for mental health and twist it to your own ends like that.
Demand change, which I'm doing now. I'm demanding that trolls get a life.
We're keeping up the pressure.
Get a life. Making sure that improved mental health is a key priority for the government and society. We have to convince society that bullying people, gang stalking them, scaring them, frightening them, going real life on them, hating...
I sped it up because I thought he was going to talk about the fucking hospital. No one's gang stalking Alan. No one's trying to scare his life. It's his delusions. I used to think this was some manipulation for the old ladies to make it seem like things are worse than they are so that, you know, he can prove that and then he can get more money. But it's not that. I actually now think he actually does buy into his own delusions and he might actually be worried that people are trying to like attack him and scare him. And you know why? Today we found out why. Is because he's got a guilt complex and the things that he's hiding are far worse than I imagined. So he is scared. Because if someone finds out the worst things that he's done that I don't know about, and this is just presumption based on what he said today and the way he behaved, and the Philip Schofield's and nonce stuff, and the fact that he said he might have had a woman trapped in it, or the worst thing that could happen is we could say that he had a woman trapped in his house. I think he probably is scared and worried. And I think there is something, like, I was always on the side of it's ridiculous to be scared and worried because there's nothing to be scared of, is there? Because as I live, there's nothing to be scared of. Like, is someone really, and I say this with a pinch of salt because there are the Jason Dean Rothwells out there, but is someone really going to try and murder me? And if they did, have I still got a fighting chance to murder them back? Yes. So am I worried about being murdered on a daily basis? No. Not at all. Like, even if if one of you chuffers in chat was turned out to be a full nutter and like turned up somewhere and like went a bit nutter, like I've still got like a 50-50 chance that I could take some nutter. So like I'm not actually like. Whereas Alan is like crying on that one who's on at him? Me. I'm on the internet talking about him. I would expect if one of you was a nutter, you'd just start a channel and talk about me instead. Like, that's enough, isn't it? You don't have to, like, nobody's going full nutter and doing a murder, are they, Sarah? Yeah. So, like, Alan's scared that someone's going to done him a murder. Like, are you nuts? Like, are you nuts? The most wound up people about it are people like me, and this is about as wound up as I get. So, like, it's not, like, there's no, but he's crying murder on the internet now. And I just wonder now, is it because deep down he has got something that, you know, is eating away at him, that he is scared that if it gets revealed, people would actually want to murder him for? And what could that possibly be? Well, he mentioned today about being a perv, the idea that Philip Schofield's a nonce and that Philip Schofield also went to see the Queen, and this idea of like nonce you know, the reason they're called nonce is because they're not allowed out around the general prison occupation, you know, population, because people want to attack them. Like, being a nonce would make it, you would be scared that people would find out. And the thing is, I didn't put those two and two together, because when I think about these kind of, like, I don't have that like thing hanging over me to be like, oh, this is how I would feel if I was a nonce. Do you know what I mean? But now I'm wondering if this is how a nonce feels, scared and panicked when people start investigating him and taking an interest beyond just saying he's a dickhead. Like with the Malta stuff, we popped him on that. We totally, like, as a group as well. It wasn't one of us. It was as a group. I can't take any credit really, because somebody else said this is a photograph and doesn't he look just like him, and then they got the information, and like, you know, by broadcasting it and sharing it, like, as a group, and it's them, not me, more them than me, they were able to pop Alan in Malta, definitely there. And then my contribution was the newspaper and the Smiths to say that was bollocks and that I don't believe it at all, and this is the lights in his, you know, I do my little body language analysis on a little thing and catch out a little, you know, between us we're better armchair detectives than him, because we caught him in Smiths in the airport, like Alan's Malta trip. But yeah, maybe he's actually scared of something, you know. Maybe he's really scared of something deep down that could be real, and that would have to be something bad, wouldn't it? Because otherwise, what are we finding out? That he's so scared that we're going to want to kill him? Like, it's all a bit dark, that is. So
in them, it's not the way forward. I promise you, it's not. So it's Mental Health Awareness Week. Be aware of the comments you write about hating people. Because, like, people hating me, saying I made it up,
fucking dickhead you
that
are.
I got bad knees, so I could push in the queue with the Queen. It's not good.
You said you could push in. You said you could push in the queue. They're your words. I put them on my Twitter. I tweeted them off you. Pushed in the Queen's queue. You pushed in the Queen's queue. They're your words. But we did do a video about it, yeah, about Angry Alan visits the Queen. Yeah. Brought that up again.
That I got a bad knee, so I could push in the queue with the Queen. It's not good. It's not good.
It was all right.
Because
it was all right. Hang on, it's not good. The pushing in the 4.2 thousand views, 4,000 views in a week. That's not bad. It's not good. It's not bad. What do you mean it's not good? Got a few likes. If you've watched that video, if you're watching this one now, you can't like this one. It's Twitter, Twitch, whatever. You can't like it, so I don't have to even call you to call to action on that. But it's not bad, Alan. I thought it was quite a good video, actually. Mainly it was all your stuff that I talked over and, you know, did the fair use copyright. Like you put at the start of your video, the copyright disclaimer, you know. Mainly it was all you providing that good stuff, but I was able to put my spin on it and create something new out of it. I think it was all right.
people know you're lying.
I wasn't
Once
lying.
they know you're lying about that.
There's no lie. You were definitely not disabled. You were in the video. I don't know if you noticed, you were the one in the video running around on your knee. Like, it's not that there was some lie being told. It's you.
They know you're lying about everything.
You're lying about everything. It's you.
AD doesn't send children to America.
What?
On pizza orders. Like
what?
Liam says. I don't do that. People know you're lying. And once they know you're lying about that, they know you're lying about everything. AD doesn't send children to America on pizza orders, like Liam says. I don't do that.
What?
But anybody who knows I don't, right? So why do they do it?
What?
To Awareness Week. Right, back to the story. I've got it all written down here.
I don't have to break that one down.
Back
You
to
all
the
know
story.
the response that I've got. You all know what the answer to what he just said there was, don't you? You know what you all now know, because the way I've broken down it all the way through this episode, I don't have to regurgitate, like, you know, straw man. Obviously, you know what he's doing there.
So I get there at 6
I'm glad I've got smart people in chat. Eventually, my job will be done for me, because I'll explain all his manipulations, and then we'll just watch them, and you'll point them out. Like,
which is good for a new knee replacement, which I showed you. A massive scar, isn't it?
We haven't seen your scar.
It is a major operation. I'm going to get all these injections, and then they put an epidural in my spine, which is the same thing pregnant women have, right?
Right.
So I've had the equivalent of a childbirth, and people tell me childbirth's the worst pain, and men can never do it. Well, I've had epidural like you did.
It was worth it. Someone did. Who was it? Was it Dover and Dolly's mum said, make sure you get to this bit. It was worth it for sticking around for 22 minutes in. Alan equates the fact that he had an epidural to having the same pain as childbirth across all of womanhood. So we looked a little bit earlier about what narcissism is and how it, you know, is a dysfunction. And if ever I've heard the most ridiculous statement out of a narcissist's mouth, this has been one of the finest. This is pure gold. I don't have to dress it up or elaborate or give you much of my response and reaction. I'm giving it now, and my response and reaction is I'm not needed. Fucking pound shop Jurgen Klopp here is going to tell us what he thinks about pain and childbirth.
Anyway, it is a major operation. I'm going to get all these injections, and then they put an epidural in my spine, which is the same thing pregnant women have, right? So I've had the equivalent of a childbirth, and people tell me childbirth's the worst pain, and men can never do it. Well, I've had epidural like you did.
Clip that. On Twitch, you've got the power to clip. You can make your own clips on Twitch. If anyone knows stuff about Twitch, that's a clip. Get that clipped. I've got a button for it, actually. I've got a button on my thing. I've had this for so long and I've never pressed it. I can see already that it's crossed out, not working since it got updated. Okay, good one. I've got a clip it button. Clip that. Do you know what that says? It says Scotty's Hotties on it. Scotty's Whoop Whoop Hotties stream. Scotty Hottie. Whoop Whoop Hotties. That's the production. Whoop Whoop Hotties. Whoop Whoop Hotties. That's what we'd... Forget it.
I don't know which is more painful for a man or a woman, but...
Well, I think childbirth is mildly more painful than having some painkillers, being given an injection to numb the pain, and then sitting there fully conscious while someone opens up a small part of your knee and then replaces some bits and closes it up again. I think squeezing a baby out from... Just don't even start me. Alan's had a knee operation. Women have given birth to children for years. It's not commonly known that knee operations are more painful than childbirth, but because Alan has been given an epidural, which he equates with the pain of childbirth, that's it. You've had your epidural. Basically the same. One and the same. Squeezed a baby out from your... No, I haven't. I had an epidural, though, so it's basically the same, isn't it? I also had a big poo once, so I think we're about close. About fair, isn't it? Did a big poo once and had an epidural, so me and womankind, we know about pain. Don't start me on it. Once I stubbed my toe. That's probably quite painful. That'll go up on the list as well. Had the epidural, did a big poo, stubbed my toe. So I'm basically there with childbirth.
It did hurt, well, the operation did hurt afterwards, not at the time. I guess with childbirth, the epidural takes the pain away, right? Right.
So shut up in chat. Not my chat, his chat. That's what he's saying to them, because he's got these women in his chat, hasn't he? And he's saying to them, like, whenever, because they're going to say, like, this is a weird manipulation, right? Is like, they've had children, so he's complaining to them about the pain he's in. And so to negate the fact that they've all got examples of pain much worse than his that they've been through, and they were probably talking about it in chat, if I scroll back, you know, they probably were talking about, I've had child, therefore I had pain. And he's like, fuck you and your pain. You've had an epidural. I've had an epidural. We're equal. If anything, it's worse for me because I have to wear my shorts.
So I got there 6 a.m. on Monday morning. They've put...
Petty Peachy says she's clipped it. Brilliant. I love it that people can... Because that saves me a job now. I can just get the clips and I can just refer to the clips. That saves me a job. That's what we should be doing with all the memes that come up.
All this stuff in my arm.
I'm glad somebody knows what's going on around here. Maybe you're right. Maybe this is a great place for me to grow and I just didn't know it because I was stuck in my YouTube ways. I will concede that what you said earlier about it being a good place, maybe it is a good place for me. And maybe this is the future. You never know. But I will be getting back to YouTube after YouTube jail as well. I like to have the option of both streaming platforms open to me. I think that's great. So it's actually a benefit.
Did all these blood tests to make sure I was okay.
Alan could go on the other one. Like, you know, these other ones like Kick and Rumble with all the racists, all the people that get kicked off YouTube for being racist. Alan can go on there. He'd probably be quite successful.
Massive questionnaire like this. Do you smoke? No. Do you drink? Once every couple of weeks, the odd pint.
Why are you telling us this? It's a manipulation. You drink all the time. You're basically an alcoholic. Come on, get off. There's no way a man like this isn't drinking himself to sleep every night. There's no way a man like this isn't drinking on the regulars. Once every now and then. Alan, pints. Alan, poker. Alan, poker and pints. Come on, there's no way this man isn't drinking himself all the time.
The question: you got diabetes? You got any heart attacks in the family?
We don't have to do the questionnaire.
In the family?
We don't have to do the questionnaire. Everyone that goes in for an operation of any description will do the same fucking... Do you know what I mean? We don't have to... We all know. We're all used to this concept.
100 questions, but they're all like that, right?
Don't ask any more.
It's a bit late now, isn't it? I'm here for the
Move on.
operation. And then they said it's going to be very painful. Oh, shit. So...
Worse than childbirth,
I get taken down into the theatre. I was scared. I was scared in that waiting room when I see them churning people out of the theatres.
This is all a manipulation.
The bones and the drilling of bones. I wasn't the only one in operation.
This is a manipulation now. He's trying to make it visceral. He's trying to touch people's attention, whistling at them to wake them up. This is all part of his... He's probably scripted a bit of a manipulation.
I went to the pre-op thing, right? 5 years ago, pre-op. And they showed us a video of the operation. And big mistake showing AD blood, right? And the woman next to us said, oh yeah, I had this...
What? Big mistake showing the armchair detective blood? Man, this man's a... Is he a weasel? Is he a clown? Is this real? He's not going to like the taste of his own blood if we get in a boxing match, then is he? Like, and I'd say that because loads of YouTubers do boxing matches. Like, what's he on about? Doesn't like the sight of blood. Are you not an armchair detective? So you don't want to see the murder scene then? Like, the sites on the internet, even today, they shut down LiveLeak, but I have seen some horrific things that the Mexican cartels are out there busy doing on the daily. Like, I've seen them on the internet. Do you remember when there were those, like, you know, do you remember when it was all the craze to see the horrible ISIS videos? And, like, everyone was like, oh, this ISIS have done this bad shit on the internet. And you were like, well... You know, I really didn't want to see that, but now I've seen someone, like, you know, having the worst things in the world happen to them. Thanks, ISIS. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to name these horrible, like, things, but it's war things and crime things and bad things. But, like, I've seen them, thanks internet, because I grew up when the internet was growing, so, like, I've seen them. But Alan's too scared of a bit of blood. Like, oh my God. Like, he's the armchair detective. Like, he's scared of a bit of blood. Like, I want to grab him, and I know this is wrong, especially on Mental Health Day, but just be like, man up. We can be scared of blood. People can have their little foils and phobias and stuff like that. But it's weird for Alan, the armchair detective, the big bolshy one, that this is his manipulation as a vulnerable narcissist, to try and make you feel he's the one deserving of compassion. Scared of a bit of blood. You know, don't show me blood. Oh, old AD, eh? Old AD, old non-threatening AD, scared of a bit of blood, non-threatening, give me your money. Like, loves, yeah, scared of blood, but loves cum when it's licked off daughter's face. Yeah.
They've done last time and it's rubbish. I've had to come back and have it done again. So you're saying me again? Yeah, they didn't do it right. I've got to come back to it again. This other old woman said, yeah, I had one done. It was no better than it was before. So right, it's a short intermission. Then
this other old woman said, I love it that Alan, like, not dissing people who've had knee operations, yeah, but, you know, at a certain age, certain parts of your body start to give out, don't they? And the hospitals fill up with older people, don't they? And Alan is probably at that certain age, but the people around him are old women, whereas Alan himself isn't some old man. Like, that'd be a diss for Alan, wouldn't it? But, like, he's quite happy to just quickly pop in there and, like, you know, slag off the old women around him.
I had this leg done last time and it was rubbish. I've had to come back and have it done again. So you're saying me again? Yeah, they didn't do it right. I've got to come back to it again. This other old woman said, yeah, I had one done. It was no better than it was before. So it's a short intermission. Then some cups of tea. I ran out. Got in the car, drove off. And I parked the car in the car park and I scratched the car. I bumped into another car. I was in such a...
What?
State. Scratched my car.
Scratched my car, not someone else's. I didn't see this. I didn't know this was part of this. What is he? How is he doing this to me at like 3 hours into our broadcast? Do we do it? Should we do this in two parts? Should I like bin off the rest of this and like talk about his hospital visit as a different section? Because that first part was all about the trolls, wasn't it? Really, I thought I was going to be talking about his knee, and actually all we talked about was the trolls. So I feel like we can halve this and like come back to this. Like, what the fuck is he on about?
I got some cups of tea. I ran out. I ran out.
Is this true? Because he can't believe half the things he says. But if this is true, he didn't like the fact that these older ladies were having trouble. Because older ladies may have more difficulty getting there. Like, I'm not dissing the NHS here. The phlebotomist may have had more trouble on certain people's veins because of situations, because of, like, you know, human factors. So, like, but Alan couldn't hack it. and ran physically. How can you run if you've got a bad knee that needs operating on? Like, good point, Sarah. Ran out, got in his car, banged it into someone else's car. It's almost like Alan Partridge. You could imagine Alan Partridge doing this, couldn't you? Like, reversing his car into someone else's and being like, you know, in a panic over this. If this is true, if it's true, not just a story he's making up.
The car drove off.
Because at this point, wouldn't he be in his hospital gown? Wouldn't he, like, you're not just going to be wearing your shoes and your, like, are you getting off your hospital bed and getting in your car? Would you like me to lap dance for you? I've got a bad knee. That will get me, if I show the video, it will totally get me done, but I know exactly what we're thinking of. I was thinking of Toblerones and Lynn as well. And Alan, didn't he get in a car accident? Whiplash, hang on. Alan Partridge, car accident. Didn't he have isn't there like a airbag? This is the slow motion airbag crash. Didn't he, like, isn't there one where he actually does have a car accident in some way? Lynn suffers minor women's whiplash.
I need to get my head together.
I guess you won't.
Right, I'm going to box her in at the squash court and drop my price. To me! Oh, I'm all right. Your airbag went off. Why didn't mine, Lynn?
I can't move my head. It's just not going. Can you see it? Try.
Calm down, Lynn.
It's just not moving.
Calm down. Calm down, Lynn. You're suffering from minor women's whiplash.
That's so Alan, isn't it? Ran out, got in his car, did that. He said car accident. He's not worried about other people's cars, so I imagine he's just run it into the post like that. Or is he just watched this and he's referring to this as a thing that happened in his life because he thought it was funny and he might tell a story? Well, it's hard to know with Alan, isn't it?
They didn't do it right. I've got to come back to it again. This other old woman said, yeah, I had one done. It was no better than it was before. So I said, right, it's a short intermission. Then we have some cups of tea. I ran out. I ran out, got in the car, drove off. And I parked the car in the car park and I scratched the car. I bumped into another car. I was in such a state. Scratched my car.
Bumped into another car.
So I was a runner.
Scratched someone else's car.
So I said to the lady there, it was very nice, who was doing the match, what they call anaesthetist. I said, you know that I've done a runner from this before, you know? She said, oh yeah. You won't be doing a runner today, you have epidural. And I couldn't feel anything.
So wait, is that an old story where he's gone in for a knee operation and he's fucking bailed it? Like, what's going on here? Have I got confused?
Operation. They were doing hip replacements as well. I could hear all the clots in the family. I mean, there's 100 questions, but they're all like that, right? I was a bit late now, I'm here for the operation. And then they said it's going to be very painful. Oh shit. So I get taken down into the theatre. I was scared. I was scared in that waiting room when I see them churning people out of the theatres. I could hear the hacking of bones and the drilling of bones. I wasn't the only one in an operation. They were doing hip replacements as well. I could hear all this going on. I'm scared. So
I'm thinking that what may have happened is that Alan was given some drugs pre-op because he's a fucking annoying arsehole. So if they can sedate him in any way, it will stop him pressing that button and asking for the nurse. So they've probably given it, they said, look, you're going to be having an epidural. And he's like, does that hurt? And they say, the epidural hurts when it goes in. But other than that, nothing else hurts. And he's like, well, can you give me something to stop it hurting when it goes in? So they're like, all right, we'll give you some, knockout drops. And like on the way down, like Alan Partridge would be, right? He's like tiptoeing through the tulips already. Good call in the chat there, tiptoeing through the tulips. He's tiptoeing through the tulips already, isn't he? And he hasn't really had a car crash and scratched anyone's car or done a runner because he was telling the anaesthetist, I've just been doing a runner. And she's like, sure you have, love. Sure you have. While he's off his nut on gas and air. Do you know what I mean? He's like, in his head, he's off in the car park doing a runner. In reality, they've got that thing in him and he's in the fucking tulips. That's what I think maybe. I don't know. It's hard to judge because what is going on?
I told him the truth. And I've not told you this story before. I might have done. I got nearly this far before. I went to the pre-op.
Oh, this was before the pre-op.
5 years ago, pre-op.
Wait, so he prefixes with I tell you the truth.
I'm scared. So I told him the truth.
So I told him the truth, which would imply that everything else we've heard up until this point is not the truth. This is the use of language that people use when they lie. Honestly, I'm telling you the truth. Right, listen in because I'm going to tell you the truth on this one. Right, yeah, except why did you preface it with, it's going to be the truth? Why wouldn't it always be the truth?
And I've not told you this story before, I might have done.
I've not told you this story before, I might have done.
I got nearly this far before. I went to the pre-op thing, right? 5 years ago, pre-op.
5 years ago, you went for a pre-op on your knee to have it replaced. And for 5 years, you've been going around with a knee that needs operating on. But you were able to run up and down at the Queen's funeral, but you didn't, and you did. And I don't know if I should believe this.
And they showed us a video of the operation. And big mistake showing AD blood, right? And the woman next to us said, "Oh yeah, I had this leg done last time and it's rubbish. I've had to come back to have it done again." So you're saying
the woman next to me
again? Yeah, they didn't do it right. I've got to come back to it again. This other woman said, "Yeah, I had one done. And it was no better than it was before."
What woman next to you? What women are next to you in a video showing of a... this sounds really weird. I don't know any medical settings where the doctor shows me a video whilst I'm there with other patients. It just feels really fucking weird, this does. I don't know what to think about it. He told me it's the truth, but it feels like just a story he's making up.
So right, it's a short intermission. Then we have some cups of tea. I ran out.
Cups of tea? Intermission? Video?
I ran out, got in the car and drove off. And I parked the car in the car park and I scratched the car. I bumped into another car. I was in such a state. Scratched my car.
You scratched someone else's car, you arsehole.
So I was a runner.
So I was a runner. To coin a detective phrase, I was a runner from my own appointment at the hospital. Like, could you imagine that? It feels like an Alan Partridge comedy sketch. It really does. Could you imagine that though? Like, Alan himself, like, normal people are sat there watching and the tea comes out and Alan's fucking just scarpered. Like, is that man gone? And then they look out the window and he's in the car park. Eep, 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 eep. I'm leaving. Like, smashing everyone's car in the car park. Like, is he alright, that guy? He's a runner. He's doing a runner. A runner from his own insurance costs for the car park accident and from his own knee operation, which he wasn't going to be having that day because they were showing a video and having cups of tea. So I don't think that was the knee operation day. I don't know what he's running from, but what are we talking about? I'll tell you what it sounds more like. It sounds more like he's amalgamated to... I think maybe he's had to go to like one of those... You know when you go to the course for speeding or something, and you have to go and watch a video on a course for speeding or something, and he's run out of there and crashed into someone's car on the way out because he's having to do a course for dangerous driving, and he's dangerously crashed his car on the way out. Maybe something like that, and he's, factored that in with this and tried to tell a story. It just seems really fucking weird, doesn't it? Like, what are we on about here? Someone's gone for their operation on a knee operation, and in the pre-op, they've shown them a video of what the operation will be. Like, quite a gruesome video, it sounds like. And he hasn't liked that. There were other people there having cups of tea, and he's decided to fucking run. 5 years ago.
So I said to the lady there, it was very nice, who was doing the meds, what do they call it? Anaesthetist. You know that I've done a runner from this before,
Imagine that. Imagine you're anaesthetising this man, and he says, I've done a runner from this before, don't you? Like, what would you say? You would say, just like, shut up and let me knock you out because I don't want to hear you wittering on anymore. I've done a runner from you before. What do you mean, done a runner? Like, this isn't Cop Shop.
She said, "Oh yeah, you won't be doing a runner today. You better have a jury." I couldn't feel anything from the waist down.
She said, "Oh yeah, you won't be doing a runner for today. I'm gonna fucking paralyse you." Like, she thought. I bet those nurses had enough of him. I bet they'd had enough of him.
Nothing. She said, "Try running now." It was like that film.
Try running now.
A Slava or
Oh, wouldn't we all pay to be there?
From the waist down, nothing. She said, "Try running now." It was like that film, Bratislava or a motel, where the mass murderer, the bloke says, "Oh, you want to leave? You don't want to be murdered?" Says, "No, let me go." He says, "All right, you can go." And he slices the tendons on his feet, and he tries to get up, and he falls over because he can't escape.
Well, that's funny, right? That's funny, but the knee operation video, you couldn't watch that. You had to leave. But somebody else having their tendons sliced, that's funny. Yeah, wait. This isn't Cop Shop. Come on, Button. Hey, Button. This isn't Cop Shop. He's done a runner. Gav, he's done a runner.
Oh, what are you on your way to a dick meeting?
Motel. I was thinking about all these things.
Fucking hell. How is it But he's all right laughing at the guy getting his... Because it's all a manipulation. Because he doesn't really balk at the sight of blood. Not like it's a, get in your car and run off and scratch someone else's car job. That's just all a load of bull, isn't it? It's all a load of nonsense.
Says, oh, you want to leave? You don't want to be...
Because he started it with, listen, I'm going to tell you the truth. Which means, listen, I'm about to spill a lie, and I just want you to believe it.
No, let me go. He says, all right, you can go. And he slices the tendons on his feet, and he tries to get up, and he falls over because he can't escape.
Why is that funny?
Motel. So I was thinking about all these things.
That's not funny.
Anxiety, see?
Anxiety?
Super anxiety. That's what made me run.
Made you run.
So then she gives me extra. She said, I know what to do. I'll give you extra.
Extra?
Give me extra stuff.
No, she didn't. No, let's not get on this. Alan, from this point on, Alan doesn't know what happened because he's unconscious, or because he's they've given him some sort of sedative which has impaired his judgment. But she's not if she has given him extra, it's just so he shuts the fuck up. Like, there's no way in the NHS they're giving extras on medicines like painkillers and not painkillers, sorry, like anaesthetists. Like, you'll kill someone, like you're doing Madeleine McCann on them. So you're not giving him extras, are you? Extra what, says Athene? Exactly. Extras on the old anaesthetism, like making him extra paralysed from the waist down, making him like, what extras would you give? Like, what extra would you give?
So then she gives me extra. She said, I know what to do. I'll give you extra. And she was giving me extra stuff. I wasn't non-conscious because I had epidural, right? Push, right?
So they give you gas and air. I'm imagining you put that on, and when you, I remember once I had to have gas and air once at the hospital, and I've fucked myself over in loads of different ways. The dog bit me really badly once as well. I don't think that was a gas and air job, but I've got the stitches from that and all that. Yeah, like, you can talk to people on gas and air, and you can say a load of ridiculous and think a load of weird shit, or you can, like, be given drugs. I remember once I had to have a proper full. I think once I've had an operation where I've had to be knocked out. I think, have I? And woken up, or have I not? I might have been tripping. Maybe I've not. But anyway, like, the sort of stuff they give you, like, can make you think funny things. But I doubt very much that they're going to give you extra, are they? They're not going to be like, let's give him some, like, get him well dosed up, let him go for the trip of his life. It's just you responded to this thinking that they're probably placating you while you're high. Like, they're saying, oh, we'll give you extras then, mate. Like, they say it to everyone. Alan's such an idiot.
And she was giving me extra stuff. I wasn't unconscious.
It's either a lie.
Push, right? You're not unconscious. Push. I've seen what happens after the babies come out. So I'm there, and I can't escape. And I've got my headphones, earbuds, and I'm listening to something, and I can't tell you now what I was listening to.
Exactly.
I was so high on whatever she was giving me.
Yeah.
That I don't know where I was.
What did I just say? Don't you love it when I can predict exactly what he's about to say next? Because, like, it's obvious. Alan, like, not only do we make him puppet dance, but I can see his future. And there's the laugh, because it's all a manipulation. This whole story is a laugh and a manipulation.
For the hour and a half, some total operation, I didn't feel a thing.
Because that point, and again, he slipped up there. He had his earbuds in. He was so high he couldn't understand what was going on. Like, it's not painful and disturbing to him. He hasn't had to run out and get his car scratched. It was fine. He went in. From the moment the anaesthetist got hold of him, he couldn't remember a thing. He was in fucking La La Land. And to this point now, this is why his family said you probably shouldn't stream. Not only do they not want to hear him yabbing on all night, but they probably said, and when I say his family, like one member of his family who agreed to look after him, who drew the short straw, or maybe he's stopping somewhere like, a family's house and they've got a family and he is now inflicting himself on them. But Alan, in La La Land, and since then has been up on a bit of a cloud. So that's why he's so easy to read tonight, because he's usually poker face more often than, like, he tries to poker face. Do you know what I mean? He tries to hold it in. But tonight, no such poker face. But much easier to read. Doing all the laughing all the time. I mean, he does it a lot anyway. But don't get me wrong, like, I'm not revealing all my secrets here either. There is lots of other things I see in Alan and am seeing in Alan that I'm not revealing. But the big ones, like, obvious.
But I did hear the drills and the banging of my knee being smacked. I did hear that, but it didn't bother me.
Because you were high as fuck.
So I came out of there.
High as balls.
And I went back to the room. And the staff were lovely. The staff were lovely, man.
You don't know what they were like. You were high as balls.
But I was in a higher state of mind. I was in a higher state of mind.
Exactly.
High state of consciousness I was. And
talking a load of shit about
They
being a
started
detective.
doing things like,
Oh, he's seen Isla. Where's Isla? Is Isla my... Are you Isla? My nurse looks just like Isla. Is Isla my nurse? Do I get a bed bath? Can I have a bed bath from Isla? Is Isla coming to see if I'm all right with my knee?
give me a cup of tea and stuff.
Like, they've probably got people in other beds around him all having a good laugh at Alan, who can't handle the fucking narcotics. In fact, if I was the anaesthetist, I would give him something to make him fucking trip the balls out so everyone could have a laugh.
Like that. You're right, yeah. I couldn't feel the thing. I was going, yeah, well, then what are they on about? I'm not even in pain. No surprise, I'm in pain. I couldn't feel nothing. I was like dead from the waist down.
Still is. Has been for years, ladies. Alan.
Feel any pain in my leg? She said, don't worry, we'll come back. So will the pain. Oh, great. So it did actually come back, the pain. And then they gave me Shanann's stuff. I said, I'm scared. So they give me Shanann's oxycodone. I don't say.
They give me Shanann stuff. Oxycodone. Why is he bringing up... I've got a feeling, right? I've just got a feeling that while he was under the influence of narcotics, he started yabbing about the fucking Chris Watts case. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? What are you saying there? Only one nasty habits during surgery. Woke up from one surgery. The doctors were asking me about the time I was a stripper, says Dover and Dolly's mum. Yeah, people do a lot of talking, don't they, when they're on these things? He just referred to Shannon Watts. Yes, also Lucia. He can't... Even his knee operation video has to be in some way tainted, or has to in some way taint the memory of the children that were murdered by Chris Watts. Yeah, absolutely.
Shanann's, that's what she had, oxycodone. Right? And that seemed to work. That put me back into that. It's a piss. I was back to going, yeah, it's all right. So then they said to me, and this is the worst part of the story, we need a sample of urine. They said to me, and this is the worst part of the story.
The worst part of the story gets the old arms. Look at how, like, the forearm. If me and Alan did have a boxing match and he hit me with the forearm smash, illegal move, but, I'd have to swerve to avoid that ham hock. Look at it. Something unhealthy about it. It's not in proportion to the rest of his body. Like, if it's a definite medical ailment, I'll stop ripping on it. I'm proposing, Alan, that you should probably ask the doctor about that while you're in on your knee. How to lose... I wonder if he's Googled that. I wonder if his search history includes mother licks come off daughter's face and also how to lose weight on forearm.
We need...
What do we need, Alan? Gives it a big head rub here. The big old head rub coming in. Look at him. He's a ghoul, isn't he? Like, they say that about the people that make the content over and over again about the murders. They said that about some of the TikTokers to try and write them off from digging around with Nicola Bulley. But, like, in lots of ways, Alan is very ghoulish. Like, if he was coming at you in a graveyard in the night, you'd be like, this... I question, right? Give him a shabby T-shirt. I mean, he's wearing a shabby T-shirt, but give him a shabbier T-shirt coming at you in the graveyard in the night. Would you think, number one, this is a person, or number two, all horror movies were correct and the dead have risen? Like, honestly, he's giving himself a big head rub, which is self... I'm doing it now. I'm doing it now. Self-reassurance, self-grooming, like, whatever.
A sample of urine. You know what urine is, don't you?
You know what urine is, don't you? Wait, what? How bad are his audience? How bad are things over there?
Then they said to me, and this is the worst part of the story.
The worst part.
We need a sample of urine. You know what urine is, don't you?
You do. I do, because you keep taking it, Alan. You keep taking the urine, so I know all about it because you keep taking it. Or I keep taking it. Dover and Dolly's mum says, totally true story about pee yesterday. The old man I'm staying with says to me, went to the doctor about 10 years ago, and the doctor needed an insurance sample. And the doctor came back and said, Richard, you said his name there. Richard, we've got a problem. You have a very high sperm count in your urine. Richard says, he looked at the doctor and says, I don't know what you're talking about. I had a vasectomy 6 years ago. To say the least, he didn't use that doctor again. What? What I'm confused about is why doctors are searching urine for sperms. Well, maybe the vasectomy went wrong and they connected the wrong wires up. That could be an issue. I don't know. I'm not medical enough to know what the fuck's going on. But maybe they could see him swimming. I don't think they'd see him swimming. Or maybe they look at it through a microscope or some shit. I don't know. To be honest, I've never really thought about what goes on in the lab when people send a urine sample, other than you put it on the little shelf like that, and you think, like, this is definitely a wash my hands job, and then you're away. Like, I don't really want to think about what they're doing with my little cup after that, where it's gone. I just assumed someone had to go in it with a fucking pipette at some point. I thought that was bad, having to go in with it. Like, someone's job, someone works really hard at university and, like, does really well, and they get, like, a chemistry degree, and they end up working in the lab, and their job is to pipette the urine. Like, fuck. I don't want to do any pipetting of any... If I have to put any more urine in any more pipettes, I'm giving up chemistry altogether, and I'm taking up being a sleuth online.
We need a sample of urine. A sample of urine. You know what urine is, don't you?
I should do this all at the end for the memes. This has got to be a meme, hasn't it? This is meme worthy.
We need a sample of urine. You know what urine is, don't you?
Oh, Alan.
We need a sample of urine. So, okay, no problem, yeah. So everybody else give their samples of urine eventually. You know, they ask for it about, come back to 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, I see why this is the worst bit. Because now you're asking to perform on command, Alan, and it involves your dick. And you're not going to be able to do this then. Not going to be able to provide when called upon.
Sample and give you this spout thing, like.
So it's not your. It's not a cum sample, Alan. They don't have to scrape it off their daughter's face. This one is urine. You just have to pee in the cup.
How do women do it? I don't know. Anyway, men do it with a spout thing. You put on the end of your willy and you wee in it.
What?
Supposedly.
Hang on, wait, what?
With a spout thing you put on. I don't know what women do. How do women do it? I don't know. Anyway, men do it with a spout thing. You put
a spout thing.
Put on the end of your willy and you wee in it.
I've never had to put a spout thing on the end of my. They give you the little thing. You go, and then while you're going, you quickly fill up the thing, and then that's it. You just interrupt the flow with the thing. Like, you know, I've got a flow. That's one job done. Then I have to fill up the cup, so cup goes under flow. Like, you know, when you fill up a cup in the tap, like, you don't have to work it out. You don't have to put a fucking cover over the tap so to fill the cup. Get a spout on this tap. I can't. This flow of water is not. What? You want to put the cup underneath the water while it's running? I don't know about that. Get me a. Alan, could you imagine, Alan? He's not even willing to give a urine sample without some sort of consternation. They've had to get him a fucking, what do they call him? Like a bed bath thing. They've had to get him one of those, you know, bedpan. They've had to get him a bedpan. He wouldn't wee in the. I can't do this. I can't give you a urine sample. What do you mean? And they've said, look, if you're having trouble, here's a bedpan. Just fucking go in the cubicle and come back when it's full. You fucking nutter. I don't want to hear about Shannon Watts anymore. I don't give a fuck about Nicola Bulley. Get in that fucking cubicle and provide me with a urine sample so we can all end this and go home, Alan.
Supposedly. And I had my curtain round at 3 p.m. Couldn't do it. Not to worry, Alan. you got till 10 o'clock. Ah, piece of piss. 7 hours a week. Okay.
So this is why Alan's quick trip in and out, should be in and out. You go in early in the morning, you get the operation done, you're out by the afternoon. This is why Alan's quick trip in and out to hospital ended up being an overnight stay, because he refused to pee into the bottle, because he couldn't pee on command, because he got stage fright, his little winky shriveled up, and he couldn't do a wee with the idea that people were behind the curtain listening to him. Is that what it is? Like, I tell you what, right, as a man, I hate it when people say as a this, as a that, but I will tell you something. I do not like going in public toilets and standing next to a load of strangers. Like, if I go in there and it's already busy, I'm like, well, this is not the ideal situation for me to have a go. When I was a kid, it was encouraged. You go in the toilets, people are pissing, you stand next to all the people pissing, and then you go for a piss. And as I got grown up, I was like, this is not, I don't like this. Piss goes on my shoes. The other people are not really aiming and thinking carefully. Like, it's mainly a hygiene thing, but I don't really want to go standing next to all people when I'm having a piss. So now I'm put off when I go in the men's and there's like a trough and just a load of men. Yeah, I'm put off by that concept. But like, the stage fright of not being able to go sometimes, like, that can possibly kick in. Possibly, at time to time. I think every man could probably say there's a situation where they've had stage fright, because, like, but in general, being able to urinate is like a human function that you should be able to accommodate the nursing staff. I despair. And he did, didn't he? He said piece of piss. Well done, Athene. Well spotted. He did say piece of piss.
You got till 10 o'clock. Piece of piss.
Piece of piss. That's all it should have been. But Alan couldn't perform.
7 hours.
7 hours to eat. How long did it take, mate? If it took you more than 3, then you're a fucking joke, man. Like, you can drink a litre of water and be needing a wee quicker than it would. Come on, Alan.
Okay, so 3 o'clock, still can do it.
No.
4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, still can do it.
No.
I want it.
It's almost like having to listen to a child explain why they're being difficult during potty training.
3 o'clock, still can do it. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, still can do it. I wanted to wee. I really did. But because I had this epidural, I had no way of weeing, to be honest with you.
What?
It's like nothing was working, right? If you never had epidural, I can't explain. But basically, none of the waterworks or poo works work for a while. That's why women have it. They don't put themselves in a baby. That's what I'm told. I don't know.
I'm going to stop giving so much feedback. I'm just going to let him say these things. Like, this conversation about this has gone into an area. It's like scat talk. Like, I don't know what we're doing now, but this is Alan. He's laughing his way through it. He's smiling his way through it. It's all part of him and his content. So we're having to cover it. But I'm just going to repeat it because it deserves to be repeated. But I don't know how to comment on this one.
Basically, none of the waterworks or poo works work for a while. That's why women have it. They don't put themselves in a baby. That's what I'm told. I don't know. You have no feeling there, right? So 6 o'clock came.
Alan's not had any feeling down there for a long time, girls. Don't let him try and convince you otherwise. It's not the epidural. Alan is. That's his nickname. That's Alan's sexual nickname. Like, I've had girlfriend. Like, I'm Scotty Hottie. Alan is Alan Epidural. Alan.
6 o'clock came. Still no wee. Oh dear. 7 o'clock.
This is what's costing our NHS.
Nope. Nope.
Alan, no wee, but he's sitting cushy in the fucking hospital bed, resting up. No wee. They can't get rid of me until I've done a wee. They want me out of this hospital, but if I'm not going to wee, they're not getting rid of me. So I can hold this. You watch, ladies. You watch, nurses. That's why they're giving the bedpan. They're like, fucking hell, mate. Are you sure you don't need a wee? Because everyone else in this, like, people have been coming in and out. People have been leaving. You know, Alan won't piss. He's refusing. Give him a bedpan. Because he's going to burst at some point.
No wee. I said, look, I'm getting worried now. Everybody else is weed and I can't. So yeah, but you get your feeling back slowly, Alan. Don't worry. But we need it by 11 o'clock at the latest now.
Please leave, they've told him. He's such a chuffer.
Another cup of tea. Still couldn't do it.
Another cup of tea. Still couldn't do it. Like, please leave, Alan. Please leave. The nurses need to go home. They want you to leave. You just refuse to do a piss like an irritant toddler. A chodler. Alan's an irritant chodler. Like, what is he doing? He used his own piss. He used his own refusal to piss as a weapon against the NHS to cadge a bit more free time in bed.
I got the wee
in the comfy hospital bed with the nurses looking after him.
thing. And she came back and said, look, this can't go on. Matron come on now. She's getting worried. Matron's come on, Judy. Alan.
It's not that she's worried. It's that the other nurses won't deal with you now, Alan. It's got to the point where it's like I don't know what you've been saying to these nurses, but Matron now has to deal with you because she won't put up with shit like these other nurses will. They've said, he's giving me shit. I don't like it, Matron. She said, don't worry, I'll go and deal with him. And I don't know what sort of shit, Alan, but today you've called yourself a perv, and we've seen that Philip Schofield is also being referred to as a nonce. And you and Philip Schofield both jumped in line to see the Queen, didn't we? And we saw what the word nonce meant.
You have to wee. Because if you don't wee, the urine will go back up into your kidneys and you will have trouble with your kidneys tonight. And we can't have you having kidney troubles. So you have to wee. Give me another bottle of water.
Checkmate. Alan can't refuse to piss to get free NHS treatment. He's going to have to do a wee. That's why they gave him the bedpan. Why are you giving me this bedpan? I don't need to piss, he's saying. And they're like, you're going to piss, mate, even if you think you don't, because it's going to back up to your kidneys and it's going to fucking do you. So, yeah, checkmate.
The epidural's worn off now. Oh, the epidural's gone. It's just me now.
I told you. Didn't I tell you? It's making me need to pee talking about it. Athena, yeah, you're right. Actually, I could have an Amazon gift registry address. Maybe we could, but it's a bit much, isn't it? Like, Tippies is one thing, Tippies is the thing, and I like some streamers actually have a full list of things they want and people buy them all this stuff, but no, don't worry, it's okay. Unless you're going to send me like a bedpan. Should we do a marathon? I feel like I might start to need a piss now, and what's annoying me is I feel like I should refuse to go until the end of the episode to prove a point to Alan about who can hold their piss for longest. Should me and Alan do a contest, right, where we sit in a room and he'll win, because if he can hold his piss for 10 hours like that, then he's going to win. That's another one he's got on me. Alan can hold his piss for 10 hours when required to win free bedside care from the NHS. I tell you what I wonder if Alan had an arrangement with someone that they're going to look after him while he's got his bad knee, and they can't pick him up till like 10 o'clock or whatever. So, he's told them he'll be in till 10 o'clock because it's a terrible bad thing and it'll be ages. And the NHS are really going to be inefficient, so don't even bother. They're not ready to pick him up. He's got to stay in. So he's trying to wandle it. He's managed to, by refusing to piss, Alan has managed to occupy an NHS bed for 10 hours longer than necessary. And he's this is the thing with Alan, right? Didn't I say at the start of today's episode, about the thing with the Queen? I didn't dig in somewhere and find this dirty stuff Alan's done about the Queen. Not like when they did, even that, the mother licks come off daughter's face, that was broadcast on his own channel. That's where this comes from. He's doing it again now. I occupied an NHS bed for several extra hours, to the point where matron was out, shifts changed. I was the only one left on the ward. I prevented the cleaning staff from being able to do their full deep clean for the week because I simply refused to piss. And what did I get out of it? Nothing, other than I got to stay in the bed for longer than I thought, because I want to stay in this bed. I think I should be here for longer, frankly. I imagine, right, get this. I imagine at one point he went to the bathroom to fill up the cup. This is time out here, right? Time out. Come on, button. I'm pressing you fucking button.
I can't take it anymore.
Right? I'm guessing that at one point, it's just my opinion. At one point, he went to the toilet with the cup and thought, if I fill up this cup, they're going to send me home. So I'm going to piss in the toilet instead and come out and tell them I couldn't fill the cup. Piss wouldn't come out. Sorry. And then I've got another, 7 hours before I need a piss again. So we'll see. Now we'll see whose kidneys are backing up. You silly bitch. Matron being... Obviously he thought that about Matron, didn't he? So I imagine at one point Alan won the battle of the kidneys by actually faking an unsuccessful urination attempt and peeing really quietly against the side of the bowl. You bad man, Alan. Stealing NHS bedtime by not peeing when you're supposed to. And it may even be the case, Alan, from my deep psychological background that I can infer and read into your behaviour that you might have even done a fake pee or a fake failure to pee so you could get around the rules and get Sarah with the
Anxiety. I'm left with me and anxiety. I've got the feeling back in my feet. I can move my legs. I know everything's working, right?
You didn't mention his dick. Like, if it was me, right, and you'd put me an epidural in and everything had gone numb down there, as soon as feeling came back, the first thing I'd want to know that was working would be my dick. No messing about. No, that'd be the first. I'd be massaging it for the whole time that it was numb until like, oh, well, the feeling's back now. Feeling's back now. Like, do you know what I mean? I'd be like, let's hope this works. Please make sure this works. Please make sure this works. For Alan, it was feet, legs. Yeah, I'm working. Like, didn't even mention it.
Everything's working.
Bit of a weird, creepy smile, an off-cam smile.
Working.
Turn the face away. This is a poker. This is one of the things he does in poker because he's wearing his hat today. His poker face covering hat. His Emma White Under Armour. He's got. Oh my God, he's got the Emma White Under Armour hat on. They're in it together. They're two of a pair. He's got the Emma White Under Armour hat on. Do you remember I said about the Under Armour? He's got an Emma White Under Armour hat. Brilliant. He's turning his head to hide his smiling, scratching his neck because of his headlights. Don't know if he's got headlights.
So I think, why can't we then? Then it dawned on me. It's your anxiety.
Anxiety wouldn't let you pee. Yes, Alan. You're scared of performing in front of women.
So I tell you, meant anxiety. Because they're saying to me...
Not anxiety like you work on Smashy and Nicey's radio show. Anxiety, mate. It was anxiety. I do a lot of work for charity, but I don't know to talk about it. Anxiety. You're not American. Like, it was anxiety.
So I think, why can't we then? Then it dawned on me.
But I think it's because he had a fake wig.
Anxiety. So I tell you, meant anxiety. Because they're saying to me, you've got a wee, can't do it.
Two reasons here. One, social pressure, performance with women, problem, Alan can't perform. The other one is you're telling a narcissist what to do. Fuck you, I'm not going to do it.
Another bottle of water. I can't do it. So she comes back. She says, okay, have you done it? I said, no. She said, it's 11 o'clock, AD.
Unbelievable. She didn't call you AD either.
Hey, Alan. Ask another...
He corrected himself when I corrected him. We're not live. We're not live, right? Yeah, so he corrected himself. Like as if I was in his ear. She didn't call you AD.
She said, it's 11 o'clock, AD. Hey, Alan. Ask another thing. One of the nurses there...
recognised you from the internet, did they? No, the bollocks did they, but go on.
The younger one, about 30.
That's my guess. The younger one, about 35. Come on. Did she recognise you from the internet? Please don't say this. Because if I'm predicting this and this is right, because I haven't watched this far into this bollocks, honestly, that would be... The reason I'm predicting it is because it would be a complete lie. Yeah, so I'm not saying he's going to... he probably won't say that now I built it up, but please, Alan, please.
She says... Because I had my own nurse all day, right? She was responsible for me. So I got friendly with her. I won't tell you her name. You probably look her up. Go real life, won't you?
Go real life. This is real life. You're telling us a story about the hospital. You're telling us about your real life. Yeah? Is this not real life? Are you making up a lie? What's with the face, Alan? Because I like this one. I'm taking a screenshot of this one. This one's going in my screenshots folder. Oh, pressed the wrong button. Pressing the wrong button. Fuck off buttons. I don't need this many buttons. I need these buttons. Thank you. And this will be quite a close one for me. Oh, that's a good one. Go real life on the nurse. After the event, it seems unlikely that we should want to contact the nurse. But my guess is that if the nurse was watching this, she'd be like, that's that fucking bloke. From like, if somehow the nurse stumbled across our broadcast, she'd be like, that's that fucking bloke. And she'd want to come on the show and tell us all about what an arse you were in the hospital.
Go real life on her, wouldn't you? So I have my own nurse.
You only
what do you do? I said,
one person could tolerate.
I dabble in true crime.
His own nurse means only one person could tolerate dealing with him. The others would like, I'm not working with that man. That man's an arse. Why is he chewing on the pen now as well? I feel like he's making this bit up.
So what do you do? I said, I dabble in true crime. Oh, she says, I love Netflix true crime. I watch it all the time. I said, yeah, I've got a YouTube channel. So...
Not quite up there with Netflix, is it?
She said, what's it called? I said, Armchair Detective. She looked at me. You can't be here. I said, yeah. I'm the Armchair Detective. She says, I've just started watching the What Story.
No. 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 No, please no. He can't be that bad, can he? He can't.
And I've gone back through all your videos. I watch one a night.
No. I predicted it, honestly now, I haven't watched this, I couldn't stand watching all this. I'll tell you who knows this, ABC, who's been in our chat today, knows what I was doing last night, because I was watching a different stream, and I was in chat all night on a different stream, so ABC in our chat knows that, they can absolutely confirm it even, but then she sucked him off to Sleep a Chance to Dream, yeah. Except he can't perform and wouldn't want her to. He'd be scared of her going near his dick. But this is the total lie. A total lie. A complete fabrication here from Armchair Detective. There is no way, because if she did know who he was, she would know who he was immediately. Because look at him. And he's banging on about it all the time. And he's been mentioning Shannon Watts on the drugs and all this. Like, there's no way. And like, he's going to try and claim some sort of social status from being recognised as a celebrity at his hospital appointment. There's fucking no way. And I bet you, right, now that he's said this, I bet you she's going to say how great he is. She's not going to say, I've seen your videos and they're a load of rubbish and I've seen that you're getting sued by these people and there's much better places with much better information than your shit. Like, she's not going to say that to him. She's going to laud and applaud him and say how great he is. And then the people that are watching him have got validation from a member of the NHS that this man is actually a good chuffer. Because the nurse said how good... Not only did the nurse say I was a good chuffer, she watches all my videos. So... And that nurse said that you should get a subscription to my channel. So, I'm just saying. Fucking weasel.
And I fall asleep to one every night.
You fall asleep to one every night when you're trying to edit them, you fucking old. Like, not because he's old, but because it's so fucking boring. Like, I would fall asleep to his videos every night if I had to watch them all the time, because they would just put me to sleep. They're like a strong sedative. It gets you in a confused state, like having gas and air. Alan's videos are the equivalent of visiting an anaesthetist in their own way, but they're not supposed to be. The reason he does that is to try and grift people at the end when they're more confused than ever.
I'm starstruck, she said. I said, don't be starstruck. I'm not famous. She said, you're famous to me, she said.
No. I'll tell you what's happened here, right? If this did happen, which I'm going to say didn't happen, just didn't happen. If it did, he's said to the nurses, I'm the Armchair Detective. I'm this and I'm that, right? They've gone on the internet and they've watched a video of me ripping the piss out of him, and they've said, this will give him a laugh. Go in there and say that you watch his videos. And she's been like, no, I'm not doing that. And they've gone, go in there. Go on, Mandy. Go in there, Mandy the nurse. Because she's going to suck him off as well. I chose Mandy. I don't know why. Mandy sounds like she's a bit saucy. Mandy's in there. She's not going to suck anyone off. Mandy the nurse has gone in there. Mandy, right? She's in there. And she's... they've said, tell him you watch all the shows. And they're taking the piss. They're taking the piss because they really needed it because he refused to give it up.
So, okay. So she looked after me all the time. AD. I've got AD. It was amazing. And that was an omen for me then. I thought, this is good.
An omen. An omen. They're ripping the piss and you don't even realise it because you're so narcissistic. That's the only explanation for that. Otherwise, it's an outright lie.
It's a good omen, yeah. But anyway, I couldn't wait.
A good omen. You're on the way out of hospital and they just want you to do a piss. Omens are no longer necessary. They just want to get you out of the hospital. To be honest, if they didn't have to collect that sample, they would have simply turfed you out and they'd let you piss in the street. Like, they don't care. They just want you out. You're taking up NHS bed space, ruining their day, dragging out their shift.
I couldn't. Women use a bedpan, right? So I couldn't wee with. I couldn't wee. Now, by now, Nurse Cratchit the matron is getting mad with me.
It's Ratchet.
And nurse, let's call her Georgia. Nurse Georgia is feeling sorry for me. Come on.
Georgia. Let's just call her Georgia. That needs unpacking. Let's just call her Georgia. Who's Georgia? Is that just a name? Like, it's a country, isn't it? But if he was referring to an Eastern European, like if she was from Eastern Europe, and he was referring to her as like an Eastern European country name, so that it, you know, because she's from Eastern Europe, I don't think Georgia would be. I don't think it'd be that. I just don't feel it's that. But is it going to come up with like a famous person called Georgia? Or is it like, you know, Portia Georgia, you know, just a posh sounding name that he's like, what's this, the drama? This is Cosmopolitan magazine. She's famous, she's Georgia. You know, is he reading a magazine? Is it possible that, like, you know, because Cosmopolitan's publishing a story about Georgia, you know, you're in the hospital, there's some magazines, there's women's magazines, he's reading the women's magazines, trust me. Like, you know, if they're on offer to him, like, he's bored, he hasn't thought to bring in his own reading material, he's there for 10 hours, he's got nothing better to do, he's bored, is he picking up Cosmopolitan magazine? And look, this is Perfect Match, official trailer, Netflix. Like, it's Netflix, it's magazines, so maybe it's that, maybe this Georgia woman is in a magazine or something and he's spinning a story. Like, I doubt, the nurse is not called Georgia because he's deliberately not saying her name, but it's just, like, even if she was, like, this is just so fucking weird. Like, it just gets weird, doesn't it?
Water. So
I called her Mandy.
12 o'clock. I still haven't weed. So she says, matron, Nurse Cratchit, she says, I'm going to get a catheter. You're in danger with your kidneys now.
I called her Mandy because I'm thinking of a saucy nurse that I could sex up. So I thought Mandy was a saucy sounding sexy name. So that's why I used Mandy. That's an insight into my brain. I think it's a bit better than like whatever's going on inside his.
I'm going to get you a catheter.
No.
So what's that? Shit off.
No. What do you mean, what's that? Yes. Oh, I'd love to have been there. What's that? Don't worry, Mr. Vinicum. Don't worry, Mr. Detective. You'll find out what it is in just a second. Refusing to wee to the point where the nurse wanted to stick one up him. Unbelievable.
Oh, you'll find out soon enough.
Yes, you'll find out soon enough. Yes.
I'm going to get you a catheter. I said, what's that? She said, oh, you'll find out soon enough. So I got my phone. I look it up, catheter.
I was about to say, Mr. Detective, look it up on your phone. I was going to say it, but I didn't. I don't know why I didn't. I should have voiced it because obviously I've got my phone. And the idiot detective, this is a moment. So I shouldn't pass it up. This is like hardcore detracting now because we're on Twitch, bear in mind. So you're going to get some hardcore detracting now. Hold on to your hats. Hold on to your stinking hats. Let's see if we can. Computer. Enlarge. Computer. Enlarge. They're gang stalkers looking on my phone. They're gang stalkers looking on my phone. My apps aren't all in the same order as that, but what we've got there is shortcuts, top left. Wait, can you see my mouse? What?
Do you know what?
Whoa, Alan, bring that back. Creepy Alan. We can all get a little bit creepy, Alan. Here's shortcuts. What's that one? Does anyone... Basically, what I'm asking, because... Screen grab this. Because with Alan, this could be mother licking door, come off daughter's face. You don't know. He's just showing you the front of his phone with all the apps. So if there's anything creepy or weird on there, you'll see it, won't you? Like, I don't know what creepy weird apps look like. I don't have any, so I can recognise Patreon, Facebook. I don't know if that's parking there. I don't know what that one is. That one, these two look like generic ones that you get on your phone at the top. That one's Find My iPhone or whatever. That's Chrome something. Chrome. I don't know what these are at the bottom. I don't know what this is. So I don't know what they are. Is that Snapchat? The yellow one? Someone's saying PayPal. Is Grindr on there? PayPal is an app on your phone. I suppose it would do, wouldn't it? I don't use it as like that. I just have it on my computer. I don't know what, that one's pretty specific. The one that I've got my mouse on as well. That one's, I don't know what it is, but it looks pretty specific. Like, if you knew what it was, you would know what it was. So, BBC Sport, you're saying, this one of these, second to last, this one, BBC Sport. But yeah, they're the apps on his phone. So, like, when I show you my phone, which I do sometimes, like, you will see the front of my phone, the picture of my dog, but that's, like, I could show you my apps. Let me just... There isn't anything bad on my apps, I suppose, but, like, it's like a step further that if you reveal... I'm just looking at them. I suppose the worst one would be Tinder, would it? Would Tinder be bad? I don't think Tinder's bad. But, like, it's like he didn't intend to show us this piece of information. He's just doing a foolish thing. And with Darkside Phil, another person that they detract on, Darkside Phil said that he never played WWE Champions, and then he showed his phone by mistake once, and it was open on WWE Champions. So, this can get you in trouble sometimes if you're hiding things. So I don't know if there was a dodgy app and he had it, it would now be revealed. But there it is for a little bit on my screen now. Everyone can take their screen grabs and try and work out what's on his phone if you want to go that far. I'm not that bothered, but like, it was interesting to have a little look and to highlight. What's good about this is it highlights when Alan's done something that was stupid, because doing this was stupid. So there you go, Alan.
Do you know what a catheter is?
And that's also stupid, not knowing what a catheter is and having to look it up on your phone. And I hope that they got to wedge it in.
Well, I'm squeamish.
You should have had that in while you had the epidural, because now it's a bit too late. You can feel everything. Bring it on.
They put a tube down a certain part of your body to make you wee.
It's not to make you wee.
And I went white. I said to George, who was my next door neighbour.
George, your next door neighbour. So interestingly now, I imagine no respect was here given to George. I imagine you just doxed George. So you're in a ward with lots of other people, yeah? And George is lying in bed next to you. And you've said to George, it's interesting, George, that you've also got the name of the nurse, the sexy nurse that knows who I am. That's also the same name as you, George. Isn't that interesting? I doubt George recognised him either. I just think he's conflating ideas now and making up lies. So interesting that the nurse was called Georgia and the man in the bed was George. So now we know where he got it from.
George, they're going to give me a catheter. He said, yeah, it's not too bad. I said, what? Not too bad? You're going to get some nurse to put this down my... No. I panicked. I'm already suffering from anxiety. And now I'm panicking about what a nurse is going to do to me with a pipe.
You're not suffering from anxiety. You've had the operation and you're high.
And it's not just a nurse. It's Nurse Cratchit.
Ratchet. Is it Cratchit? Where's he getting Cratchit from? Nurse Ratchet's from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, yeah? Sorry, Ratched. I say Ratchet. Have I got that wrong? I say Ratchet because in today's day and age, if you are Ratchet, then you are aggressive. Is it Ratchet? That's a ratchet, but people isn't like a slang word. Exciting or excellent or bad in some way. Promiscuous, overdramatic, ratchet. I thought it was like aggressive, going nuts. It's gone ratchet. Ratchet's a word. Nurse Ratched is the character. I didn't know that, actually. Ratched. I feel like I've been Nelson Mandela affected again. I always thought it was Nurse Ratchet. Right, so now who's Nurse Cratchit? Nurse Cratchit? No. Search only for Nurse Cratchit. Nurse Cratchit is a mean-spirited woman and had been shown to abuse Alice with various medical treatments. She does exist. Unhygienic, Cratchit, Alice Wiki. In Alice Through the Looking Glass, Alice in Wonderland, I'm guessing. Nurse Cratchit. Maybe he gets this one. Maybe he gets a free pass on this one. Alice, Madness, Return characters, London characters, Wonderland characters. Is this in a game? Is it not? He doesn't get this if it's just in a game. They've made it up for their game, and he just happens to have... He hasn't seen their game or ever heard of it. Is it in Alice in Wonderland generally? Whoa. Amazon. Don't put in fucking email addresses in. Nurse Cratchit. You don't know what I was going to... Pinterest is a bad move because you never know what... Whoa, Alan. I was going to start licking a costume then, but I thought it's probably the wrong place to start sticking my tongue out. But Nurse Cratchit. Could be. There isn't much of a Nurse Cratchit thing on the internet. It's in a Nurse Cratchit. It's in a video game about Alice in Wonderland, and it might be an invented character there. So he's just got confused, hasn't he? Just invented a word. Like I got confused when I called a Nurse Ratchet. But anyway.
And she's outside with this thing. And she comes back in and says, I'm going to do it. I've just got something to do and I'll come back and fit it for you.
This is brilliant because what they're doing is they're just playing psychological tricks on Alan, which is they're scaring him with the catheter and then they're giving him the time to go for a pee and then they can come back and he's filled the bottle. That's the plan. Let's see if it will work or if Alan in some way is going to refuse that and end up with a catheter. I mean, I would love it for him to have a catheter, but now obviously he's going to give in and fill the cup, isn't he?
I said, please, give me another quarter now. Give me another quarter. I've got another pint of water. And Georgia, she gave me another cup of tea.
Georgia.
It's now 1 o'clock, 1:30.
In the morning. The man's supposed to have left. They've changed shifts. Do you know what I mean? Like, the man's supposed to have left. Talk about NHS beds. Was it hot tea? Was it hot tea? What a good question. Hot, wet tea. We need to get onto that, though. We need to get onto one of the songs. I'm now determined to sort of finish out Alan's video. I might need a fucking bathroom break in a minute.
And I'm begging her not to give me this catheter. She said, I can't wait any longer. She said, I'm just going to nip out. I've got to get something for herself. And then I'm coming back and I'm fitting it. She said, Cratchit. So do you know what I did?
Pissed yourself in the bed?
I stood up. I got it, been stood up with all these wires and stuff.
And your knee?
Right? With these stuff, I stood up.
On your knee?
I should be, I don't know how I got to bed because I'm like wired into stuff. But I stood up full length and I thought, it's my last chance. I'll wee like a man. Stood up into this thing, right? And I did.
Superman here got out of bed on his knee operation in the room with George. Suddenly stage fright is no option. The catheter's going in or it's piss. When they called his bluff, the nurses, do you think those nurses were really going to administer a catheter? They scared him into, like, applause for the nurses if this is true. Applause for the nurses for playing on him a psychological trick that he couldn't work out and in the end had to concede to. Well done. He's got straight out of bed, whopped down with his trousers, knee's not hurting anymore. I've got to piss. If I don't piss, I'm getting a catheter. Suddenly he's naked in front of George. George is like, Alan, do you need... George has got one of those things, the big square for the reading glasses thing, like, Alan, do you need to borrow this? And Alan's like, I don't need that. I need a cup to win. He's like, no, but you'll need to find the thing. Like, Alan's, if it was me, George is going to be like, whoa. That's just a reasonably normal sized penis for, like, I'm not like, some grotesque fairground attraction walking around on 3 legs. George is just going to be like normal if it was me, to be honest. Like, it's just, George is going to be just a bit disappointed that I've decided to pull my wanger out in front of him and piss everywhere instead of doing it at the appropriate times offered to me by the nurses for the last 5 or 7 hours. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that Alan went to the bathroom and took an emergency piss quietly so that he could stay in hospital for as long as possible without giving the piss sample. And then when his bluff has been called, the catheter's come out, he's immediately desperate to do a piss. He's jumped out of bed in front of George and he's whipped out his wanger. Can he finally perform? George is cheering him on.
All I had to do was stand up and wee like a urinal. And it worked. It worked.
So all it was, Alan, was your refusal to do it then, wasn't it? It wasn't anything to do with lying down and standing up and all this. What it was Alan's refusal to piss. Alan wanted to bed hog an NHS bed for as long as possible. And he used, like a toddler, he used his own refusal to piss as a last resort. What a despicable man. And then, unlike any other person that does weird shit like this, Alan comes on the internet and tells it like it's a celebration of his own character. Like in some way, this is like, you know, stripes on his arm. Alan's refusal to piss got the matron out with the catheter. Can you imagine? If anyone knows anyone who works in the NHS, in the you know, in the hospital settings, you'll know that they will know. Like, tell them this story. You know, point them towards this video if they can stand to listen to hours and hours of me talking to get to this bit. Like, this video is going to need timestamps. Jesus. Like, what a plonker. What a twat. And he's made the video as well. Just like when he went to visit the Queen. Pushed in front of the old... You know, are you an old war hero? Yeah, fuck you in the big line. I'm going in quick because power of the disabled. I'm getting a knee operation in several years from now. Several years from now, I'll be having a knee operation. And I've got the foresight to push in front of the disabled queue on that blag several years ago. So lucky for him that today he's had a knee operation. He can say, yes, you can't say I wasn't disabled back then. Now I've had an operation. Back then I was obviously disabled because several years later I've had an operation on that knee. So that's you busted. Alan's refusal to piss earned him the catheter threat. The threat of until the threat of catheter. Those nurses must think you're a fucking Burke. Georgia doesn't exist. The old man in the bed had never heard of you. Alan. This is bad.
So Cratchit comes back, and I'm back in bed now. I've stretched all these wires. One of them's broken off my leg. I've got two things on my wire that pump blood pressure things. I broke the pipe on one of them.
And what about your bad knee that you're not supposed to be walking on?
But it's dark, right? So Nurse Cratchit didn't see it. So I said, hey, I've done it.
Oh, right. Yeah. Hang on, wait.
That money.
Oh, man. I just accidentally skipped on. I'm going to have to get back to that exact bit. But
I'm
you know what? I want to listen. I do want to listen to this. I need a mental break for a second. And this is brilliant. So
I really need that money.
this is just a similar man in America.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really need that money. That money. Hello, everybody. It's Dark Side Phil. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill. Stupid fucking trolls, man. I just want to chill.
This is Darksea to Flow.
I rock back and forth on the X and Y axis. Tip me so I could catch up on back taxes, making large stacks, refunding chargebacks, and my laugh sounds like act. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air.
It's such a badass tune that is, but let's get back to my man. I mean, how dare he refuse to piss?
Okay, so I'm going to do it. I've just got something to do, and I'll come back and fit it for you. I said, please, give me another quarter now. Give me another quarter. I've got another bite of water. And Georgia, she gave me another...
Have you ever heard anything like this?
It's now 1 o'clock, 1:30. 2 o'clock. And I'm begging her not to give me this catheter.
Have you ever heard anything like this?
I can't wait any longer. She said, I'm just going to nip out. I've got to get something for herself, and then I'm coming back and I'm fitting it. She said, Cratchit.
What are we gonna do? We got a big problem.
I
stood up. I could have been stood up with all these wires.
Lies. There's no way, is there? Because the nurse, who's an experienced nurse, who knows this trick to getting the catheter trick, she's going to come back and all the stuff's going to be pulled out and dishevelled, and she's going to be like, oh, I didn't notice that. Didn't you? Didn't you notice that the patient had ripped all of his own tubes out? No, didn't notice that. Thought the drip was just dripping on the floor because the doctor had done it. Didn't notice the patient had ripped it out himself. Come off it. Bollocks.
Stood up. I should be.
Knee operation.
Because I'm like wired into stuff.
Knee operation.
But I stood up.
Knee operation.
And I thought, it's my last chance. I'll wee like a man. Stood up.
He's pissed around like a baby all afternoon. It's the first thing like a man he's going to do. It's the first time he's referred to himself as, he even referred to himself as a person earlier. A brave person, not a man.
Into this thing, right? I did.
He did. Done his week. Congratulations.
All I had to do was stand up and wee like a urinal.
Mommy's
And
going
it
to give you a
worked.
fucking
So
bag of
Cratchit
M&Ms.
comes back, and I'm back in bed now. I've stretched all these wires. One of them's broken off my leg. I've got two things on my wire that pump blood pressure things.
Pump blood pressure.
I broke the pipe on one of them.
A pipe.
But it's dark. Right?
Alan's got pipes for pumping his blood pressure.
So Nurse Cratchit didn't see it.
The nurse didn't see it.
So I said, "Here, I've done it," and she looked disappointed.
Yeah, because the quality and quantity of your urine is enough to disappoint.
She honestly looked disappointed, right?
No worries, is it? She probably is. She probably saw your cock. Like they probably got you, as you jumped out of bed. I don't even think you jumped out of bed. I don't even think you jumped out of bed. I tell you what is more likely here in this situation is Alan finally, at the fear of having to have the catheter, has fumbled his bedpan, done his piss. Nurse has come back. He said, "Nurse, here's your piss. I've also pissed the bed. So I told you it was difficult. I couldn't stand up. I've pissed the bed. Now look." And she's disappointed because finally, at the end of shift, after dealing with Alan's fucking bullshit all day, now she's got to clean his pissy bed as well. And that's his last sort of fuck you to the nurses, isn't it? I'm going to have to get out of bed now and have a wash. And see you later, nurses. I'm off with my pissy pants and you can clean up my pissy bed.
She looked disappointed. Gravity took over. She looked disappointed. She thought she was going to stick this thing down my what's-it. And I beat her, man.
Oh, I see. She really wanted to give you the pain and discomfort of a catheter, and so she was disappointed. And Alan sees this as a victory. We've managed to boil all this down. We've still got 20 minutes of his bollocks. We managed to boil all this down to a victory for Alan. 10 points, Alan. I beat the nurse by pissing myself in the hospital bed and getting some on the floor, some in the bottle. I beat the nurse. Like, imagine if you tried to get out of bed and like piss everything. Alan, like, this is not a victory. No part of this is winning. Charlie Sheen winning, epic winning. Pissed in because I didn't get a catheter. I pissed in this bottle. Winning.
I beat her.
Beat the nurse.
Georgia was laughing her head off. Like.
Georgia was laughing. Georgia was on your side, not the side of her direct superior, who she has to answer to every day in the battle of who should do a piss and where. Georgia thought it was brilliant, obviously. Georgia's going to give up her job at the NHS and move in with me. Me and Georgia are going on our yacht cruise. Georgia and Isla are big friends.
What are we gonna do? We got a big problem.
Georgia and Isla are big friends. Isla and Jordan are big friends. Do you want to come over and give me a kissy, Isla? Oh, Jordan, Georgia, what's her name? Do you want to come over here and give me a kissy? Oh, let's all have kisses. Oh, nurse, kisses. Oh, nurse, kisses. Oh, kisses, nurse. Oh, kisses. Alan, have you done a piss yet? Sorry, nurse. Just me and Georgia. Georgia.
She fixed the pipe back on. Luckily,
you're laughing at that because it's a lie.
Fancy.
Lies.
Georgia was laughing her head off. Like, she fixed the pipe back on. Luckily, she's fancy. They do like 12-hour shifts, you know.
What did he say? What did he say there?
Luckily, she's fancy.
Luckily, she AD fancy. She's an AD fan. See, luckily she's an AD fan. So she was very happy with having to put up with me for her entire 12-hour shift of bollocks. In fact, she preferred it that I didn't go for a piss and refused to leave.
They do like 12-hour shifts, you know. They're brilliant, those nurses. 12.
First mention of it, 36 minutes in.
12, 14-hour shifts.
First mention of thank you nurses, they're good. 36 minutes in.
So I got away with that.
Got away with it. The language of the experienced detective there, to have gotten away with it. Obviously, he was pulling a blag, like I explained, and hogging a bed.
Lord, that I had to force. This is the armchair detective. Thinking outside the box.
Thinking outside the fucking toilet, mate.
I've got to stand up and wee. Even though I'm tied to a bed, you saw the picture.
Yeah.
So anyway, I did that, and then Then it comes to
Sorry,
part
Sarah.
of the day
Flashback.
that I
The
didn't know was
flashback
coming.
name.
I didn't know what was coming. These physios come along, masochists, right? Masochist physios.
They're friends with the nurses, and the nurses have said he's been taking up a bed for like 12 hours. We couldn't get rid of him. When you give him his physio, bend the fucking bollocks out of him. Make sure that man has the most painful physio session that you could possibly offer and still call it care, and then get him out of here.
Come on, then you got to do this and do that. And what do you mean? I said, what? So he said, get out of bed, sit in that chair, put your knee at 90 degrees, or as
You've just got out of bed to have a piss, so this should be no problem at all.
near as you can. My knee, who I've just operated on, it wouldn't even go like 10 degrees. Yeah, come on. So I said, I can't. Okay, right. So you put down some paper on the floor. He said,
Could you imagine having to work with this man? Every other patient is like willing and cooperative, and Alan can't. I can't. Did I just think you just get out of bed to have a piss? No, I didn't. That was a lie. I just told everyone that so I could sound better about my piss story when I wet the bed. Because the truth is I wet the bed. Well, that's great. I could smell something. Now I realise where it's coming from. If you would just do the fucking physio so we could bin you off the hospital, I could go home. I've been here for 10 hours. You are the only one left. We don't normally do 12-hour shifts. We're normally on shift for 12 hours, but we can go home when the last patient is seen. And if you refuse to bend your knee, I'm going to just bend your fucking head. Get on with it, Alan.
imagine you're wiping the floor with your foot. So you had me doing that for 20 minutes, wiping the floor. Fucking hurts. I just had an operation. And eventually he said, right, now put your other leg across that and push as hard as you can. And it pushed my knee back to sort of 75 degrees and said, hold that as long as you can. So I did that. And he said, do it again. I said, what? And he said, do it again. And I did it again. And he said, do it again. Do it again.
Obviously not doing it properly each time, are you? Because he's asking you to repeat the action until you can get it right.
But the rehab today is the most important rehab of the lot, day one. Because you need to loosen.
Today is when you sit down on the sofa and run your fucking mouth on YouTube and expect $500 from Nancy.
That knee now.
Nancy now, he's saying, listen.
Because you need to loosen that knee now.
Loosen that knee now. Knee now. Nancy now. Now, knee now. Nancy now.
For the lot, day one. Because you need to loosen that knee now.
It's hypnosis.
Now.
Tip me now.
I said I only had an operation if you are.
I'm really grateful for the tippies tonight. Thank you. I'll reiterate my
You might
tippies
think
thing.
I'm being harsh, but the rehab, early rehab is so important. And that's what they do to you the first day after a major operation.
I don't know what you heard about me.
So I did that.
You ain't gonna
I
get
said,
no
fine.
dollars out
They
of
gave me
me.
some crutches and they gave me this ball.
MP.
They gave me this ball. They said, we're coming back.
Just a mother M-I-M-P.
Lesson one. Oh, great. By now, most of my painkillers are worn off. I'm thinking, give me some more of that oxycodone. And they said, no, that was yesterday.
Yesterday.
And they gave me some other stuff. It didn't do nothing early. My leg was hurting.
Yesterday. No, by this time, it was yesterday. For most people in this situation, it would have been the same day. But for Alan, he's managed to drag it out.
And I said, right, now I want to go to the toilet.
And the irony is, they just want to drag him out.
Now, I wouldn't go to the toilet for a poo in a bed for the love nor money. I'd rather not die, but I'd rather do lots of things. And actually, I don't even know how to poo in a bed. I wouldn't even know how to do it. in a bed for the love nor money. I'd rather not die, but I'd rather do lots of things. And actually, I don't even know how to poo in a bed. I wouldn't even know how to do it. But I'd rather do lots of things. And actually, I don't even know how to poo in a bed. I wouldn't even know how to do it. But I'd rather do lots of things. And actually, I don't even know how to poo in a bed. I wouldn't even know how to do it. My leg was hurting. And I said, right, now I want to go to the toilet now. Now, I wouldn't go to the toilet for a poo in a bed for the love nor money. I'd rather not die, but I'd rather do lots of things. And actually, I don't even know how to poo in a bed. I wouldn't even know how to do it. I wouldn't have a clue. So I wouldn't do it. So I thought, I'm going to have to get to the toilet sometime today, right? How am I going to get there?
So he's revealing, I don't think this is about poo, but I don't know why he brought poo into it. But he said earlier, because I was refusing to go to the toilet.
I know how to poo in a bed. Look. For a poo in a.
But he changed it for a poo. Look.
Now, I wouldn't go to the toilet.
Now, I wouldn't go to the toilet. This is the ruse. If I don't go to the toilet, they can't kick me out of the bed. Now, I wouldn't go to the toilet. For a poo, I mean, obviously, because I didn't want to poo in the bed. Obviously, which is normal. He just like went into this fucking weird lie now, this elaborate lie. But the truth was, he didn't want to go to the toilet, but at one point he had to go to the toilet to try and, you know, relieve his bladder because he was going to pretend that he hadn't so that he could stay in the hospital for longer. That's what I think this is. I don't really understand why he's going on about fecal matter in his own broadcast. Now he's brought it onto ours. But yeah, ACW, I think that's the one thing any of us from childbirth are equipped with. I don't know if there's any much more than you need to learn about that than just like nature may just take its course. Like you don't, it's not like a complex operation, and being in a bed doesn't differentiate. Like, I don't have to explain that, do I? I think everyone out there knows that you could probably poo in a bed as well as anywhere. Because like if you've got the means and mechanism to do the one, then you can take it on the road, so to speak. I think.
For a poo in a bed for the love nor money. I'd rather not die, but I'd rather do lots of things. And actually, I don't even know how to poo in a bed. I wouldn't even know how to do it. I wouldn't have a clue.
You just put your lips together and blow.
So I wouldn't do it. So I thought, I'm going to have to get to the toilet sometime today.
I just made a Marilyn Monroe joke. You do know how to poo in the bed, don't you? You just put your lips together and blow.
Right. How am I going to get there?
To the toilet.
I'm going to have to walk there.
Yeah.
So...
and out of the hospital
in the next door bed, this guy has got one of those things, you know. Is it a frame? Yeah.
Yes, a
like
Zimmer
a climbing frame thing.
Not a climbing
frame.
frame.
So I was looking at this frame, I thought, if I can get
that,
to
that frame looks pretty tasty to me, but I don't want to admit to using it, so I'm going to dress it up like George next door had it. But in actual fact, that's me now. I'm Alan, and Zimmer frame is my best bet for moving around. I don't know why they gave me these crutches. I refused the Zimmer, and the Zimmer would have been bang on, would have been perfect, gave me a lot of stability. But I refused that, took the crutches, and now I'm fucking about on the sofa.
Frame, I can walk to the toilet and do a number 2 eventually, yeah. But not
no shame in the Zimmer. If Zimmer's what you need the Zimmer. But Alan refusing it.
I waited till he was asleep. When he got his like.
You stole an old man's. Now it's better because Alan stole it off an old man.
Hobbled to the. I got there in the toilet.
What if George wakes up and needs the toilet? Fuck George.
What needed to be done? I got back again.
And what's he doing sleeping? Like, is George like an inpatient? Because you're supposed to be in and out on the same day. They're not banking on you staying over, Alan. But George is staying, and you've robbed his Zimmer.
So I was the first one up walking about.
See? No, wait, this is first one up. So now we're jumping about in the timeline, aren't we? So this is the truth of it. Is as soon as he got up, the first thing he did is need a piss. And he went to the toilet and pissed that. And then when they asked him to do his piss, he was like, oh, I can't go now. Oh, I can't go. Oh, what a surprise. Because the first thing he did was get that piss out.
Oh, guys, man.
Narcissist, yeah. Narcissist had to be the first one up to need the piss. But all of this, and he can't walk on his knee. But he's got up and gone for a piss immediately. My guess, I don't know about these knee things and these operations, but it's sounding like they expect you to get up and walk out the hospital on the same day.
So I did that. I was pleased with myself. So I'm in
even if you don't put all your weight on the fucker.
Number 1 or number 2. I might be number 2. I'm not sure. So I got.
You can't remember whether he's gone for a piss or a shit.
Front number 1 or number 2.
He said number 1 or a number 2 because the reason is he got caught in a lie. Because you remember his story about needing to go to the toilet was because I needed a shit and I'm not going to shit in the bed. But the truth is he used it as a mechanism for getting extra time in the bed. He had a piss And now we're arguing over whether this old man had a piss or a shit because he's lying to you on his channel. Like, what level have we got to, right? What level
Because
have
you'd
we
be in
got
jail.
to? Uh-oh. What level have we got to? Like, what's happening now?
Game over, man. It's game over.
I'm having to explain to you that Alan is lying to you about piss and shit. He went for a piss. He's telling you he had a shit. I'm having to explain that. Like, fucking Darren Brown doesn't have this trouble. Darren Brown's off onto better things, isn't he, with his psychological gift? Darren Brown's doing all right. Fucking, what's his name, the hypnotist? What's the name of the hypnotist? Paul something. What's the name of the hypnotist? Paul something. Paul... I want to say Paul Allen, but it's not, is it? Paul McKenna. Paul McKenna doesn't have this trouble. Paul McKenna's psychological gift took him places. Paul McKenna's not suffering with this. Thank you, Sleep to Chance to Dream. We're on the... You know what I'm talking about, yes. Paul McKenna doesn't have this problem. I'm having to... Like, why am I having to explain to you that he's lying about having a poo? He went straight away and had a piss, and because he lied to you and said he had to go for a poo, he forgot and then just said it was a piss. He got caught in his own lie about his own piss.
I was the first one up walking about out of all our guys, man.
This has just gone to a new low.
I was pleased with myself, so I'm in front now, aren't I?
Pleased with himself. In front. It's like a toddler.
Front, number one.
That's what narcissism is like. So well spotted as well in chat. Olsen Lucia, who spotted that he was the first one up.
Or number two. I might be number two. I'm not sure.
Might
I'm
be
in front now, aren't I? In front, number one or number two. I might be number two. I'm not sure. So I got it done, and then he comes back, doesn't he? The physio guy, and he says like,
he made a number one, number two joke and dropped himself in it. He made a poop joke and dropped himself in it. But come on, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Please move on, Alan.
this is what you're going to do. I've got them here. I've got it here written down. I've got it. Basic surgery. So you're going to start off doing static quad triceps. So that's lifting one leg in there. So I did that. That was easy enough. Short arc quadriceps. Did that. That was easy. Straight leg raise with my knee. With my knee. It's just an operation. Did that. Passive knee stretches where I stretch your knee out and back. Knee bend on the bed. Knee bend in the chair. Did all that. Don't forget, I only had operation for yours before. It improves the blood circulation to the knee, and it's the only one where they don't mind you stretching the
Hang
scar
on.
tissue.
Why does he support Chelsea? He's not from fucking London. Is there any of you in chat that really understand this shit? That understand why I'm angry? Is there any? Do you like? I doubt many of you are football supporters. I doubt that many of you are football supporters. Which leg have I got my tattoo on? If I fall off my fucking chair, where's my tattoo now? Can you see my knee? I'm going to walk on the desk. There's my leg. There's my tattoo. It says BCFC, and that's not Bristol City Football Club. From Bristol, although I went to the Bristol Rovers games when I lived in Bristol. I don't support Bristol. I live in Birmingham, so I support fucking Birmingham. Birmingham is my local closest team. It could have been Coventry, but same sort of distance. It's my Birmingham's my team. That if I went to as the crow flies, the closest football club to me, maybe I could have been Villa. I'm Birmingham. My dad, my family, our friends were Birmingham fans. I'm a Birmingham fan. It's not because we're the best team in the world. It's because I'm from Birmingham, right? Robin Hood says they're a United fan from Plymouth, so they can't say anything. It's notorious in football, glory support. Like, how many games does he go to? Does he have a ticket for the match, Alan? Or did he just pick a team that was really good and said, I support them? I bet if you press him on it, he's going to say, oh no, my dad's sister's uncle's cousin was born in Chelsea. Like, fuck off, man. Like, why is he a Chelsea fan? I bet they were good when he was young as well. They always have been, haven't they, Chelsea? They're a top team. Like, that's just made me really angry. I've just noticed that and realised it. He's a glory hunter.
Wait. I guess it's because it's like important that you.
He should support Bristol football. Like, he's from Bristol. He should just support Bristol City, or like you either have one or the other probably, and it's based on your family more than anything, I suppose. He should just support Bristol. And even if you are one of these people that support a big different team, from, like, you've got your local team, and that's your team really. Like, you can have a fancy for another team and follow their, but you can't say you're a supporter because you don't go to any of the fucking games. You don't have any opportunity to because it's fucking miles away from where you live. So, like, you watch them on the telly like everyone else does. Like, being a football supporter, in my opinion, now this is probably a bit, controversial, but, over the years, I've been to quite a lot of football games, and they've all been at the Birmingham end. Like, I've been to Bristol Rovers in the Bristol Rovers end, but I wore my Birmingham shirt. They weren't playing Birmingham. I was just there because I lived in Bristol. I wanted to go and see some football, so I wore my Birmingham shirt. But, like, it's just not done to be like Mr. Chelsea when he's got nothing to do with Chelsea whatsoever, never even been there. I mean, he'd probably been to a game or two over the years, probably, but do you know what I mean? Never even been there, has he? He's sitting there in Weston-super-Mare, fully decked out in Chelsea gear, like a total cockwanger.
You have to mend the knees. But anyway, so walk in with crutches, right? So I've got my crutches.
Sorry, Alan.
I've never crutched in my life, but this is for you if you have this operation.
This is for you. This is for you. 40 minutes in. It's not for the NHS. It's not for the Queen. It's not for Scotty Hottie the Troll, although a great part of his broadcast was. This is now for you if you're thinking of having a knee operation and you're going to be using crutches as an option for walking out of the hospital. This is for you. It's not that he's some crazy narcissist, because remember, he used the word narcissist in today's broadcast, so now he's cottoned on to the narcissist concept. So every time that he appears to be an egregious narcissist, he's going to bring it up and say, it's not for me being a narcissist, this is for you. So enjoy.
If you have this operation, this is what it is. Stand to sit. Right, so walking with crutches. Once standing, put your crutches on.
It's not. This is literally the thing they've given you, Alan. We don't need to hear this. It's boring.
To point forward. Move your two crutches forward first, ensuring they are far enough apart. So you want them down by your arms, right? Not.
I'm going to go for a bathroom break. He's not going to say anything interesting, even on double speed.
So you can step between them, yeah? Push down on the crutches with your arms and apply the weight through your operating leg. Put the weight onto your operating leg. Step forward with your good leg, slightly ahead of the operating leg. So once you've got the crutches and you're up, use your good leg first, and then the crappy leg after. Good leg, crappy leg, good, and use these to take the weight. So that's my first go at crutches. Now you've got to remember COG. Crutches, operated leg, good leg. COG. It's all done like that, see, COG. Good for me, because I'm dyslexic, 3-letter word. Crutches, take the weight. Operated leg, good leg. With progress, you'll be able to return to a normal walking pattern, with one foot in front of the other, eventually. So we did that. Negotiating stairs. I had to go upstairs. A few hours after the operation. It bloody hurts. I'm telling you, it hurts. I mean, it really hurts. This is day one. Then, of course, you've got other things to do, and no end of other things. So day one is the day. I've done all these, right?
Right, he had to go upstairs. So did George. So did everyone. Everyone does. Everyone who has the operation. Alan's not special. The other one, COG, was important because it was just 3 letters. But he read everything else as well, despite the dyslexia. So, like, COG is not helpful because it's just 3 letters. You read all the other complex words as well. So, like, what's going on here? Dyslexia just is a switch that is on and off for him. B-Collect Jog says, but he couldn't pee. It's not that he couldn't pee. It's that he chose not to pee, isn't it? Remember that? He did pee. He went straight away for a piss. First one up.
I get to day one, which is today. 10 repetitions. And if you don't do them, you've wasted your time having the operation.
It's ABC91. Have I got a Nikola Zigic tattoo? No. Although I do remember Nikola Zigic playing for us and being instrumental in some of the successful times. I mean, the really best success we had was when we won the League Cup. That was probably one of the best days of my life. But then also, one of the best days of my life was winning the Auto Windscreen Shield when I was quite young. And we also won the Leyland DAF Cup as well. And I thought that was pretty big news when I was a kid. So, like, my actual hero when I was a child was Paul Pesci-Solido for a bit, and we had a lad called Jose Dominguez who I thought was brilliant. So, like, you know, when I was younger and like I was impressionable, but then as I got older, you know, I'm not going to have a tattoo of any particular player. They just come and go, don't they, over the years? Like, there's no loyalty from players other than maybe you could say people like Troy Deeney, who, you know, really is a blue nose and is now playing for us. But they don't all get the opportunity, I suppose. So it's no diss on the players, but, like, you know, having a particular player, no. If it was a particular player, it'd be players of my childhood like Nigel Gleghorn and Ricky Otto and Stan Lazaridis was a big player for us at the moment. I used to like wingers. Stan Lazaridis was a big player, but I'm thinking of there's one of the player Ricky Otto. All right, Minky. Yeah, I'm trying to remember old footballers. There was a player who used to run up the left wing, and I used to think he was brilliant. And it'll come to me at some point, but I've got all the old programs, so I'll be able to find his name. Did I have the hots for Karen Brady? No, but again, instrumental in changing our club in a way. Things are bad at the club at the moment. We've got shoddy ownership who don't care, so we've got no vision and no hope. We're just there as a business to get young players through from the Birmingham youth system is brilliant, and we produce some really good players. Look at Jude Bellingham, but we can't keep them, and we don't get good rates for them, and our stadium is falling apart. But the business that runs us makes a profit every year in selling on young players that we bring through the youth system. So that's what we're there for is now. It's a real shame. We've got no hope and future in terms of competitive. They don't want to get in the Premier League and try and win it. They'd rather just sell the players to Premier League clubs and get rich. That's a business. If you've got that choice, it's a lot harder to win the Premier League, but a lot easier to sell your players. So it's a business choice. But it's a shame. That wasn't the case in all the years I was supporting. It might not have been, actually. I don't know. I wasn't that expert. But anyway, should we get back to Alan?
You don't do them, you waste your time. So you get this ball, and you sit here, and you put that in front of your foot, and you aim to raise your heel and bend the knee slightly. So you're pressurising the ball.
Yeah, what you can't see is I'm stroking the cat here, but obviously I'm not masturbating to Alan.
And you're lifting your leg in the air.
What he's doing is he's reading out the worksheet that was given to him. This is just filler now. No one gave him enough tippies. He needs to fill some time on his broadcast. So my guess is between now and the end of the broadcast, he really has nothing to say.
The next one is you place the ball between your leg, look, and push in with your baddie leg for 10 seconds. That damn hurts. And then you put the ball between your feet and place pressure. All these things will make the leg pliable and useful from day one. If you don't do day one, you lost 30% of your chance of full recovery. If I don't do day one, I've done it. I've got one more exercise to do after this. I'd have a 30% chance less of being fully recovered.
Do you know why they drummed that into him? Because they thought this is the kind of guy who's not going to do his exercises, and it's all going to have been a waste of our time.
That's how important day one is. So if you are going to be done, don't moan to me that you didn't know you had to do the physio, because I've told you you've got to do the physio. Now I imagine someone having a knee replacement, first time at 75, is going to struggle to do this.
Who's going to moan at him?
So if you're going to have a knee replacement, I advise you have it done in your 60s or 50s. Okay? So day two.
Here's Alan's top tips if you are having a knee replacement. Get it done earlier, you fucking old bastard. You should have done it earlier. And don't moan at him when you find it difficult to get on with that ball, because it's your fault for not doing it earlier. So there's a top tip from Alan.
Coming up. Sitting on the back of a chair, different exercises, day two. I've got to do all this tomorrow.
Alien.
All this tomorrow. All this tomorrow.
They're the same pages as you just showed us. Twice.
And if you don't do it, you're in trouble.
He just showed you the 2 pages, and then he showed you, I've got to do this, and this, and this, and he flipped it over, and it was the same page you just saw, and this, and it was the other page. So it's like doubling up the same thing.
Double. Keep progress goes. Knee exercise to improve the movement strength. Use patient self-assessment tools. Use ice. I've got loads of ice packs. Elevate the leg to reduce the pain and swelling. Progress your mobility.
He hasn't got his leg up right now, has he? For the entire duration of this, his leg is not up, not under ice. Rest, ice, compression, elevation, not being followed. Alan's busier, ranting about his problems on YouTube, desperate for some sympathy money. And also, he needed to get on to have a right pop at the Super Chuffer. Because if he's got half a brain, he will actually make specific videos about Super Chuffer. And that's the only way of him continuing to have any relevance on the internet. Otherwise, he's just going to fade into the mire, being known for getting things wrong, known for being a wannabe true crimer, a lolcow, and getting things wrong. That'll be his legacy. Begging off people for subs monies for his Armchair Detective Patron, where you can go and get the big scoop that he won't tell you for real on his channel if he's got a big scoop, because he hasn't. The only big scoop he's got is what he uses for his ice cream.
Make sure you do it. The body reacts to surgery by making scar tissue. The normal movement in the knee may never recover if exercise is not done to bend and straighten the knee. Being able to fully straighten your knee as well as bend your knee is essential for walking.
He does all right for a dyslexic bloke reading things that he's not says he can't read.
If you're going to win this contest, he's got to do it. Got to do it. What about bathing and showering? What about bathing and showering? Getting into the bath using a bath board. I haven't got a bath board.
You don't need one.
I don't know how I'm going to have a bath tomorrow.
You could either sit on a little stool or you can just stand on your leg that works. Like, can you stand on one leg? Good. Right, here's a crutch. Get in the shower.
It's not going to be easy.
It's going to be fine. You've got everything else works. Your knee hurts a bit. And it's not that it doesn't even work. They want you to work it. Like, they're encouraging you. They've got all those exercises. The shower will be fine. Like, worst case scenario, your leg gets a bit tired from standing on the one leg all the time and you lean on the crutch. I mean, the crutch might be a bit of a slippy option. Maybe you don't go for the crutch. Maybe you've got a handle. But even, like, you know, worst case scenario, you've got a little stool and you just sit down on the little stool. Like, there are millions of people every day who are disabled who deal with, like, proper disabilities. Alan's had his operation now. They want him to move his knee about more. And he's like, I can't even get in the shower. Nancy, give me £500.
It's normal to have swelling in the leg following your knee surgery. Swelling works with gravity. So if you are standing or sitting for long periods with your feet on the floor, the swelling may increase.
Which is what you're doing now.
It's therefore important to elevate your feet regularly.
You're doing it now, Alan.
Lying on the bed for as long as necessary.
Lying on the bed for as long as necessary. Is that what they say? Or have you put that one in there so you're allowed to have a little lie-in? You're doing it now anyway, though, Alan. Like, you're not doing what you're supposed to now.
While lying on the bed, do exercises. Yeah.
Did you hear the vocal? I'm going to have to put that one back and have that with the playback speed. He's angry at the person who wrote this to suggest that while he's lying in bed, he might do his exercises.
For as long as necessary. While lying on the bed, do exercises.
Exercises.
And then I've got progress.
Work meeting. Like, he's like a fuck. Isn't this not like a toddler? Like a child. I've got my work. I've got my progress sheet. Look, I've got to how to do my progress sheet. Can I have £500, Nancy?
Charts. I've got to be honest with them. No cheating. You want to do the gap measured between how far you can bend your leg.
There's no cheating. I'll tell you why there's no cheating on this. Because you're only cheating yourself. It's your leg. Do what the fuck you want, you idiot.
Amazing. And that is a knee replacement.
Well, you're cheating the NHS out of their good will, because like if you use them to do the operation and then don't do the physio properly and your leg doesn't not any better, that's annoying for the NHS because they spent all that time and money fixing your leg, and because you couldn't be asked to do the exercises in bed, you didn't get proper better because you wouldn't do your end.
Knee replacement.
For your own knee.
Knee replacement therapy.
For your own knee.
Not easy, is it?
No, it's not that bad though, is it, Alan? Could be worse.
Step into a shower with your...
Shouldn't moan for like 40 minutes on the internet, although you did.
Good leg. Hold on while putting other bad leg in. Yeah, what if I fall over? Fall over in the bathroom and
People giving him tips how to get in the bath.
can't get up again.
And this is a great. I really enjoy this, hearing him say this. This is for the soundboard.
What if I fall over? Fall over in the bathroom and I can't get up again. Lie there and die over 3 days. You're going, where's AD? He's still lying in the bathroom, can't get up. Scary. Don't get water on the plasters. No, this is a super... These don't matter. They can
super chuffer.
Come off. But that one on my scar is waterproof. Super waterproof.
Ganji Kid, Super Chuffer. I'm still Ganji Kid on Twitch, aren't I? I might have to change that to Super Chuffer if I can find out how to.
You don't want to put loads of water on it, but it's okay to get it wet.
It's a waterproof plaster.
And then after 15 days, I've got to go back.
Oh, God.
And they take the plaster off and
I bet they're
decide
looking
whether
forward
the
to that.
stitches are healed enough to be staying, or they put another plaster on.
I bet they're looking forward to having him back to have his dressing changed.
So this plaster's for 15 days. It won't come off.
And they'll be removing those stitches, whether they're staples or stitches. They'll be removing them. Like, they're going to have him back. They're going to look at him and say, it's this fucker who wouldn't go for the piss. Get those stitches. I don't know that healed. Get them out. We're not having him back.
15 days. So waterproof. Basin bath in the sink. Yeah, there's other ways around
Mink.
it. Yeah.
That's mink. No, that's the
I
chair.
have someone
I'm
here
ready
with me
for
for
it.
the next few days. Yeah. My family are looking after me. We're a close family.
I paid money
We're
for the
friends.
scratch post as well, which
So yeah, I've got someone
you
looking
couldn't be
after
allowed to scratch. So
Sponge bath.
why choose the chair? You know it makes me cry.
I guess that's it. I'm shattered now. I've done 46 minutes. So
46 minutes. Alan, I've just turned that into 5 hours, 26 minutes. Alan, don't talk to me about Shattered. I haven't got time for this bollocks. I'm supposed to be playing Genshin Impact.
I'm going to do an half an hour. But I wanted to tell you about Mental Health Week. I wanted to tell you that
You wanted to use Mental Health Week to have a pop at me?
people are going to tell you that I didn't have an operation. I did have an operation.
No one's saying you didn't have an operation. From those stories, we've had a really good time because of it. I'm glad that you've had an operation, Alan, because it's been, honestly, this has been one of the best ones ever. Like, people don't understand. You can watch Dark Side Phil and you complain, and you watch him and you complain. Then every now and then he does something that, quite often, Phil will do something in a stream that you'll be like, oh, pick on that thing. That's a, like, look what he said there about his wife. The bastard. He just used his wife as a shield or something. You know, like, some shit will happen. But like with Alan, it's like so rich and thick. The horrible rice pudding goo. The the lemon curd cum is so rich and thick. If only there was more than a little drop of it. Alan did 50 minutes. We've managed to turn it into 5 hours. That's because I'm adding value by doing the react. Thank you very much. But it's it was a good one, wasn't it? Because we learned all this weird stuff. Like, we had this weird... I'm sure when I watch it back and edit out the little chunks, like, we had some moments there, didn't we? We had some absolute moments. Like, refusing to piss so you can occupy an NHS bed for longer, and coming up with a ruse where you quickly nip to the toilet and relieve your bladder, and then pretend that you can't piss for hours and hours after. And then when it comes to the catheter moment, you have to jump out of bed. And through all of this story, you're able to jump in and out of bed at will. And then all of a sudden, your knee is too poorly to walk on and move, and it's so painful. But that was fine back then when you were jumping in and out of bed to do the pissing. But now, like Alan, man, like, it was worse than an episode of Alan Partridge because it's real. There were slightly fewer laughs and slightly more, oh my gods. They were my highlights. Yes, good Shakima, good. That's, yeah, no, you keep doing it. I'm saying it's good. Don't pull the funny. I'm saying it's good. That is the scratch post. Fucking, she's a narcissist like Alan. If you're leaving, there's still 10 more minutes, and I'm going to play Genshin Impact later. So we're going to do a couple of Alan songs as well, and then I'll play Genshin Impact.
And basically,
so fuck you for leaving. You didn't hear that because you already left. But if you're leaving, thank you very much for being here. It's a big, long one. I do appreciate it. And I'm on Twitch now for the foreseeable future. Just, it would be weird for me because I would normally finish one stream and then turn on the other and do a bit on Twitch. Now I'm just here, so I'm going to be here for a bit until YouTube jail sorts its shit out. I might have to talk to them at YouTube and send them a little message and say, can you sort out Scotty Hotty's YouTube jail? Because 87 days sounds like a lot. But if I do that, they might come back and say, right, well, we're going to shut your channel down now because last time you asked us for help, we gave you an increase of your fucking ban by like some ludicrous... I can't work out the percentages off the top of my head, but I'm sure it's somewhere up in the ranges of the hundreds. 800% ban increase. Mimp gang, yes, big up the mimps.
Just wanted to say thank you.
Woof Woof Boom. We'll have a look for Woof Woof Boom. I also want to play you one that because I spent time recording all of them and I had the headphones on sometimes while I did, so I've heard one. I couldn't listen to them all, that was too much, but I came back and put the headphones on and checked, oh, it's still working, and then went away. So I've got one that I wanted to have a little look at.
Thank you for all your concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan, concerns. For being such a prick.
I might be on tomorrow night, I might not, depends how I feel. The doctor said it'd do me good to do my job because it's just talking, isn't it?
Alan called me a prick earlier, do you remember? What did he call me today? A twat and a prick. Twat and prick. I've said a lot of stuff about him as well. So, on the one hand, we've got twat and prick. And on the other hand, I've got 5.5 hours of psychological breakdown. Alan's been having one. I've been talking about one. I've been delivering one, you know.
Won't do anything bad to my operation. But it is going to be a long, hard ride, and you're going to take it with me.
We're going to take the long, hard ride with you, are we, Alan? Is that a fact? You're roped in now. He's talking to these chuffers in his chat, you know. You're roped in now. You're taking the long, hard ride with me. Jesus. I wouldn't advertise my future content as a long, hard ride that you're going to be forced to take with me. I see it as an enjoyable, you know, a delightful journey that we're going to take together. For Alan and his chuffers, it's a long, hard ride. Good night, all you chuffers who are going to bed. You're quite sensible to be going to bed. I'm still going to play the computer game for an hour or two after this.
But I've had years of pain, so it's going to be better.
He's still got 3 minutes with
drink lots of water.
No, he's only got 1 minute now with which to say something stupid. So how can he sign off any more stupid than he has been?
So she knows.
Look at him struggling to try and get the drink. pretending he's struggling. He jumped out of bed to have a piss when the catheter came out.
Stay hydrated. I have lots of water.
Lots of water. It looks cloudy. Is that just the label, or does that look cloudy to you? I don't know what that is.
Lots and lots of water.
Obviously, lots and lots of gin as well, don't you, Alan?
All the time. Get some rest as well, yeah. Well, that's why I've gone early tonight, so I'm going to bed straight after my exercises.
No, you went early because the people that are looking after you, that are staying at their house, or you're living on their sofa, or they've come to your house or whatever. I'm assuming his sofa doesn't look that clean and tidy, so it might be somebody else's. That I need to stop with you because of my knee operation, sort of thing. You're going to need to cook for me. Like they've said to him, don't stay up late talking into the camera because I need to go to sleep. The children need to sleep. Do you know what I mean? Like, is he there with the his grandparent, Granddad Alan's bad operation, needs to stop over on your sofa, or has someone had to go and stop with him because he said he needed care? I'm assuming he's going to demand it of his family.
I normally go to bed at 2 o'clock. I'm going to go to bed at 11 o'clock.
Unless, of course, it's not that bad and he can care for himself quite happily and he's just at his own house on his own.
Day at a time.
Does he usually drink out of glasses like that? Is he a guest at someone else's house here? I don't know. I don't follow him that much. That could be vodka, doesn't it? It looks very viscous for water. But there's no way, just because he drinks a glass of water on camera, I don't believe that he's not slugging back the gin,
Cheers. Thank you for watching Armchair Detective.
Gin is just a generic term for being an
an
alky for Alan.
It was funny in parts. Did you enjoy that, though? Did you enjoy that story?
It was fucking something else, Alan. I don't know.
Got loads of pills. I have lots of pills to take. But I got to get on.
Sorry, I want that for the clips.
Did you enjoy that, though? Did you enjoy that story? I hope you did.
You ready? This is one for the clips, up for my soundboard.
Got loads of pills. Did you enjoy that story? I hope you did. Got loads of pills.
Sorry, it just makes me laugh. Just imagine Alan selling pills to kids.
I have lots of pills to take. But I got to get on my exercises now.
All the chicken he can eat.
So, baby steps, yeah. It's not baby steps, though. That's the trouble. You would say baby steps with a main
No, look, they can't even give him a supportive word in chat. Take it step by step, baby steps. They can't even give him a supportive word in chat without him turning on them. It's not baby steps, though, is it, you silly bitch?
Operation, but this is major steps, day one. Major steps. Really is. So if anybody is ever thinking of having a knee operation, remember the rehab.
Well, they won't be able to forget it because they'll be made aware of it.
One soon. Good. Okay. Well, remember what I'm telling you.
You're facing one soon. Good.
You're facing one soon. Good. Okay. Well, remember what I'm telling you. I am going.
If you're facing a knee operation, ignore everything Alan's saying. Just ignore him. You're no better off for having watched any of Alan's content. If you're facing any situation in life, there is no situation in which any Alan's advice can come in handy at any point. Alan has failed in all ventures, has been made disqualified from running a business. He's a failed poker player. Bear in mind, if you're a poker star and you're winning lots of money on the poker tournaments, you don't have to do these videos on YouTube because you've made loads of money playing poker. So you're just sitting on an island somewhere while Georgia, scrubs your lower half with some coconut oil or something. Do you know what I mean? If you've made loads of money and you're a success, that's like, imagine if I do really well and you give me loads of tippies. Let's say tomorrow, right? The government hands everyone a God, I should have been streaming more during. In COVID, I was a carer for my nan, and I got £60 a week off the universal credit, so that wasn't a big win. But I had to do it. We had to do it. More my mum really than anyone else did the caring for my nan. But I helped, and I was a carer for my nan, and I got £60 a week, and we lived in the house. So with Alan, with any of us, the government gave out some money for businesses. If you got free money. If let's say the government gave everyone £500 tomorrow and they all gave it me, right? If I was successful on this streaming thing, that everyone just suddenly said, "Oh, I'm going to Nancy Scott off I'm going to go and give Scott a good old Nancy, and they all gave me £500, yeah? Like, that's a lot of money all of a sudden. I probably wouldn't, let's be fair, I probably wouldn't need to stream so often. I probably still want to. It would still be fun for me. But I would also possibly want to go out and get my nether region scrubbed by Georgia in the fucking tropical island. Whereas Alan is off to Malta to try and grift some poker griftings off his grifted monies off the old... Alan's not winning. You don't need advice from Alan. Restaurants failed. Poker failed. Armchair detective failed.
Sleeping pills.
Knee operation piss wangle. Going to wangle some extra hours in this bed. It's like a tramp. Refused to piss, so got to stay in bed longer. Winning.
I've got enough meds as it is, haven't I? I've got like 7 or 8 different meds to take, so I'm not going to add sleeping pills to it.
It doesn't work.
Take your meds as directed. Yes, take your meds as directed. Don't overdose or anything like that. Guys, I'm done.
That's it. Top tips for Mental Health Awareness Week. Don't overdose.
Thank you for listening to the Armchair Detective. Good
He's
night.
done. Look, you didn't give him enough money. Whatever happened here didn't go well for him. I think he was expecting Nancy to drop the 500. She didn't. He's finished.
No, I'm going to do a no out song tonight because I'm going to bed. Look at them exercises.
No out song, because playing the song would wake up the people in the house who have categorically told you to shut the fuck up.
I'll be seeing you. Good night.
Boom. I love that man. He's my obsession. I want to be him. I would rather be Alan sitting on that sofa, unsure as to whether I'm going to do a piss or a shit next time I visit the toilet. I'd rather be Alan, yeah, wangling my extra 3 days, 3 hours, 30 minutes in hospital by holding my bladder until the nurse comes with a catheter. I'd rather be Alan than me. Do you know what to do today? Right, this is thanks to you, Chuffers, and your tippies. I'm going to put the tippies link in at the end again, one more time, you Chuffers. But you've already tipped me, those that have, come forward with your tippies today. Thank you already.